I just wrapped up my long-running crate mod survival series, and now you can watch the last quarter of it all in one spot. Everything from DeLoreans to starving colonies and ICBMs. Although, if you're a new viewer, there's 3 other videos like this that you might want to check out first. But now, sit back, relax, and enjoy 4,000 days of Minecraft crate mod. By the way, in order to make this video a reasonable length, I cut out a couple boring videos from this, which you can still find in the original playlist, namely the cement plant stuff. I've built tanks, trains, and boats using Minecraft Crate Mod, but no cars yet. So let's change that. This is a working DeLorean, and today I'm going to show you how I built it from start to finish. Let's get started. Now, the way that cars are possible is a very similar way to the tanks. We start with a ship helm. Wait, this is my cat? Why? I had no idea I had a cat. We put down some blocks, we attach the ship helm, and then we assemble it into a ship. And now look at that, it's a physics entity. And now we have these wheel parts. These simple wheels, it's a normal one and then a medium wheel. And this is from the track work mod. It's the same mod that adds the treads. And it's got wheels that go with the mod. So we can just attach some like this. Maybe we will expand it a little bit. And look, it's basically a car. I mean, it's got suspension, it's got 4 wheels, it's got some wool. What more do you want? So I just need to mess with the suspension a little bit more. I don't know if I can do it with this or not. So that's making it stiffer, which actually makes it higher versus we drop it down. But then there's a suspension controller, and I'm not quite sure what I do with this, so let's find out. Maybe let me try to look this up. I don't really know how the suspension controller works. I think I got it. I just saw a video, a tutorial, and it looks like you don't put it on the wheel, you put it on the whole thing. So, like, let's do that. Ooh, and then it squishes the whole thing down. And then if we stop it, does it just stay where it was? That's what we wanted. That does it evenly, it looks like, or very close to evenly. So we can get this thing pretty close to the ground, and it's funny, you can drive it with this even. So now that I understand suspension, let's figure out driving and steering, the next most important things. I don't really know where you have to position rotational input, to be honest, because the blocks are technically sitting over here. Okay, so it has to be like that. Okay. Good to know. No, we're not going to have all-wheel drive. I guess another thing I should investigate is the width that we want to do this, because that's very important. Now, I had planned to have a car be 4 blocks wide. So obviously the wheels need to be flush with this. So let's see if I can use... I don't need the big wheel anymore. Let's see if I can use this in order to move that back so that it is... Oh, yes. We get a little bit more. Okay, that's like perfectly flush with that. So did that do it on both sides? It did. If you power wheels, they will turn a lot. I bet that if you, depending on how much you power it will obviously affect how much it turns. That was powering it all the way, but if you power it only a little bit, then it turns it only a little bit. That means I don't have to actually change rotation or do anything like that. It just, all I have to worry about is forward and backwards. And then redstone will handle the rest of it. Unfortunately, there isn't a differential gear. So there's not any kind of block that I can just stick here on this, like basically right where this is, put a shaft on either end and have a shaft come out of here and then not have it turn in opposite directions. The most I can do is just put a gear shift, like 2 of them, or a gearbox. We would just have to put 2 of these. This is going to be challenging because I really have to have the drive shaft go down the middle. Otherwise, there's literally not going to be room because we have to have the seat, and the wall. There, look at this. This thing, I just found out, will let power go through it. Watch. See, it can do that. And it can do that there. And it should be able to... Yeah, that's what I like to see. Go in the other direction. Very slowly, please. And then so we put this here. And take a look at that. We are turning. No, I mean, this is going to be close, very close to where you're sitting. And you would have, well, depending on what type of car it is. If it's a manual transmission, then I guess they're probably would be a clutch or something called a clutch. I don't know anything about manual transmission cars because I'm a zoomer. Speaking of which, we don't actually want a clutch, we want a resistor. Because the resistor functions the same as a clutch, but it easily modulates the speed. So if we have like this at full power, if we do that, then we'll go kind of slowly. It's relatively slow, but then as we undo this, we'll start going faster and faster, and eventually we'll go really fast. Uh-oh. But this thing needs power, of course. It needs its own onboard power. To do that, we're going to use a gasoline engine. Look at this gasoline engine. That's, well, a bigger engine than you would have in the car. The compact engine is a 4-cylinder engine. This is more like the car size that you would see in probably this kind of car. Let me check, actually. Okay, no, it's actually a V6 engine, so none of the above. Why don't we try the compact engine? Now, let's see how fast it's going, because I got the impression it wasn't going very fast. No, it's not. It's only going 112.5. We need to get this to go all the way to the maximum speed, of course. So if I did something like this, we'll turn this on, and then I can set it to the maximum speed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're going a little bit fast there. This is a reasonably compact design, and it leaves that half block of room for having an exterior body here. So just a very simple controller, one thing on each side, and we can already turn the car. This is a pretty good control setup, except that I can't do anything to that while I'm sitting down. I need to figure out a way around that, but otherwise you got the two things in reach here. Okay, so we're moving a little bit. We can turn. So, I was looking at the pictures of the actual DeLorean, and I can already tell that this is too long, because it's going to get at least a block in the front, if not a block and a half. And in the back it needs, well, something like that. Wow, look at this lifted car. I see people on the road with these things. There's always trucks, but... So take a look at this here. We've got the shaders on, and we have things called neon tubes. And these things... If we give it a little more voltage, look what it does. It is a emissive block texture that you can change the color of just by using different dye. So, I don't know, you want it lime green? There you go. Look at that neon tube. I don't know at what point it breaks, maybe 10? Maybe 15? Maybe 20? There we go. 50 does it. But take a look at that. It's very, very rare that we ever get anything emissive like that. It doesn't really emit any light around it, it just glows all by itself. And you can turn it into all the different colors. Yes, it looks very cool. Uh-oh. Problem is, it is hard to attach these to the car. Like, I can't really do this, like, because it's just centered in the block, and it's also difficult to actually supply power to it and have it look good. The most we could do, we could have like a glowing bumper or something. Like, there's no brackets that seem to hold it or anything. There's no really way to make it look like it attaches. Not to mention the only way you can you can really get power to it easily is with this. It's a cable hub. Like, it's cool. If I can pull it off, it's gonna look cool. I'm pretty confident I can do it on the back. Pretty confident that I can make it look pretty decent back here. And then there's another thing that I noticed that looks pretty cool. Like, look at this. Watch that. Ooh, see, it actually looks like tail lights. We can definitely do some nice stuff with other blocks that emit light. I found a good retrofit for the engine already. You'll notice I replaced it with the bigger version of the gas engine because I was having trouble getting the alternator to have enough power, enough stress to actually generate any power at all. I mean, now it's getting 9,000 stress units. It's way more than it needs, but it is working. Not to mention the base speed of the engine is much faster. It's not the max speed, but it's close enough that this car at top speed, you don't really need that whole obnoxious rotational speed controller thing, which was making everything hard. This allowed me to stick most of it directly down the center line, except for a little bit here and here. And the best part is, as you can see, we've got the neon tubes back here. Nice and lit up. We've got these tail lights looking pretty good. And all we really need is just the shape of it now. Here, look what I did. I just had a genius idea by moving one block, and I made the engine much smaller. This right here is the new version of the engine because I used to have a separate pump here. I think I had a pump right here, and then I had it attached to here to take out the exhaust, and it worked. It was fine. I discovered you could get rid of the exhaust block and it would still get rid of it, so that was cool. Then I just realized I could put an electric pump underneath the cable hub directly out the back of the engine, and now it just takes it out there and it cuts out all the pipes and everything. And see, look, now you end up with this, which even looks kind of like exhaust. It looks like some kind of jet engine on the back. Something tells me there are a lot of ghost physics entities lying around this world right about now. I don't know what it might be, but there's a slight problem. Okay. I have no idea why the car schematic is so huge. We might be rebuilding this by hand. Whoa, guys, look at this. I didn't realize the mod was functioning. I thought it might have been bugged. But look what we have just off the shore. We have some naturally generated pirate ships complete with illagers, and it's moving. I think they're supposed to use their cannons as well. Like, you can get on here. It's a Valkyrian Sky ship. That's what it is, but it's naturally generated. So there's actually ships in the ocean that we might be able to find and blow up. Alright, here we are, and it's already ruining another world, which is concerning. I'm not quite sure what we're gonna discover is the cause of that. Oh, would you look at that? There is an issue with the car. Now, what we're gonna have to do is find out what that issue is. Well, guys, I did some testing, and I suspect it was a mod that I was adding to try to get the lights on these things to actually affect the rest of the world. It was a dynamic light mod, but I think that might have been causing the problem because I've done multiple tests, relogged a couple times, and it hasn't done anything to the TPS this time. So who knows? We're gonna carry on. Now, do you want to see this in action properly? I would like to see this in action properly. Let's speed this up significantly. So you can control this from the controller. I've got it so that, oh, and it tilts as well. I haven't done much with the car mechanics. Yeah, okay, let's just drive it outside a little bit. Not very stiff suspension, I suppose. What happens if I actually change the suspension? Will it rock a little bit less? Okay, so it was at the lowest suspension. What if we did something like that? It was really noticeable with the turning. Like, you turn fast and it would kind of wobble. Okay, yeah, that's better. You know, this thing actually looks a lot like a DeLorean. I think I did a better job than I was expecting. I didn't think it was going to turn out this good, but just watching it drive around. There's a really, really, really important thing I should try. Can it go up slabs? Because all of my road slopes are done with slabs. Okay. Yes! Alright, can it go up this? Uh-oh. How about 3? Yeah, I can do 3. How about this? What are we gonna do? Yeah, once it gets going, it goes fine. We didn't quite make it off. That's how we do it. So the first one needs to be a little bit more, and then it doesn't have any problems. The only thing I don't like is that I cannot increase the speed while sitting down. Even when you move shift as the keybind for dismounting from that seat, it still doesn't let you do it. So it's not even a keybind issue. If anyone knows how I can fix that, that would be great. Oh, that was a fast schematic load. I don't know what it was doing before, but that was real fast. So here, we got a car schematic, the DeLorean. I want to build this because we've got a highway to drive it on. That's how we're really going to test it out at full speed. But I suspect my highway is going to feel rather small at full speed, which is why we have to increase it today. Right, neon tubes, neon tanks. How to make neon? You put air and you... Oh, right. Neon takes a lot of air. So we're going to have to set up a little thing for that. Oh, that's cool. I didn't think you'd be able to do that. Well, they're floating, but they're kind of decorative looking. Last thing I need are neon tubes. So we have to get a neon tank, mixing air in a mixer, and then a lot of air turns into a tiny bit of neon. The way we get air is with a fan. So let's set up a fan somewhere and collect some air. So there's a different way, an easier way I could grab some air. I could grab it possibly from right here. I could yoink it from the air intake here, because air is also used for diesel engines, obviously. So I'm hoping I can siphon a little bit of air off of this. Yeah, here. Look, we're putting air in there. That's so cool. It somehow got compressed into a liquid out of the pipe. Okay, so that's gonna start making a very small amount of neon. So I have to let it, I guess, make 2 buckets of neon. I don't know if it can hold 2 buckets of neon in it. But yeah, that's gonna take a little while. Okay, 1 neon tank. So I have to use framed glass, but then I think I just put it in here. And yeah, I got a neon tube. Awesome. So now I just have to wait another like 20 minutes. That took a long time, but I got a lot of other stuff done while I was waiting. Real life stuff, I mean, not Minecraft. Anyways, there's my second neon tank and my second neon tube. Go away. Let's make this thing into a car, shall we? Assemble the... And then it doubles it for me? Look at all these spare parts, guys. Look, it's a game error in my favor. So I should have to put it up here and then spin it. Oh, there we go. Okay, it is getting lowered down now. Heck yeah. That's what we like. And then we'll do this, and we'll move the tires in a little bit. And then configure this from this channel over to the gasoline channel. So now it's got gas, but it's already got gas in the engine. I think I should be able to turn it on. Oh, hey, we're on. Engine stayed on. I don't know why this is having... Come on. There we go. Alright, we got that on. Engine's on. We're clearing out the carbon. If I do that, we're gonna start moving. Yeah, we're moving. Alright, let's turn that off. Gotta get some magenta dye for the rear lights. I've got a car, and I've got a highway, but it's really small, and it needs to go more places. At top speed, this car covers the ground really fast. from one end of the colony to the other. Let's make the highway go further. Minimum, by the end of the video, needs to go over here, and it needs to go along the shore here in order to go south. Well guys, here we are, brand new car, brand new stretch of highway, nice palm trees, nice view of the steel mill, and the river, which isn't too nasty yet. Recently, a Crate-Mon add-on came out introducing a working radar targeting system. I noticed it almost immediately and added it to my mod pack, but didn't do anything with it. That is, until a lot of viewers noticed it too and started commenting. So, let's build some radar. Today, I set up new ammo production, autocannon turrets, and multiple radar installations around my colony to detect and eliminate any threats, be they ground or air. Let's get started. This train is bringing resources to the ammo factory, something which we're going to find very important today. However, I haven't properly set this up yet, which you can see. Well, yeah, it is unloading gunpowder and it's flinging it into the air. So let me stop this from moving, by the way. No! No, 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 no. Back we go. Reverse. You stay right there. This is where we make our small arms ammo. This is pistol ammo, that's shotgun, which is not done, and this is rifle. But there's another thing that we want. We want a machine gun bullet. Is it actually for a machine gun? No, it's for an autocannon. It's much friendlier for shooting stuff that you don't want blown up. It's also cheaper. It needs a pinch of gunpowder, a copper nugget, and an empty machine gun round. I'm pretty sure I can do this all in one sequence like these things. Like I can start with the hammer, and then we would go to a mechanical saw. Actually, no, shoot, we need two mechanical saws. Another mechanical saw. Then we would go to the two deployers and a small belt, and somehow it is the same length as the rest of these. Isn't that cool? So let's start by doing that. And then if I cut this on this saw, yeah, then it turns into the machine gun rounds. We'll just filter that just in case. I'll supply power to this. So now when I stick that there, it should sit there and wait for a pinch of, just a pinch of gunpowder. Actually, we'll have this output directly from one of these crafters. Why are there zombies here? Do they want a pinch of gunpowder? Well, they're not gonna get it. Well, they might, just not the way they want. Here, take your pinch of gunpowder, and then it's a, well, it would be a loaded, filled machine gun round. Where's my copper nuggets? Take the nuggets, have some nuggets, and that is a machine gun round ready to give to the zombie. Or maybe huge skeletons or anything else. But I guess more interestingly, from start to finish, here's my brass. Let me chuck some brass in there. See, look, becomes a plate. Turns into that stuff, turns into the machine gun rounds. And it's getting produced. And it's a lot for one piece of brass. But we're gonna go through it quickly. Let me get a storage or give it an upgrade and we'll start producing You get an iron upgrade, you get a gold upgrade. And then, yay, tiny gunpowder. I should be able to export the stuff directly into here, then these hoppers will act as a buffer. It should have already started working, by the way. I think I need storage bus. Yeah, I saw gunpowder counting up though. What I'm gonna have to do with this train now is pull it forward 2 boxcars so that it can unload the other materials. Look at that, whoa, that was fast. Oh yeah, filled up the brass, looking pretty good. A little ME network made automating that super easy, but now we gotta do something with those machine gun bullets. Something like build a bunch of radars, connect it to autocannons, and then feed the bullets to the autocannons to shoot anything threatening my colony. With 2,749 machine gun bullets. That sounds like a great idea. Let's go to this hilltop right here. We'll say this tree is our stand. We'll put this here. Put a we'll put a creative motor here, and then we have to put a receiver block, and then we could put the radar dishes around it. And I think that that's probably good enough. Yep, so says it has 9 dishes, a range of 65 blocks, and then we have this, which is the monitor. So we would target that block and then put that off of that, I think. And yes. See, look, we now have our radar display, and you can see it's scanning, and it seems to be finding, oh, well, not very many things. Oh, that's one right there, see? And you can actually hover over it. These are the hostile ones. These are the peaceful ones. I forget what blue is. Actually, blue might be me. This screen is a little bit small. Let's make it bigger. That's better. We can speed up its detection by increasing the speed there. You can see that it is going around in a circle faster. What happens if I add glue and extra blocks onto this, like decorative blocks? Would you be able to then glue this and update it? Oh, we can, but is it still working? Oh, it is still working. No, it's still working. So I don't even have to have the receiver block in that particular spot. Awesome. I can make it look however I want. So I'll show you with the big cannon first. So we'll put a yaw controller and then a pitch controller. I said a pitch. There we go. Oh my goodness. If you supply both of these with power. Here's me doing a voiceover because I got extremely confused when trying to build this. And I missed something important. You have to attach these not near a lever or any source of redstone power. Otherwise, they will not work. If they're flashing like they are there, that means they're working. But if they're not, it means they're being screwed up by the redstone most likely. Also, make sure you have the yaw and the pitch in the correct spot, because I think I didn't initially, and that also made it bad. So I sped this up, and I sped up the targeting, so watch. Let's target that over there. And it's blowing up whatever random animal is over there. I think we got it as well, by the way. I think you can even target items. Oh yeah, you can, if you want. If you go to the display link, we can change it to like only mobs. You can also target Valkyrian Sky ships. You can specifically tell it to blow up stuff like the car if you wanted. All entities, no mobs, only mobs. Yeah, let's do only mobs. So it'll get rid of all the items. We don't care about the items. I still didn't get it. It'll keep shooting until it gets whatever it's aiming at. What about that thing? Oh. Yeah, I think that got it. Alright, so you've seen this work with the big cannon. Now how about some autocannons? How about a double autocannon with a muzzle brake on it? How about that Enderman? The one downside is that it loses track of, if it doesn't get it right away, it loses track of where it is until this thing has seen it again. That might be able to be offset by speeding it up more. The issue is yes, it's faster for it to come back into sight again, but it also has less time on the target because it only shoots at it when it has line of sight. So it doesn't work great against moving targets unless it hits it first time. If they're just standing there, that's pretty good. But if we summon a bunch of phantoms a little bit above it, the radar will detect it. See, look it. And it shows that they're all moving around. But if we sped these up, it will probably have an easier time. hit some of them. I think it hit ones that it wasn't aiming at though. Yeah, really slow is really bad. So what about really fast? Oh my goodness, it got it. So you want everything to be really fast. So here, what about this? Perhaps part of the issue is that they are really close, and it has a hard time hitting things that are really close. What about this group of phantoms over here? Let's tell it to shoot in that direction. Okay, that's not good. Never mind. But it did get it eventually. After a lot of ammo. Let's try another one. Here's what the explosive ones look like. And of course, explosive versus phantoms. Nice, it just shoved it out of range of the radar. That's amazing. Oh, there's a skeleton over there. Get it. Alright, it's gone. That's the problem with the explosive ones, is they literally will just blow stuff a million miles away. There's nothing to stop you from hooking up multiple guns to one radar as well, and then using multiple to target airborne targets. Like this. The only issue is it's just... Well, that's not an airborne target. Only issue you might have is that it's a little loud and it uses a lot of ammo. And then all the particles lag a little bit. But it's a lot more effective. I mean, 3 times the guns. That aside, I did come up with a good radar design, which incorporates a lot of radar blocks into something that looks a lot like a real radar that you might see. It's got 2 different designs. Obviously, you can make this elevated, and then you can stack it pretty easily if you want to make it really high for some reason. But the last thing I wanted to do is try to come up with something that looks relatively okay to build these individual turrets, because these don't need to be very big. So I got this, and it looks pretty decent for what I can do. There's only one problem though, because I discovered that you can't automatically load the twin guns with a hopper. When you have the twin ones and you try to stick it in with the hopper, it just won't do anything. If you were to swap it with the normal one, the single barrel, then it works fine. You can even attach a suppressor and the other stuff to it. It works fine. It loads it from the hopper, but not the twin ones. So I don't know how to easily... There is no easy way that I know of to put it into here. Maybe that's a glitch. I assume it is. You can still use autocannon ammo boxes, and you can even automate the attaching and removing of those things and filling them, but that's a whole extra big cringe thing that I don't want to do. So it doesn't really seem like I can do the twin autocannon here, which really sucks. It just doesn't look as good. Maybe the model update while I'm making the video or something. That's what it does when it starts shooting at the input rate of the hopper, which is actually good because it wastes way less ammo if it's going to be shooting at flying targets. Like, watch this, it'll waste way less ammo. Of course, I feel like it's going to have a harder time hitting it because it's shooting fewer bullets. Oh yeah, it also flings out the empty shells, so I don't really know if there's a way I can automate collecting of that. I mean, I don't know how that's going to work. The problem is I don't have very many access points to this. I'm planning to build one of the radar stations nearby here. Oh shoot, I need to position them so that they can cover a lot of the colony, since it's going to be for colony defense. Barbarians are huge skeletons. It also really doesn't do me any good if I put the radar up there, because it can't detect entities that far below it. So if I were to put it somewhere around here, which I haven't known what to do here, it would be able to cover ground level of the colony. Which means I kind of want to upgrade this, or I want to start building this. This huge plot here has been here forever, and it is for a library, a really cool looking build. Here's what the level 1 library looks like. You can see it's quite the footprint. I should probably give it a bit of help. You know, instead of trying to guess and be like, oh, I don't know how many blocks it goes down and we'll cover, how about I just go determine the exact amount by testing real fast? So look at right here, there's a bunch of mobs, and that's these creepers down here. This is 23 blocks deep. Sorry, it's 22. If I drop this down one more block, you'll see that all of these disappear. That's that guy. So I can't have it be more than 22 blocks. So right now this is 14 blocks above this level, so we can actually go quite a bit higher. I see I didn't automate bearings at all, but I can craft them here, so if I make 4 of them, I can really easily turn them into radar bearings with just an extra iron sheet. And then 31 radar dishes times 4. Slight problem is, for some reason we have to craft these in the mechanical crafters one at a time. This is gonna take a while. I now have 4 radar installations scattered around the colony and the larger facility. So the things we need now are we need power to them, which we're going to do with wireless ender transmitters. We also need these monitors, and we're going to have a monitor stationed at each radar thing. Only issue is wireless transmitters, and then these monitors, they need a lot of precision mechanisms, and I tore out my precision mechanism automation, so I might rebuild that. By the way, ammo update, we have now about 8,500 machine gun rounds. It may seem like a lot, but it's not very much. Alright, I already got it working. It just sends it over, filters it out, sends it back down, sends it back up, and then it repeats it until it turns into a precision mechanism, or it doesn't, and then it dumps the garbage on the ground. In this case, oh, I got my gold back. Nice. You basically just chuck some gold in here and keep this topped up with cogs and nuggets, and maybe I try to connect that automatically, or maybe not. The monitors are the easy part, the transmitters are the hard part. I need a minimum of 9 transmitters, because I need at least 1 turret per radar, and then each radar needs a transmitter, and then I need 1 other to supply the power to everything. And somewhere I need to, along the line, like, hope that there's enough power I can siphon. Honestly, it might just be from here. 55 ender pearls, and there's no way to automate these things, unfortunately. There's no resonant ender. Oh my god, where is the delete key? I got the stuff I need, and I noticed that here there's still 100,000 stress units remaining, which is more than enough for what we need. So all I have to do is just put one of these here and then say radar. Then if I go over here to the nearest radar station, we can go down here, and then I'll put a resistor. Then we'll do analog lever, and then we'll put this and we'll say radar. And that's using almost 9,000 stress units. That's kind of a lot. I don't know. I really feel like I am going to need some kind of central location at some point. This just doesn't feel as cool. And we'll put this here. And we should be getting a radar signal now. Yeah! So we're very close. Yeah, the blue one's me. We're very close to the middle. So yeah, it's actually detecting those entities. And there's double skeletons right there. Those are the skeletons. That's not good. I don't... Can you not? This is not a good time. Oh my god, they're coming over here. Okay, so the white ones are colonists. That's nice that it's able to differentiate so I don't accidentally target them. So we're going to start by building one of these emplacements per radar. I know it's not going to be that hard to get except for the autocannon things. We're going to need the breech, the spring, the barrel, and we're going to also need a suppressor and a muzzle brake. Basically some of everything. Although based off what I'm seeing in JI, there may need to be a certain amount of spawning stuff in, because if you look at the autocannon muzzle brake, it comes from an onboard muzzle brake, and it says it's being cast from a very small cast mold, which casts a bunch of other stuff that conflicts with it, including steel stuff like here. Like, I'll try it, but if it doesn't work, then I'll just cast a bunch of barrels or something, and then I'll just spawn it in and delete it. So, but it is what it is. Let me get some materials. As I feared, I wasn't able to cast the muzzle brakes or the suppressors, so instead I made extra barrels, and I'm gonna just have to delete 8 of them and replace them with 4 brakes and 4 suppressors until the mod is properly survival friendly, and that's all I can do. But I have all the materials that I need, so I can go ahead and get some gunpowder, and we can assemble 4 of these installations, 1 for each radar. That already has machine gun ammo in it, so it's already going. Take a look at that. What kind of stress are we using? That's crazy. It's still using 16,000 power for just one of these things. Let us consult the radar. There are zombies approaching me. Please. Nice. You got the zombie. Perfect. There's more zombies. Shoot the zombies right now. Get him. Come on. Ow. Get out of here. It's busy clearing out the cliff. Just give it a sec. Ow. So, that's all of the auto turrets done. Now we just need some enemies. We need it to be nighttime. We need some phantoms and some barbarians. A huge horde of raiders from the northeast. That's this direction, covered by the turret and the radar here. Where do we think that they spawned in from? Well, I can't see them, but the radar should be able to see them. Yeah, I bet that's them right there. Oh, yeah, that is them. Shoot them. Yeah, so they're immune to machine gun bullets because they're magic barbarians. So just for the sake of testing, I have spawned in, very magically, some autocannon cartridges. These are flak rounds and they have impact fuses. Alright, can I still see some? Yeah, I bet those are it. Target. Oh yes! It's hard to tell if they're taking damage. Honestly, I don't think they took damage from it. Well, it was quite effective at blowing up the colony. Not very effective at blowing up the barbarians, other than launching them in the air and making them take fall damage. So, conclusion, Mine Colony's worst compatible mod ever. Yay. It's too close to shoot. Yes! Good job. Well, it's kind of stupid that they can't hit barbarians. If somebody has a workaround for that or a fix, let me know, because it's kind of important. Ever get tired of powering your factories with interdimensionally teleported charcoal? I know I don't, because it works really well, but it's not realistic. So let's use electricity instead. With a Crate Mod add-on, I can convert rotational power into electrical energy and send it long distances using cables before turning it back into rotational power. Of course, replacing boilers and charcoal will need a lot of electricity, so let's build a working power plant. The way we're gonna do this is with a rotor. This rotor is a rather large block, and it goes in between a bunch of other blocks. You have to put these stators around the rotor, and once you've done that, you can supply rotational power to the rotor, and it's kind of similar to a flywheel. You want to give it a lot of rotational power, and you can see it's actually already generated electricity. We can... Whoa. The voltage on this is really high. Here's a voltmeter, 500 volts. What if we do this? It didn't increase it at all, but I don't know what the electrical output of it is. Oh, interesting. So this thing doesn't have any kind of setting. It just went from 0 and then it goes straight up to 500 volts. So maybe it changes the amount of energy it's outputting. So I'm noticing that this at 120 RPM, 500 volts, connected to an electric motor at 256 speed, it's generating 11,500 stress units. And even decreasing this doesn't seem to affect it. Okay, so this is actually not gradual at all. 71 RPM is the minimum speed, but it is not making enough power for this. And 73 RPM is the minimum needed to power this thing at 11,500 stress units. at maximum speed, basically. So 73 RPM, and this is using 25,000 RPM at that speed. Yeah, so that is a 55% energy loss. Look at that. We're using 45,000 stress units right now at 129 RPM, but we're powering 3 of these things, each one of them generating 11,000. So at faster speeds, it actually seems to be more efficient. Also, I would have expected this voltage to blow them up by now. I'm surprised they haven't. At the maximum speed, this uses 90,000 stress units. It seems to be able to power 5 of these consistently. The 6th one was not working at the maximum speed. So then, look, we're kind of back down to the whole like 55% energy loss or close to that. 140 RPM, 49,000 units, generating probably 46,000. So this is almost 100% efficient. It's very close. So that's pretty good. But it will also blow up this stuff. I don't know why it's not blowing up the motors. So let's see what happens if I try to attach a cable here. Here, maximum speed. Uh-oh, not sending enough power through. I think this voltage meter is actually wrong. I think it's a lot higher than 500. So this debug electric block says that the voltage is 2,457. Now we're at 85 RPM, and if I moved it to 86, it blows up and it gets over 2,500. But then we move back, it's under 2,500. So I feel like there's something there. Yeah, we can see the voltage is now at 50, and it's now reading what's on the resistor. So see, we can move it up all the way to 250, and I can't even get it back to 500 with the resistor. Oh, now we seem to be working. It's not draining, it's running at the max speed at the max stress units. We're still doing fine here. Okay, so I don't know, it seems like 85 is the optimal speed to run this at. That's a lot of information, but now I have a handle on how electricity systems work moving it around. So let's determine how much stress we can get out of one of these boilers, or steam engines. Because we're actually gonna have to use that to make the power. But it's gonna be fueled all from the oil refinery, from the gas and the diesel. And one gas and diesel lasts for 40 minutes in a blaze burner, so it does not use it quickly. It should not be a problem. In fact, that's why, well, I have a whole section of the refinery kind of dedicated to that. $130,000 stress units, but it's seeming like it can be a greater size. Can you make these 3x3? But hang on, is this gonna be a 3x3 like Giga Blaze burner thing? Oh my goodness, yeah it is, look at that, 300,000 stress units. Well, that is a big steam engine. Let's see, so 296,000 divided by 29,000. So this could power 10 rotors at the optimal speed, apparently, of 85 RPM. It could power 10 of those, and from what I understand, we can just stack these right next to each other. Yeah, it literally works exactly as how I imagined. So this is going to be the heart of the power plant. We can have several of these things. Uses fuel very slowly, so that's not going to be a problem. And we have infinite amounts of diesel and gas right next door. I did see some early release pictures for the next update or a coming update for the Simple Clouds mod, and it looks amazing. My only complaint from playing right now that it wasn't already in those pictures is just, it rains a lot. There are not very long gaps between thunderstorms or rain of some kind, which means I often will just do this to make it go away faster so that it doesn't always ruin the recording because, well, you've all heard the story about YouTube compression and rain and particles in general. Hello, are you selling anything good? No? Okay, bye. I was on their Discord server and there's like distant horizon support, proper shader support. It's getting changed to fade in and out from what I saw, and look, this is just what I saw. I don't know if it's confirmed for sure or not, but it looks really, really good. I hardly ever see my favorite cloud type anymore either. It's those ones where it's like the big blobs with the dark undersides as well. Not those are good as well. But I miss those, that was nice. Either way, sun's out. Let's build something that looks really cool. This big spot here that I left blank on the map next to the oil refiner is where we're gonna put a power plant. This is a power plant that I've seen in person before, just briefly from the highway while driving past it. And I think it'll look pretty good here. It's made out of materials and probably from a time period that fits with most of the other stuff that we're doing here. I mean, that's a little futuristic, but still. Besides, it's also the shape that would fit here, so let me grab some wool. So remember when I was building these yellow circles here a few minutes ago? Well, somehow I managed to make them perfectly spaced out the length that I wanted and also equal each time. I think it was like 11 or 13, something like that. I just happened to do that, you know. I don't know. You'd be surprised how often things like that happen when I'm building stuff. You know what's going to limit me most in here in terms of size and power generation and electrical output? It's not the boilers or fuel. No, it's going to be power lines. You see, I have left this empty because I don't know what the interface for sending the power out is going to look like, because I don't really know what the power lines are going to look like and how many of them I'll need to have and what configuration. So let's ditch everything in my inventory and get some electrical stuff back out. Yeah, it was basically like that, but now my question is, one power line can supply this much, but can it do more? I didn't try that. Let me get rid of this, and what happens if I do that? Ooh, it's doing just fine. What do you know? Does it have a limit? I don't actually know. You see, we don't have these split into high voltage, low voltage, any of these things. There's no transformers, no nothing. Nor do you get electrocuted when you run into this. It's not like immersive engineering. Isn't that right? That makes my job easier, doesn't it? Because I get to have one power line per rotor, maybe less, honestly. So let's start with a design that works well, that we can duplicate and put in as many we want. Here, look at this. I just added crate connected at the suggestion of somebody in relation to my car. I haven't yet discovered what parts of it would be useful for the car because I haven't taken the time to look, and it's kind of advanced-ish. But I did notice that we have fluid vessels, which are just sideways fluid tanks, and apparently they can be used for a boiler as well. Apparently they are a little bit less efficient. Like, this is a level 9 boiler, this is a level 9 boiler, this is making almost 150, and that's making almost 120, so that is less efficient, that's for sure. So this at max level takes way more of those blaze burners, and it only produces 240,000 versus this, which is 294,000. And you know what? Because of that, we're gonna use it. It wouldn't be fitting if I didn't use only electric lights in my power plant. I mean, what are we making power for if not for lights? But it's just gonna look so nice having these light bulbs. And yeah, let's take a look at this as well. This is my steam turbine. Not so much. We've got these flywheels here, which are decorative, and then we've got 8 of the rotors. And now this thing, which is on its side. I'm glad I did it on its side because it creates this cool thing to look at instead of just all be hidden in the smokestack. But now we have this. We've got the boiler feeding directly into this, and it produces, well, it's almost an exact amount. You'll notice that we are over here within 1% of using all the power, which is a good thing. So I don't know if I'm going to have the resources to build 3 of those setups right now. That's a little questionable. I might have to only build 1, so it might be a separate schematic. But anyways, let's keep putting in the light bulbs. Oh, that was the hardest part. trying to build some kind of transformer looking electric station is not easy. And so we have 3 different ports, and it's 4 different wires coming out of each port, so it goes down to here. And I mean, this isn't doing anything. There's only a little bit of functional stuff here. So if I were to bring it just from this line, I could bring it to here, and then I could bring it to here. And if I stuck a light bulb, the light bulb would run fine. Then we'll replace this, and we will get a connector right there. And look, I just saw the light turn on, and I will do a connector right here as well. And so that should be bringing power back to the plant, because I knocked out the couple things that were here. I had a little generator there. We don't need that anymore. But man, this is taking a while. I need to get this going in survival right now before I run out of time. So let's go ahead, make a schematic of this so I can build it and stick it on Patreon in case you guys want to build it as well. And I'll make a separate schematic of the turbine so that I can just add those separately. Man, this is a big schematic. Good grief. I wonder what the material list is going to be. Not going to be pretty. I've got a huge schematic. It took forever to load, which means there's going to be a huge material list and a lot of lag when I load it in. Wow, I haven't had that before. Come on, game, why would you crash? It's not that much. I mean, I've loaded bigger schematics. What the heck? It looks like we are back. And let me position this quickly before I crash my game again. Okay, I got it. Let's get this out of here. 24 pages, right off the bat. 400 andesite sheet metal. 1,200 slabs, copycat slabs. Oh, this is gonna cost a lot of zinc. Oh, a creative generator. Well, we can't have that. I need a stack of stators, and I need 8 rotors. That's like the new big thing that I haven't made yet, which we'll start with, and I'll actually show. Because everything else is just stuff I've gotten before and boring. These are kind of crazy to make. I think it's not that expensive because it's, well, no, I mean, steel. I saved up a lot of steel ingots, so that's probably fine, but we have to make all these coil blocks. And then the stators, it's magnetic ingots. I don't know what to do with these, because the way you made these was really glitchy. Like, half the time it wouldn't work, and then it was really annoying. Like, I couldn't even generate enough power to make it run with one motor. Honestly, I might not have enough nickel to do this, or enough lead. I haven't mined very much of that. I should have plenty of plastic, but the other things, not so much. So I have 500 steel ingots in here, and it better be enough. And that should be 96 of these things. So here we go, 8 rotors. Yeah, so these things are the nightmare that I have been unable to power sufficiently. This is what's powering the stuff here, so let me just get rid of it, and I'll try to use it along with another one. I found out that I found out that 2 generators are able to successfully power that stupid charger thing. So here we go. Here's the second generator. Did I get it right this time? Now, watch this. That will not drain while charging the ingot. So I have to make 3 stacks of those, by the way. This is why I said I don't think I'd have the materials to make more than 1 steam turbine setup. We are off to find some nickel and some lead, and I guess maybe some lithium. Good place to do this is by teleporting all the way to my offshore mining rigs, because these are well outside of the chunks that didn't have that stuff when they were generated. Ooh, look at this. This is lead right here. We don't even have to go very far underground. That's the stuff that we're looking for, among other things. That's what I'm talking about. That is a real cave. This stuff seems kind of uncommon, though. Certainly rarer than copper and iron. Ah, look at, this is what I need. This is nickel, the other thing. It seems to generate deeper than lead. So I got this much stuff. It might also be better if I fortuned it, because if I crush it, I have a 100% chance of receiving one and a 75% chance of receiving another one. But with fortune, I don't know, it's obviously not guaranteed to be more, but sometimes it can be 3, I think. So this might be better. Let's try. That's not too bad. Let's throw it into the smelter. Oh, wait a sec, guys. Hang on. I just remembered something. You can get lead, not nickel, but you can get lead from an ore stone, and I have some of it. Where did I put it? Ah, galena. There you go. Crushing this will give you lead, like if you crushed, I don't know, chromzite. All I have to do is throw this in here, and we will see some lead appear. Perfect. Oh, and it's 1 to 1. You'll love to see it. Well, we're not going to run out of lead. Hopefully, we don't run out of nickel. So I've secured the stuff that I need with another mining trip, unfortunately. But that should make me 2 stacks of resistors, and this will make me 2 stacks of capacitors. And this will make 1 stack of electric casings. Take a look at this. Too bad it's so expensive because it kind of looks nice for building. Of course, I could always make the recipes easier if I really wanted to. Anyways, that is actually everything that I needed for my stack of stators. And now I just have to do it here. This was way more materials than I expected. I mean, because we've got the 4 things here. I was filling them up kind of slowly. I'm like, oh, it's not going to be that many materials. And then there ended up being another 8 double chests of materials here. So way more than I expected. Everything here except for some amethyst was automated. Not really a problem to get, just tedious. But now that we have everything, let's turn on replay mod and build a power plant. These smokestacks are tall enough that you're actually somewhat above the storm fog, so everything gets a little bit brighter, and sometimes you're in the clouds, which is kind of cool. Short of having a really tall building or an airplane, that's the next best thing. So, this thing, we need to start it up. I don't know if I actually set it up in a very good way to do that. Oh, and I should get a mega torch, because there are too many mobs in here. Run away! The issue is trying to get these pumps started, both the pump here which brings in diesel and then these which bring in water. I have this powered by electricity, but I don't have any electricity. But I have these generators and I probably have an energy transmitter lying around somewhere. Let's steal the radar thing, which will shut down all the radar. There we go. So it should be bringing in diesel now. Well, no, is it not? Oh, these pipes are like super messed up. So look, diesel should be going into all of these now. Yeah, look, it already brought in really fast. So it's all heated like it's supposed to. I just need to bring in the water, and then I need to bring in the power just with a little line or something from over here. Here, it's actually working. I was able to power it enough from that. There, so it's gonna make me break and replace everything, which is kind of annoying the way that happens with the schematic. I've gone back, I've broken and replaced every one of those stupid things, so when I connect this up, we should see our light bulbs. And there, turn on. Yes, that is a light bulb. There we go. It turned on. We'll connect the other one. And now the electricity in this plant is being powered by the power plant. The first thing is working. It's pretty cool. I really can't do anything until I get some power line designs, and so that's what we're gonna do first. I want the small ones to be made out of wood, so we'll probably use either stripped spruce or stripped dark oak wood. I think this design works pretty well because we can have multiple different combinations depending on what I want. Like I could have 4 different lines, and really the line count doesn't matter very much except for aesthetics, since it seems to have a near infinite or a very high transfer limit per wire. So it looks pretty good with 4 of these. It also looks good when you you get rid of these and you have just 2 of them. This was about as good as I could come up with, especially to get any kind of slope on the end. Like if you look at these in real life, you'll see they are sloped underneath. And it's even centered as well, which makes it even harder. So let's move on to the medium power lines. Somehow diagonal cable blocks ended up being the best option for a cross piece in the middle of this because they're centered. None of the other diagonal slopes or anything like that are centered. So here we go. So I noticed we're kind of limited by cable length, which is a problem. It's a little awkward for these medium ones, and it's going to look very awkward with high voltage ones, because this is the maximum distance that these cables can be apart from each other. Let me check something, because we have Crate Crafts and Additions, which has its own wire system and its own connectors. So let me just check what the distance is between these. I don't know if there's a way to convert between the two, but maybe it's worth a try. Well, that's a lot farther. That's too far, but that's still pretty long. Let me try to convert this. Oh, wait, look at that, guys. That was surprisingly easy. Look, see, it's got this generator here, which is from TPMG, and that's the mod that we're using for all the electricity in there. And this is the large connector and electrum spool from, what's it called? Crafts and Additions. And all you had to do is just click that. See, look, it kind of looks like an arrow pointing downward. You click that. Now it would be trying to push into there. Now that's doing nothing. Now it's pushing out. So here, this is filling up, but if we were to do that, nothing happens. It's trying to pull from there, and then it's pushing back down to there. So surprisingly easy. And then now we can make really long wires. Like, take a look at that. That's more like it. And it's possible these things may actually have some kind of transfer limit. That might be something we encounter as well. We're going to have to find that out. I should probably find that out right now, actually. Well, dang, it seems like we're getting a lot of power out of just one cable. I did have to add a converter block because that adds voltage. It's this thing, like right here. No, I mean, that's 6 being powered from one wire. That's probably more than I'd ever want, anyways, from one wire, given that most of these carry several. You can see I started with this little version and it was cringe, so I upgraded the size. Now I have a big high voltage power line set up. Funny thing, almost the entire thing is built out of copycat blocks just because it's about the right color. And it also obviously has holes in it and looks like scaffolding framing, which is, that look is really hard to get because it requires, I mean, really small pieces of metal in real life. And this really small pieces of metal do not go well in Minecraft, where everything is supposed to be 1 cubic meter. Ironically, in this picture here, it looks like that's 120 feet. I hope that's feet, but if it is 120 feet, that translates to about 36 meters or 36 blocks, and this thing happens to be 36 blocks tall. I did not plan that, it just worked out. Let's get a big power pole schematic. We will start with this and deploy smaller ones off of it, neglecting transformer stations for the time being. By the way, the library up there is coming along nicely, and that's only a level 1. Level 5, it's pretty crazy. Speaking of level 5, the university, you can see where it's getting worked on. It is almost at a level 5. So this highway here, I plan on having turn sooner than I initially was thinking. It is going to turn somewhere right here, and then it is going to remain elevated as it goes across these tracks until it goes down in elevation, and then sits on ground level, and then crosses this little river. Well, let's put this down. How's that compared to the road? That's gonna look pretty crazy. I feel like I need to redirect the road where I'm gonna have it go right now though, so that I can visualize it, because I'm having a hard time putting this all together in my mind as to how I need to set this up. Most of it's hinging on this highway and where exactly it's going. We are gonna have an off-ramp right here that goes down into this area, and we're going to have an on-ramp right here, and we're gonna have another road come from right here because this road kind of dead ends, and it's not going to be a full-size version of this. It's going to be probably a single lane thing that goes past here. I might have to do something with the tree farms, but that was always temporary. I know it's been there most of the series, but I'm pretty sure I said it was temporary when I built it. I'm gonna build the first of these big towers here and send probably 3 wires in that direction, and then we're gonna continue the other ones there. It's almost exclusively copycat stuff, so let's try to determine how much zinc this actually is. Oh, so here I have 6,000. That's good. 12,000 copper. This is still running, which is nice. I've had some issues where this thing runs out of LPG, and then it shuts off. I probably will replace this with electricity. So I made 8 poles worth of stuff of zinc, which was quite a few stacks. I don't know exactly how many, but quite a few. We'll assemble the first one here, and then I'll have to get some wires to go with this. Excellent. Very fast, not even a minute. Now that I have this, let's make some electrum wires. How are we gonna do that? So electrum is normally an alloy, but we just get it as the product of gold stuff, like ochre. And I have some of this. I should have even more of it stored up. I will go check. I think I was storing some of it. Given that it is a product of ochre crushing, and I'm crushing ochre here, I think there should be some of it. I don't remember what exactly I did, though. Oh, here, look at that, guys. There's 11,000 electrum nuggets. I was a little bit worried that I might not have enough. Obviously, that was not a justified concern. Now this is the real butter ingot. I know everybody thought it was gold at one point, but sorry guys, we found the real one. I only have about 1,200 of it, which is not as much as I expected, but before you can turn it into wires, you have to turn it into plates. So let's stick this here, turn it into plates, and then we'll stick it into the drawing roller, whatever thing. So here we go. I got 12 stacks of this, which only turns into 3 stacks of spools, but that's a lot, admittedly. I've got these cable hubs, and I'm gonna go figure out how to convert this in the simplest way. Let's get out my old thing. We'll get out these, and we're gonna switch over the energy and hopefully not have any problems. Cable hub is not any good, but what about if we just went connector to connector? Oh, that works. Look, it's going in there. So, ironically, connector to connector is better. I should be able to connect these wires to here now. Yes, I can. Awesome. So we'll do 3 on this side, and then I will hook up some more, I guess just from that one generator, because that's all we have now. And we'll send these 3 in that direction, and the other 3 over there. And then I can hook up more as I get more. Well, here we go. 6 lines going to the first high voltage tower. I could put one maybe like right here. That might be far enough away that it wouldn't look dumb, and then we can transition over to the medium voltage ones. What do we think? Let's get a schematic out and let's take a look at that. Sure, I'll put it here, and I might actually be able to put another one right there, and we can avoid the parking spots. We might not have to go to medium poles quite as quickly as I expected. Now this is power transmission. Oh yeah. Let's do a quick test here. Are we still gonna be getting power, or did something break? Yes! Yes, it's going in. We are good to go. Power lines can continue. Oh my goodness, look at that sunset. What do we think about putting it on the roof? Having one more pole somewhere over here, possibly on the roof as well. And then we put the next pole over the river. Or is that like really cool? I don't know. Maybe I should just build it and see. There's a decent chance this is too long. Oh! Let's tear it down. Womp womp. Let's go, guys. I just made something again that's a little bit too long, and I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. The wire, not long enough. But I went to the config and I went to access other mods and I went to create additions, common config, and we have wire config, and would you look at that? We have the maximum block length for the large wires and the small ones. So let's make this 96. I want to make it insane, but now I don't have to worry quite as much about the wires not being able to reach. I don't have to worry that actually I could increase it a lot more if I want to. So now this is good, and I did just stick this up here for now. And I really don't know what a better option is, just because I didn't leave anywhere a spot for these power lines. I'm gonna switch this ammo factory over to electricity first, because it's right next to those high voltage power lines that I'm bringing across the river. To do this, we're gonna be using the electric motors from the factory must grow. I just have to add some converters and get the electricity working for them with the right voltage. Here. Oh, take a look at that. We completely filled up this storage drawer with 16,000 machine gun rounds. That's a lot. You like to see it. So here, what I'm gonna do is a very unsafe thing and bring down a high voltage power line to right here. Let's see if I can put this here, and then I can attach electric motors to this. And then I guess I'll need some cable hubs, maybe. Or I could do 2 converters. The hubs are kind of buggy. I don't know, we'll try the cable hubs here. And then, so we'll put a converter here, and I guess I need to then get this over here with the wires. This gonna like clip through everything and look weird. Oh no, not too much, not too much. Overstress, yeah, I bet it is, but look, it's got power. So, I don't know what this was actually running at. That's interesting. So, you make it go to a higher speed to get the full stress benefit from it. 256 is the maximum. I'm gonna have to slow this down. It has to be inputted at really fast and then slowed down. It's definitely still overstressed, but watch, if I drop this down to basically 1, there we go. Here, let's speed this up. Boom, all the way. Or not. We having like a voltage problem here? Right, so one converter actually has problems. One converter is not able to handle this very well. You need a couple converters. It's not the wires. There. So now it's not having an issue. So I can probably bring this back up to 64, which is what it would have been at, I imagine. And now we're powering the ammo factory from the power plant really far away, all thanks to chunk loading and huge power lines. I don't... Oh my goodness, I need more ammo. In that case, we're just gonna bring this over here with these wires, and in here, now we should be able to convert it over without any issues. And there we go, maximum strength. Radar's back on, now being powered by electricity. No more magical energy transmitters. This is what we were hoping for with these power lines. And it can just go straight through the ground. It's pretty okay. See, look, it's a buried power line, guys. It's so realistic. All right, I'm going to consider this area wrapped up for now. Let's move on and start moving power elsewhere. So I've gathered up the resources here in these chests to build 8 big towers and 8 medium towers. Because I have a big tower, well, let's just build it right here. That one is meant to connect and go in that direction. I want this big pole to be pretty close by so that I can then send the medium ones in that direction. And it's gonna follow a road that we're gonna install there shortly. Well guys, look at that, the temporary tree farm finally proved temporary. It's gone. I'm going to move it somewhere not nearby because I have more tick rate to work with than I do FPS in this area. The FPS in this area is questionable at best and terrible at worst. So if I move stuff really far away, like my redstone factory that I built forever ago, all that stuff, I mean, it would be laggy if it was near here, but it's not. It's a gazillion miles away. So it just sits there and doesn't lag anything with my frame rate. It just makes the TPS slightly worse, and I can afford that. But now that this is out of the way, I can keep building my power lines, and I can lay down a road, flatten it out for some buildings. And you know, this big hill here, sometimes I wish I could just get rid of the whole thing. Think of how much room we would have. But just look how much nicer it is over here now that I tore out a bunch of the mountain. We've got these power lines, and we're gonna bring them into this factory because I removed all of the stuff that was here. And there was I don't know, like 24 or 32 something. There was a lot of campfires here. And remember how I always keep complaining about, oh, there's 8,000 particles here. Well, now we're down to 3,000. It helped a lot when I turned off all the campfires that were in the village over there and in the colony. And now I just got rid of the last major source of campfires producing particles. So that means everything here is not being powered right now, but we're about to fix that. These wires can, of course, go through walls, which is kind of a little bit cringe, but also kind of helpful. But that seems to be in order. So now the factory, instead of being powered from a giant building over there with a ton of campfires, it is now powered with 2 little electric motors right here. It's come a long way since, I don't know, like the 4th video or something where I built this. Look at that, they finished the university. I thought it was going to take way longer, but no, they got it. Like, take a look at this. We could go as far as everything. I just haven't actually got very far yet. So it's more of a skill issue on my end. But what do we have? We have quite a few stories. Well, we've got this up here. Oh, we've got nice doors. Whoa, this is a nice room. Great view of the colony. Awesome view of the bridge. Great job, guys. That's powering it, but it's draining this, which makes me think it might need to be from a different power line. How about now? Oh yeah, there we go. We're good to go. Cool, so there is kind of a transfer limit. That's nice. This was even easier because it was using less than 1 electric motor, so I don't even need this at the max speed. It's at 96 speed, producing 4,000 stress units, and this is a pretty small build. It doesn't have that many stress-consuming things. Couple saws, couple crafters, so that's done. 1 less charcoal teleporter. Let's move on to another teleporting charcoal thing. Great, so this little system, that's the steel mill itself powered. Hopefully there is enough power from the top line to power this building now. So this is teleporting LPG. It's a little bit different, but getting rid of this would allow me to free up this engine, which would be nice because I could put this in a vehicle instead. These things are probably more useful for vehicles in the long run. How is this working? I've got like one that's at a lower speed and then this at a higher speed, but it's pulling in the lower speeds stress units. I'm surprised that works. That means I can actually go adjust some other ones. For example, we have 2 things here running at the maximum speed, whereas I don't actually think I need that. Yeah, I don't. That's great. So I can save on some electricity because it does affect how much electricity it uses. Bro, can you not blow up my power poles? Oh my gosh, get good, scrubs. Almost everything we want is connected with power lines now. Last thing I want to do today is work on these roads. We need to fill this in, add the on-ramp, add the off-ramp, and try to add as much decorative stuff as possible so that we can take a scenic tour in our nice ride. You're probably starting to be able to see here where my plans for possibly removing a section of this mountain or hill is coming into place. Like I've cleared this out, backed it up to the very edge of the hill. I don't think I would get rid of all of it. I actually like having this up here, plus this whole thing is a huge hill. We wouldn't get rid of that. So we've got these on-ramps here, and I had to play with them a bunch of different times, and I must admit, to be honest, I did a little bit of world edit to help shove the entire highway down multiple blocks to save myself some time, because at the time, I was feeling like I was getting a cold, and I needed to be done so that I could go languish until I felt better, which I do now. Hopefully I continue to feel that way. Yeah, I just really didn't want it to be that high. The tunnel bore can't fit now, but that sounds like a skill issue and it'll have to sort it out on its own. And it looks way better now. And the trains can still fit, barely. But we've got the on-ramp, we've got the off-ramp, and it just kind of is, the supports are a little weird under here because I didn't build this with a highway in mind. So any future stuff will be planned better so that it doesn't end up having strange supports. Even the diagonal though over here looks really nice. I'm happy with this. We've got like 1 big pillar, big cross piece, and a B for some reason. And when you're up here, you got a bird's eye view of this. This is a little bit of a problem now. It's not up to safety standards there. It's a little bit close for comfort. I'll have to do something about that. And yeah, remember these parking spots? Well, maybe not. I used a long time ago, but these parking spots that I put here, yeah, the car actually fits in them. My ability to park well is always questionable with this thing, but the car does fit, so I'm very happy with that. I should probably get rid of some of that wall. That makes that turn really difficult. Those power lines are a little bit low as well. I might try to do something about that, although I'm not sure what I can do. Oh, and I fell off. Literally. With a power plant and electric grid complete, I can turn my attention to other projects. For example, what should I do with this big hill in the middle of my settlement? Should I blow it up or keep it? I can also reactivate my crate mod naval Corvette from a few months ago and upgrade it with a radar detection and targeting system. But first, let's go over some good news in the modding scene. Today is a very good day because a mod that I've been waiting for to come out on CurseForge for forever is finally out in its first version. Create Big Cannon's Modern Warfare is finally here. It notably adds things like the medium cannon, which is the proper size for tanks. It also adds rotary cannons, kind of like the thing you'd see on the A-10 Warthog. It also adds things like compact cannon mounts, which are a lot smaller than the conventional cannon mount. You can see it takes up only 2 blocks instead of 3 vertical blocks, so that's pretty nice. We also have other things, which I have looked into a little bit less, but there's like rockets, there's rocket mounts, there seems to be torpedo stuff, torpedo tubes, a bunch of armor blocks. It's obviously made with PvP in mind. In this version, which just came out a couple days ago, it doesn't have proper survival recipes yet, so it's not quite ready for me to go use on the world and like equip my tank with a medium cannon. Well, I saw in the Discord, which is why I found this, I checked their Discord and I was like, oh wait, it got released. Well, how come CurseForge didn't tell me sooner? Because I've been checking almost every day. But regardless of that, they said that there would be a new version or another version pretty soon that added some more of the recipes and stuff for survival. But in the meantime, take a look at this. This is the medium cannon. I don't know if it's doing full functionality because I've seen in the videos on YouTube that when you shoot it, it has a recoil animation and flings the empty cartridge out. And this is not doing it. And so I don't quite know why. But regardless, this is the proper size for tanks and probably some medium calibers of naval guns, which I've been waiting for this to build any more warships or anything because this is something really important. Frankly, I've been waiting on this mod for a lot of military stuff. Now that it's here and almost survival ready, I'm pretty excited. Especially with this Gatling gun. Like, watch this. The Gatling gun is kind of insane. You see there's phantoms up there? They just spawn naturally. Okay, why are we not picking them up? Go away. Oh my goodness. Take a look at this crazy thing. It's even more insane on the ground. Like, watch. Yeah, they got the zombie. The zombie is definitely gone. I think this thing is absolutely insane. Like, just look at that. It's so overkill, it's amazing. Like, let me spawn in some more phantoms. I'm not convinced this thing is actually any more effective at shooting stuff, though, in the air. Just because it shoots a lot, it just wastes even more ammo at failing to hit things. Removing this giant hill here is a big deal. Why? Because it separates really the 3 different parts of the colony, or the settlement, you could say. Because we've got colony here, industrial area here, and then industrial area and dockyard, part 2. And you'll notice that when you're in any 3 of these areas, you're kind of separated from at least one, if not both, of the other ones. Most noticeably when you're in the colony, you're cut off from most of the rest of the area, because the entire colony is kind of backed up into the hillside and doesn't go much beyond that. And all these train tracks just run through multiple tunnels in here, and then the highway goes through a tunnel. So I figured before I potentially waste a lot of time tearing this out, in survival, why don't I come over here into a copy of the world, grab myself world edit, and remove it in a couple seconds, and then see what it looks like. And maybe it's awesome, but maybe it's not. That's what we want to find out. Wait, there was a dungeon in there? Wow, the things you find out, even when I have the ability to just, like, x-ray. You still didn't even know that was there. That's hilarious. So I've gotten rid of a lot of this by now, and I'm not sure what I think yet. That's not very climactic, I guess. But I would want to leave a certain portion of this because I like it up here and it goes into the bluff. It's all part of the same thing. Well, this is what it would look like if it were all gone. And then there would be some nice version of this where it kind of slopes down or it stair steps down. I'm not sure if I'm going to make the actual executive decision in this video or not. I kind of want to see what you guys think a little bit. I am leaning toward kind of taking it out possibly in some layers or shortening parts of it, but we'll have to see, and definitely let me know what you guys think down in the comments. Well, if I'm not planning on tearing down this hill right now, especially not this area, then I'm going to try to clean this area up a little bit because I really don't like it, and I think I know how to fix that. I'm going to tear down this courier's hut because I don't need it anymore. I have no use for individual courier huts when I have this thing over here. This building is a multiple courier's hut thing. It like stations multiple people there, and it's not even all the way upgraded yet. I don't even know if anybody's working here. And here, what do we have here? This is probably the mechanic's hut. Yeah, let's tear this down as well and build it somewhere else, because both of these are impeding the hill and just making it kind of weird, and it's also making this pathway up here smaller. If we're gonna go and have any kind of larger hill, we need to do it right. Also, I probably need to move the cow pen away from there. It's just kind of dumb having it there. Whoa, it's a sad day. My Undertaker just got the first citizen buried. They've only been there for half the series, but they finally buried somebody. How did they do that? Let's take a look. What did you guys do over here? You buried somebody? Great, I guess. Oh, there's like a bunch of guard armor there. Yeah. Oh, here. Rory B. Clerk, a knight. Buried here. Very sad, guys. Very sad. The mechanic's hut that I had torn out from this area now, I am moving over here, and it's going to continue down this little road that's going to slope down the hill till the edge of the colony, I suppose. I think it will look much nicer here, so we'll put this. It might seem counterintuitive building more up here when I mentioned tearing out the part of the hill, but I will not ever tear out this part, and everything I will build will be slowly going down. Like, there's a nice big spot here. I could probably fit something, like I've got another builder's hut, maybe a smeltery. I don't have that yet. Let's try to put a smeltery down. Oh, okay. So it's another one of these like tiled buildings that should probably go next to another one. Like I should probably put it over there actually. Here, they're building a house here, but let me try to put the smeltery here. By the way, that's the level 5 library. Take a look at that. See what I mean about it? It looks pretty nice. It's gonna look really good up there. It's like a castle church looking thing. I wouldn't really consider this tearing down the mountain. Quite the opposite here, where I rebuilt it, in fact. And now everything is just kind of a big dirt facade waiting for some actual decoration. You can see where I've left room. Regardless, I think it's time to move on and reactivate my naval Corvette and give it some much needed upgrades. This is the Corvette, and to give you some backstory as to why it's not here anymore, a while ago I fixed a TPS problem by clearing all of the Valkyrian Sky's ships, because I had maybe half a dozen of them, but then there was another 400 weird ghost ships that it said were deleted, which fixed the TPS. And the TPS is slowly creeping up again as well, and clearing all of the items periodically that just make their way onto the ground from farm leaks or something. That tends to help, like you can probably see right there. I went onto another world and I cleared all of the Valkyrian Sky ships, and it said there were 70, and that's not obviously how many I have of actual ships. So there are ghost ships that are appearing, but it didn't really have a negligible impact on the TPS, so I'm not going to bother clearing that again right now. If somebody knows how to prevent that happening or why that's happening, that would be great, because I'm worried that eventually I'll just have to clear it again, and then it just is a time suck to put the stuff back. So what I'm going to do is, since I already built this ship, we're going to print it in here, and I'm going to go set it up and actually get it back into working order. The very first thing to do is to use the ship helm to assemble this into a ship. And then, since it doesn't count, it doesn't count stone, it gets stuck up there, and that has to go away so it can fall down and start floating like that. And that's the big step. Luckily for me, this time it doesn't look like anything weird happened to the steering system when I formed it into a ship. It just kind of started working right out of the get-go. And the engine is always a little bit difficult to get going, but you'll see we are collecting diesel in here. It can store about more like 900,000 millibuckets of diesel. So that's quite a bit, especially because I want to say, was I always running all of these? I feel like I modified it because I don't think I need to run all of these. Although I might. Yeah, right, because look, 200,000 stress unit capacity. This thing actually has a crazy engine. Why are we tipping over now? Oh, we're riding again. That is very strange. This thing's always annoying because it deletes a couple of the linked things down here when you form it. I need to make sure it's actually not missing them in the schematic. I'm pretty sure it's not, but it deletes like half of the those stupid things there. So now we can raise and lower the turret, and we can turn it with the right controls. So that is good. We can even shoot it, except it has no ammo, but I'm about to solve that because I obviously have that machine gun factory, and these autocannons can support machine gun bullets. So if I substitute this barrel, and who knows where that barrel went now, it's probably like jammed in the cannon somewhere. If I substitute this for machine gun, what did I do? Bullets, machine gun ammo? Yeah, there it goes. See, machine gun rounds. Okay, should be easier to tell if this is shooting. Oh, come on, dude. Where are these stupid... that barrel. I found the barrel in there. Oh my god, dude. I remember I was like, oh, it probably got jammed somewhere. Well, yeah, that's exactly what happened. So, here. I need to get tracers on these. I just have to automate glowstone before I can do that. Hey, it's working. Man, it zooms you so far out. It's so hard to see what you're aiming at with this thing. But this is not going to be a problem really any longer, because the first upgrade, well, the main upgrade we're doing is we're going to make this one controlled by radar. We're going to add a little radar onto the top of the ship, link it to this, and then I can control it with the radar. So I see on the Wikipedia for the Flower class Corvette that it had radar. I'm trying to see where they positioned the radar on it, if any of these pictures here have the radar in it, but if not, I will just pick my own spot. Yeah, I'm not particularly seeing it, so I will just stick it in a spot that seems good. This size of a radar is only 45 blocks. I kind of feel like I should make it a little bit, not taller, but wider, if I can, because we kind of need it to be more. That's 65 blocks. That's a little better, but we can't expect it to have a crazy radar. I mean, it's not a very big ship. This might even look too big already. Actually, it might look better up here, and I might just put it on one side so that it's not interfering. But let me get this spinning and see what it looks like. Well, there we go. I feel like it's probably slightly too big for the size of a ship, but I'm going to keep it because I need it for, the actual range, for the functionality. It's not too big in that respect. And now I need to put this radar interface somewhere. It would make a little more sense to put it in this room, maybe. Is this a floorboard? Yeah, that's a floorboard. Like, what if I I put it here. So is it should nice. Look, it's displaying this. So this is the ship's radar now. Like, we're picking up all of those dots over there. Those are all the mobs that are sitting right there, which means that I could target them once I get this equipped. So let's equip this gun now with the yaw controller and the pitch controller. Given that it's being loaded from below right now, I'm gonna have to modify this because you have to put the yaw controller below it. And then, well, let's keep that. And then I'm gonna have to change the loading over just to a hopper, and we'll get rid of the entire system for the Corvette specific, because look, we have this and it's machine gun ammo. Instead, we're just gonna clear this out of here, and then I will put, let's do that. I don't actually know if that has anything in it. Let's assume it does. We'll put this here. We'll name this machine gun ammo. And then we'll go to the front, name the front one machine gun ammo as well. So it stops being the Corvette specific ammo system and it's just the machine gun ammo system. So I've done a little bit of digging and I've uncovered some information. Honestly, I should have tested this before I did the video. Normally I do. I guess it just didn't occur to me that this wouldn't work on Valkyrian Sky ships right now, because I saw a YouTube video where somebody put it on a plane, which is a Valkyrian Sky ship, and that worked just fine. Of course, now that I think about it, I don't actually think it was connected to guns and shooting off of that plane. It more was just a surveillance thing. And the part that is working here is, yeah, the surveillance works. It's just you can't actually target it, and it can't properly send it to the gun. I even tried stationing some of it on the land and connecting it to see if that was the issue, and that's how I discovered that it was the ship. But it's not all bad news, because I went onto the Discord server for the crate radars, and I discovered that there's a whole bunch of progress updates and planned additions and stuff. One of the most notable being complete support for Valkyrian Skies 2, which means this will be working once that update comes out. And it was said that it would be soon, like not that long ago, so it probably won't be that long. The radars thing, there's a whole bunch of other content and features that were mentioned that I saw there, which is going to be really cool as well, in addition to just total support for Valkyrian Sky ships. So in the meantime, I can leave this the way it is, and it's probably pretty safe to assume that once that update releases, it'll just kind of start working as intended. And until then, I have surveillance on this ship now, if not actual auto-targeting for that back turret. And for the meantime, I can just use the front turret to blow up stuff myself. Oh, also, if I could request one feature that I didn't see there, maybe it wasn't, or I just missed it, but that feature would be making it so that the yaw controller can power the clockwork physics bearings, because that way you could have an entire turret, including just the decorative stuff, be controlled by the radar as opposed to just the autocannon. I don't know if that's possible. That's the only thing I would say. Either way, it certainly is an exciting time for a modded Minecraft. Wait, why do I have all these bees? Why are they in the boats? I'm bee napping them. Well, I guess I'll transport them. Oh, I'm gonna crash into the shore. I guess I'll move them back to the colony. Recently, someone messaged me on CurseForge asking me to update the Mine Colonies mod in my mod pack. Since I was planning on making a military base and didn't think a mod update would trigger a mass famine, I went ahead with the update. Unfortunately, it did cause a mass famine. So today, I abandoned my military plans and frantically built huge farms using Crate Mod in an effort to prevent the total starvation of my colony thanks to a mod update. Somebody messaged me on CurseForge and said to update the Mine Colonies mod, which I have now done, and it added a ton of food, I noticed, which I don't know if it's good, because I vaguely got the impression that they might demand to eat high-level food or something at higher-level houses, and now I'm worried that they're gonna freak out and not eat my cooked fish, which I've been eating since the start of the series. I've been eating nothing but cod and salmon the entire time, supplied entirely by one fisher hut. Oh wow, everybody's here though. Whoa, wow, good grief. Everybody's at the restaurant right now. Can I have better food, please? Oh no, they suddenly decided they want better food. Oh no. Well, how do we do that? What is considered better food? Oh wow, like everything is sorted now. Okay, well, can we at least get a level 3? Imagine they all starved to death because I updated the mod. It like deleted the menu, maybe that's why. Oh wait, yeah, suddenly everybody's eating now. It just reset the menu, I guess. Wait, so they'll eat the cooked salmon up until 5? Oh, maybe I don't have to do anything then. Have fun with your same old food, I guess, everyone. Good job. So I was getting a lot of comments on the last video where I asked if I should tear out this hill or not. And most comments seem to indicate no, that I should not tear out the hill because, well, for the same reason that I kind of was thinking and why I kind of like it as well, which is that it kind of divides the nice town area from the big industrial nightmare. But like a good kind of nightmare, but we don't really want it on top of the village. So we are going to keep the mountain. I also have no idea if I should leave that cow pen there because there's no cows here. And it's just a strange place to have a cow pen. Also, I wonder if that Mine Colonies update might have made barbarians a little bit less immune to everything. I'll probably have to try that because, boy, wouldn't that be nice. There's a couple things that I want to make before we start the military depot. I want to automate glowstone because that is needed for tracers and then some other non-military related stuff. And I also want to make a magnet because it says attracts items in a radius of 4 blocks. So that just might be helpful if I'm digging stuff and I'm like spewing items everywhere and I want to be able to pick it up easier. So let me see if I have some netherite. If not, I can go grab some from the nether. Oh wait, there's one scrap in here. So I think the way I found netherite before was using this cheating method where I would extract under the lava and then like stick gravel there. Yeah, see, I'd find ancient debris and stuff. I could always find stuff in bastions as well. There's a bastion right here. I've probably already looted it, but let me look. Have I? Oh, I haven't. Look, there's ancient debris right there. Soul speed, I don't care. Imagine upgrading to netherite armor. That sounds cringe. I'm not gonna do that. Alright, so let's make this magnet. It's just like that. 8 copper, 1 netherite. And so when I hold it in my hand, like, I should pick up stuff farther away. Oh. Yeah, it does work. But not in the offhand. Right, so there's a ton of items everywhere, so if I hold this... Oh yeah, see, look. That's kind of cool. I wish it worked in the offhand, though. That's what I was really hoping. But it's still probably going to be somewhat useful. So, over at the manufactory, let's make some glowstone. I need glowstone also for some stuff with the applied energistics. So, the cinder flower that it needs that we dump the potion onto, I can already get that because I have... One of these has netherrack in it. Actually, no. Oh, I forgot. I was never unloading netherrack here, even though it goes into one of the things. Well, I guess we're about to change that. Well, here's somewhere I haven't been in a long time. This is the redstone factory in the Scarlet Mountains. And look, the train's even there. That's the train that brings in netherrack, redstone, and it brings in quartz. It's a little bit tempting to try to build this here, but I don't think I will. This is where all the other potions were being made to create netherrack and then to create redstone. But there's no room here for me to easily add on to this. Plus, I don't know if it has the resource output of gold to support it or netherrack or nether wart. The first step is to add the unloading station here for netherrack. And why is this under here? So I will get an import bus here and we're gonna import netherrack, although it has nowhere to go right now. So let's give that a spot. Should be as simple as putting netherrack in that chest. I literally have no netherrack here though. I will guess wait for the train to show up. Come on, hurry up. Good, it's here. So it's unloading, right? So this train has been active for such a long time, or had been. I just broke and reformed it, that I think it got glitched like the other trains have in the past and was not picking anything up. I think it was completely empty, in fact. So I've just gone back here and we're gonna see what it's doing. Oh yeah, look it is getting loaded. It was completely empty. I don't know why it started lagging. It's just on a schedule, so I guess I'll hang out here until it leaves and takes me back home. So now we should, well, no, oh, can you connect? Oh my gosh. Oh, there we go. Here, give me some of this and we'll filter this. So here, I've got this netherrack. Let's put it into this and it should start importing it. We should see more. Yeah, look, it's getting pulled into here. So the netherrack is in the ME system now. Should I teleport netherwort from the redstone factory? No, I have 2 item transmitters available. Do we do a little bit of teleporting so that I don't have to build another netherwort farm? Yeah, we definitely have enough. So we'll just name this netherwort. We'll import this. And then we will have the netherwort available. So all we need is a carrot farm. An easy way for me to get this into the system should be with this thing here. I don't know how many channels we have. Oh, that's like the main one. But regardless, it's pulling into this controller, which is including 3 different things. And some of those are already being sent up. So if I just add carrots to this, I'm waiting for this compost to be done, because once it is, then it will be able to replace the dirt and grow the stuff a lot faster. Because boy, is it going to be slow right now. But I've got this whole system here that's going to bring it over, and so I can probably just let it grow in the background now, and we'll go set up the brewing areas, and I have some golden carrots ready to go. So we should be able to basically get started. The best thing I can do here is probably to build it off of existing infrastructure. And that's a fancy way of saying there's a water input right here, and there is already a mechanical arm that's using charcoal to fuel some blaze burners right here. So if I can build these 2 additional things within range, then I will save myself extra machines and headache. Oh yeah, now this is spaghetti building. Oh yeah. So we'll move this pipe, connect that. Night vision potions. Great, now we just need cinder flour. Is there some netherrack available? Here, got some netherrack. Turn my crushers on. And there's some cinder flour. So cinder flour goes here, and it turns into glowstone. And it's already getting removed and stuck straight into that. Also, if I filter this to pull in glowstone, well actually I don't need to do that. If I filter that for glowstone, it should pull the glowstone out of there now. Yeah, it is. So it's pulling glowstone out, and it's sending it into this. Awesome. So I just need to make cinder flour, add the input to here, make golden carrots, and add the input to here. So I'm gonna have to do some stuff with my ME system for that. There's a crisis at the restaurant because the cook who's making the food is sick, and then the doctor who's supposed to cure the person making food, I think also was starving and is sitting here and not curing the person. So I just gave them like a ton of carrots, but not very many of them can eat the carrots because it's only level 2 house. So I'm trying to get them more food like baked potatoes and stuff. I'm just gonna go rush over a bunch of bread because I have wheat sitting somewhere. Who knew that the mod update would cause an immediate hunger crisis? I've had a lot of things happen from updating mods, but not that yet. Wow. Now that's interesting. Dude, literally everybody's sick. What is happening? What are they not doing at the hospital that they're supposed to be doing? I think I've weathered the public health crisis and food shortage simultaneously. That was kind of crazy. I don't think I would have updated that mod right now if I knew that was gonna happen. But everybody's getting their food and most people are no longer sick. So I'll count that as a win in my book. Man, guys, I don't know. I don't think we actually solved the hunger problem yet. You see, if you look down here, there's still probably half of the colony at this restaurant. And they're struggling to feed them. Half of them are on the brink of starving to death. And it's just not cooking the food fast enough. Plus, I think we're consuming way more food than we're replenishing. I don't even think the fisher's doing anything right now. The farmer is just investigating their navel and not actually doing anything and barely replanting. We might need to give these guys some help. We might not be able to build a military base. We might need to build a big farm, like an industrial farm. I haven't done that at all because these guys have been being just fine with the one fisherman, and then I guess honestly they weren't even feeding themselves with the farm. I was taking the food from that. But we have a problem here. So I certainly need more than one restaurant. We should probably build 2 more restaurants, like one on each side We should have a restaurant over here on this side of the river. We should have a restaurant up on the bluff as well. Because even if we had enough food, they're not being able to be served quickly enough. Military base is going to have to wait, otherwise everyone's going to starve. That guy, whoever it was who messaged me on CurseForge telling me to update mine colonies, this is all on you. There are 9,600 apples here. That's from my tree farm. Well, where the tree farm used to be. You know, I should probably rebuild that relatively soon. Well, let's not get sidetracked. Can I feed them apples? And or can they, like, what level are apples? It might only be a level 2. Dude, they're literally falling from like 5 blocks in the air and dying because they have so low health because they're starving. This is so bad. Oh, it's a level 3. That's good. Oh, the honeyed apple is a level 5. Well, here, let's just give them some apples real fast. A lot of people live in level 3 houses. Of course, most of these people are guards. And if the guards are living in a place that's higher than level 3 as their residence, like a watchtower or a barracks, that might not actually let them eat the apples. Part of the problem is that they receive way less hunger than you might think from that food, like maybe half as much as what I would get from it. So that's part of why they're needing so much of it. It's kind of crazy. Unless, I suppose there could be some kind of like hidden mine colonies food specific buff where they get more if they're eating the food from their mod or something as opposed to something from a different mod or even vanilla. That wouldn't surprise me. I think I'm gonna tear down this cow pen after all, because in its place I can add like a house and I can add a cookery, which is like some kind of auxiliary restaurant building that helps prepare food. Just seems like a good idea. It's a new building from the update. So somebody had pinged me on a Discord server that I'm in, and they had suggested that I add a mod called VMod, which is an add-on for Valkyrian Skies, and it apparently is supposed to help with some optimizations and those ghost ships that I keep complaining about, because it has a command where you can delete mastless ships, which is I guess what they're called. But the TPS is already much lower than it was, and I'm wondering if it just auto did something by itself, because it was definitely not doing this last night before I had the mod. But we'll just run this command. I don't think we'll see anything happen. I feel like it might have already deleted it. I kind of feel like it did something to my frame rate as well, like improved it even. I don't know. I don't really remember getting this consistent of a frame rate before. It's not really higher on average. It's just consistently 45 or something instead of spiking up and down, which is actually worse. I'd much rather have a consistent lower frame rate than an inconsistent, sometimes higher, sometimes lower one. The problem we're having is I give these guys a couple stacks of bread one day, and then all of them take the bread, they eat a couple pieces of bread, and they go about their business, and it looks like the food crisis is solved. But then the next morning, well, you can't really tell, but it's morning, everybody shows back up, and suddenly everyone's starving again because they just ate all the bread in like one sitting or something. And then the problem continues, which is why we really need this cookery and we need the other restaurant. Is somebody here to actually take this out, or are they starving? The food crisis is continuing, as you can see. We're building 2 restaurants, which are both pretty close to being done, but that isn't going to actually like make there be any more food available than there was 30 seconds ago. So something that occurred to me, obviously I need to go set up a farm now, but what I could do in the meantime, like while that's running, is why don't I just go add a little crafter that crafts the wheat from the farm over there into bread and then teleports it into the restaurant? Because I can literally teleport it with the item transmitters into the rack, and then they'll be able to, whoa, they'll just be able to grab it out of there as it gets made. And realistically, we'll probably end up doing something like that in the end, just with a better farm system. But in the meantime, let me make some item transmitters. Here. Look at that piece of bread, and it's going into the bread transmitter. So if I put this here and I named it bread, then we can see the bread in here. So if I get a hopper, and we'll head on over, I should just be able to stick a hopper. Okay, there's a lot of people here. I should just be able to put a hopper here, and then bread transmitter. And then, look, see? It's just trickling the bread into here, and they're just grabbing it and eating it. There's a giant circle of them. And so hopefully this will just keep them alive and long enough for me to set up the farm. There's really two things to do now for the farm. There's the farm that we could put here, because I can build a couple colony farms, because I think I probably should, because that'll help them out, especially while it's not already automated. And then the actual giant farm, which will also feed me in part as well, and it's what we're going to cover most of this flat area with down here. So I'm going to clean up this area, put down some farms, make sure the people are still getting fed, and start building farms down there, and we'll be back. So guys, look at this. I just invented the lawnmower. Obviously we have a physics entity here, but then we have a formed contraption built off of the physics entity, because these physics entities are so good that you can actually just build contraptions off of them. It's pretty great. I mean, I kind of done that before, but this is a really obvious example of it. These don't spin. They will not spin, but they will mow in both directions. Like, see, we can reverse here, and it will get rid of all this grass. It will get rid of all of the plants, in fact, including the big ones. See, there it goes. It will get rid of the crops, and it will stick at what it finds in here. If we wanted to make this even more advanced, we could put these here instead. We'll glue the whole thing and replace this with a plow. And now when we're going forward, see, look, we can till the ground with our tractor. This is basically what this is. We turn this into a tractor. And not only will it till it, but it will remove the plants and then till it afterward. So we can have full-on industrial farming equipment here, guys. Probably not in the video, but I will build a really bad tractor to help me make that farm, because that was what I was going to go start doing. I was like, let me go see if you can actually do this or not, because it sure would be fun and it would help. But maybe in the next video or something, we can build like a combine and make the tractor actually look good. Peak farming. Behold, the farm. Just missing all the crops that it needs. You can see I've got 4 sections here. I'm going to fill 2 of them with wheat, this one and that one, and then we're going to put potatoes here and then cabbage over here. And I assume that we'll have more farms eventually, because that doesn't include things like, I don't know, carrots or corn, onions, etc., tomatoes. But some of those are very essential, and I tried planting these myself. Like, if you grab this corn, this is the Mine Colonies corn, it says you can't do it, so I can only farm it with farmers, which I probably will do, because I have a spot up here. You can see I started planning out where farms can go. That's another house. That is an actual farm. And I moved the composters out, which I tore down, so we'll do that eventually. Hello, do you have anything interesting? No, that's kind of boring. Check out this big farm. We've got all the crops filled in except for some of the cabbage or whatever it is, but that's probably the least important of the ones on there, since I don't really feed it to the colonists. So we've got a lot of wheat and a lot of potatoes, and I can't wait to add more farms. It's actually really fun making this, and it's surprisingly entertaining harvesting it as well with this tractor. I'm even starting to imagine a little bit like this entire valley getting turned into a big farm for all the different crops, because this really is a valley, because we've got the hills on this side, and then we've got the river in the middle of the valley, and then there's this bluff on the other side until you get over to this forest. And of course we're gonna have to send the road through there at some point, and somewhere where you do want to put a military base. Well, time to deliver the harvest, which also includes this stuff. There's a lot of hungry people here. I can see them through the walls. Wow, everybody here needs some food. What happened to the cook anyways? Like, do you ever do anything? You've just been sick the entire time you've been here. How have you not been cured yet? I already, like, took care of everybody at the hospital.
Can I help you?
Well, hopefully this farm is able to help with the colony. Frankly, my opinion on this update is, I kind of like that they needed more food, but I think this went way overboard. We went from 0 food problems to, like, insane starvation despite feeding them thousands and thousands of bread. But, oh, right, we were gonna see as well, speaking of seeing, we were gonna see if barbarians could be hit by the autocannons now. Now, that was a spawn egg. What if it's an actual raid? Yeah, it most definitely doesn't work still. Drat, I was about to give mine colonies a few points for fixing that or changing that if it is a feature. Some of you guys actually said it was a feature, which makes it even worse. Anyways, that's what we're gonna have to end this video for today, guys. I gotta go kill some barbarians. It's a little bit annoying. So last time I made this prototype tractor here, and it's really bad, but at the same time it's really good because it works quite well. It's more just it looks bad, and it's being driven by this wooden ship helm here. It has no engine, no nothing. So if I'm gonna make bigger farms on the survival world, I kind of need at least 2 decent machines. We need to make the tractor better. This includes largely just cosmetics, and we need to make a combine, which again is largely cosmetics, because look, I could have this thing and I could just make a really wide thing that we're towing with a bajillion of these harvesters and it would be fine, but that's not how we generally do things on this series. So we need to make a combine that looks good for harvesting and can store a lot of stuff in it. Oh yeah, that's right. There was something I wanted to try. I wanted to see if it is possible to get the stuff off of this contraption automatically, because right now I can do it myself with chests here. But let's say we disassemble it and then we'll get out our glue. What do I have? 2 of these things. And what happens if I stick... Let's try 2 things. Let's stick one of these contraption portable interfaces here, and we'll stick one here. We will glue them down, and let's reform the contraption. And so I've got this. Can it connect? Oh, wow. Okay, so it connects to the physics entity. That's kind of hilarious. Can it connect to the actual world? This would be more useful, but it's less likely that it will be able to connect. I think I even kind of tried this before, and I just want to do it again. So, let's see. I am not confident this is going to do anything. Definitely doesn't seem to be doing that, but it will connect to here. Okay, so that might have limited usefulness. There's still not an automatic way that I know of to get items on and off of physics entities other than with the teleporter things, the wireless transmitters. Take a look at my tractor. It's not the most earth-shattering thing ever. It's a relatively small build, and the vast majority of it is the functional part. This is the second vehicle I've made that's a land vehicle and also not a tank. And luckily I didn't need a ton of stress units for this one, nor did I need it to go very fast. So it wasn't quite as much of a nightmare to design and fit in here as that car. This here is just a slightly nicer looking version of the contraption that we have on the back of that. It's got these barrels here, so we can access the stuff in it. We want to make one more vehicle now. I wanted to make a combine for proper harvesting. having more fun designing this because it's more of a challenge, plus I'm trying to put more stuff into it. Here, it's going to be able to transfer stuff out of the harvesting contraption into the main physics entity, and I want it to sort it and then teleport individual things where they need to go out of it using those transmitters. You can also actually drop them as items. That's the one nice thing I discovered. Here, look at that. It's spitting the items out there as you harvest it. Like here, I can actually manually move this, and you'll see items start popping out. Yeah, see? Here's the combine. I've made some improvements to it from when I was last building it. I managed to get rid of everything underneath it, and I cleaned up the front so that when you deform this, less of this breaks. Only a couple blocks here instead of the whole thing, which is good because it's kind of necessary to do that occasionally, especially while building it, or if you're trying to modify it or do something. But here we are. We've got a working combine. It's even got this thing up here, which ended up looking unintentionally similar to the real things, where they've got this thing in the middle that does something with the grain. I don't know too much about how it works beyond that, but this is actually the elevator that moves the items up here. And the only complaint I have is that we kind of needed to use hoppers, and hoppers are slow. Still kind of hoping for a mod that maybe adds fast hoppers or something. It's just Crate Mod doesn't have a block that is good for horizontal item transport quickly. That's not a belt. It might prove to be a bottleneck that might force me to try to get a different mod or something at some point. So when you go into here, it's a little bit cramped because I had to shift some stuff up. So if you want to stop that, you can just flick that lever. Then everything's going to get sent further, and the stuff that you don't really want, it's going to go into these vaults here. And then as you move, it'll get dropped off. See? There it goes. Or stored, I suppose. Got a pretty good view. Even just in first person mode, you can see pretty well. Looking forward to using this on some big wheat fields. So I'm going to get some schematics of this, and we're going to go to the world and build it and start working on huge farms and continue attending to the starving colony. Oh boy. So we have 2 restaurants, and this is the 3rd one that's being built. And this is very important to get built because once I have this, I can get 2 more item transmitters to distribute the bread across all of the restaurants, hopefully evenly. Here, take your cobblestone. You should have everything now. And just please finish the building before you die. And lots of people were telling me to use the Crate Mod recipe for making bread. And yeah, I definitely can do that. Normally bread is 3 wheat, but if you were to make bread using dough from Crate Mod or dough from Farmer's Delight, you can instead, well, maybe not the Farmer's Delight. No, actually, I'm getting very confused because there is wheat flour from Crate Mod, and then there's the Farmer's Delight and the Crate dough. Either way, if we use that recipe instead, you can get 1 bread out of 1 wheat. So what I thought I would do is make a setup somewhere where I can, like a temporary thing, where I can just set up a grindstone, and then I can have it turn the wheat into the dough, and then turn that into the bread, and then teleport the bread. And I'll even hook that up to the farm, I guess, or the combine eventually, so it just sends the wheat there directly. So this is the new restaurant. We got a lot of people here. Nobody actually works here yet, though. There's nobody available to hire. We'll put the bread here and hopefully start seeing some show up, and I want to actually see them. Oh, look, we got a piece of bread. We are serving the bread, and somebody grab the bread. We're gonna need a lot more bread than that, but at least it's working. We're gonna now distribute our bread evenly across our 3 different restaurants here. Unsurprisingly, whoever works here, oh wait, they're not sick. They don't have any food. Well, dude, there's literally a stack of cod in here. I don't really have anywhere good to put this, but I do have a ton of room in here that is unoccupied. This whole building, in fact, is almost unoccupied except for all the grass that Endermen are leaving around. Take a look how much wheat I just got from that harvest of my fields. And all of this can get turned 1-to-1 into bread. Not to mention we have 10,000 wheat seeds and 6,000 straw. Got this stuff just coming out of my ears. We are collecting flour. Well, we're not going to have to do that anymore. Slowly, at least. There we go. Look at that. They're getting food. They're not asleep. Why would you want to sleep? You're literally still here. You're getting food. Whoa, we got lots of bread in here. So I'm hoping that this will solve the hunger crisis. Not that it's actually fully automated yet, but we're getting there. It'll get better with the combine, with the farm equipment, which is kind of what we need to work on now. I need to go get some schematics and gather some materials to make those vehicles.
Great to see you.
I've got all the materials I need for both of the vehicles. So let's go ahead and make them and try them out on here, because I think we already went through 4,000 wheat or something for the colony. They still have bread reserves, but they might be running out. I saw that they ate like 1,200 or something in 1 week, one Minecraft week. That is a lot of bread, and we're not even like a 75 colonists yet. It can go all the way to 200 colonists. So actually no, like 250. So let's get this stuff built. Start that. Let's do the tractor. Shouldn't take very long. So I just formed this. Surprisingly, it didn't break, and it came preloaded with gas, which is always a nice thing when the schematic does that. You know, I wonder if I can put contraption controls on this, because I don't always want it to be plowing. Would that help? Because could I turn it off that way? All right, we're gonna see if this works. Give me this. We'll filter it for that. Okay, I can still see it. Good. Come on. Shouldn't have grabbed that one. Okay, they seem to be on by default. So if I don't want it to do the plows, I should be able to push that and it just won't plow my grass path. Yes, it works. See, it didn't remove it. And if I don't want it to do anything, I can do that. Okay, I'm gonna have to update these schematics before I do anything else with them. So look, then it won't even do anything. Perfect. I was worried I was gonna have to like break and replace stuff and it'd be obnoxious, but nope. I don't know what it is with forming this in those copycat blocks, but it just duplicates all the stuff. So I end up with a ton of free things. It's kind of weird. So check this out. This thing here, it's the combine harvest channel, but we're just gonna change it to wheat. So all I'm gonna do is harvest some wheat right now, and it's gonna send all of it straight to the bread plant and get it turned into bread right away. And I don't have a good place for the extra like seeds and stuff to go, so I'm actually gonna store it right now. It's not too hard to store in the back of the combine. I don't know how much we can fit in there. Frankly, I'm expecting this to overload because of these stupid hoppers here. All right, so we don't want the plows on. We do want the harvesters on. I think everything is ow. I don't know why I'm taking damage. I think we're ready to go. Oh, it's mobs. Oh, hell yeah. Talk about overloading. And I barely harvested anything. That's gonna need some work, isn't it? Oh, also it's the wheat clogging it, because the wheat couldn't go. I need to add a buffer at the wheat area. Let me go do that. Let me shut off the motor, and then we'll go add the buffer, because the wheat's not actually going where it needs to go. So a pretty easy modification of this would just be to remove this, and we'll put a vault here instead. We'll take out that, and that, and we'll just make a vault that's 3 things long. And then I could move... What do we want to move? We get more of the garbage stuff, so we could probably move maybe the garbage teleporter. So I just got a ton of potatoes. So they're moving upward, and we should see potatoes moving out through this. We are, and also other random stuff. That's good. Uh-oh. We're not moving, getting rid of it fast enough. Ah, darn it. That means I already filled this thing up. It can't handle it, I guess. Seem to be doing better now that I rearranged everything on the inside and added a whole nother row of vaults back there so that I could actually get 2 outputs. But now everything should be handled with the much, much faster chutes instead. Oh, there's a creeper. I don't think I'm close enough for it to blow up, but I'd rather not find out. Oh no, I see stuff on the ground. How is this happening? Oh, I actually imagine it's because of these fans. That's something I really don't think that I can fix very well, or at all. I could always add more buffer storage here. Still, I'd say this is an excellent demonstration of the capabilities of the Combine. Just needs a little bit more improvement to handle the massive amount of items that you get from harvesting this stuff. Part of the problem is it added this straw, so it's a 3rd item drop from wheat, as if it didn't already make enough stuff before. We seem to have a problem. Look, if you go into my warehouse and you search bread, they have 6.8 thousand bread in the warehouse. They've been taking it out of the restaurants. Probably the couriers haven't been doing anything else. They're just dumping it in the warehouse. I need to tell them to never pick up from the restaurants because they're literally going to fill the entire thing up with bread. Okay, pick up never. Take a look at the map now. We've got the double railway that goes into the forest and then ends unceremoniously. I guess we'll give it a connection to the military base, and we'll probably even eventually connect it up to this, because the railways are not that far away. They're under this mountain here. But let's do the road now. Let's bring the road. We don't have to move it very far. I just want to build it from here to this spot so that I know where not to put farms, basically. Something that really bugs me about Minecraft and makes me want to go outside is how uneven the terrain in vanilla generation really is. Like, just take a look at it. The actual outside does not look that uneven. So, really, the Minecraft world, I mean, it's always been scaled down just because of the limits of the block game. You can't have giant mountains and the very gradual terrain gradations and stuff like that. Now, there's some very specific extreme areas of terrain in the real world, like, I don't know, the Badlands in the middle of South Dakota. I've been there. It's pretty impressive. It's more extreme than the Minecraft biome. Way more extreme. But everything is just very messy, you could say. I feel like 1.19, or whichever, 1.20, whichever one, up with the update of the terrain made that worse. And now I have to use things like netherite shovels and giant digging machines to try to counteract that. But there is a mod that helps with that. Unfortunately, I can't add it to this run because it's already been started and it would break my world. But there's a mod that helps. It's pretty impressive. Check out these huge tracts of land that we have available for farming now. You know, I actually think I'm running out of time, so I don't think I'm going to be able to do much else other than fill this spot right here with a ton of corn. Are they starving again? They keep occasionally hitting the ground too hard, but they should also have thousands of bread. I need to go check on them, actually. They might have run out of iron as well. They have like a gajillion requests or something. Okay, these idiots are starving again. Not because of my fault this time. They have no food in here because I guess the wheat ran out, but they still have 8,500 bread in the warehouse. But the couriers seem to be unable to deliver it. They're like trying to deliver the prerequisite to smelt bread, as opposed to just grabbing, I don't know, any of the 8,000 bread from the warehouse. Guess I'll have to do it myself. You know, I subsidize these guys' entire existence. So, I have 600 corn kernels here. And where's all my maize? Huh? I would not be surprised if, for some reason, this corn is not able to be properly harvested automatically by the Combine. Okay, so even the one high should give you corn. And of course, both of these should give you corn. So there, I got maize, but what's happening to it? So we harvest it, and it sometimes drops out seeds for some reason, but I think it might be because it may or may not be able to harvest properly the two tall crops. I'm not sure. I might actually want to modify this if that's the case. Don't know if we're going to find out. But more concerningly, and that is the relevant part. So here, let's see. Corn kernel. Ah, no, there's no maze. Here, I just realized an easier way to check will be with this thing. I don't think this is picking it up at all for some reason. That's even worse. How is it worse? That's strange. So perhaps corn is the one thing that the combine won't be able to harvest because crate mod harvesters don't fully work with it. That's a little unfortunate, but hey, we're gonna have other crops we can harvest. And speaking of harvesting, if you want to harvest yourself, you can get these builds on my Patreon, linked in the description, the tractor and the combine. I solved the food shortage in my colony, for now. I've spent the last couple videos building farms, but I've also been quietly formulating a military plan on the side, and today it's time to start that plan. I picked out a spot near my colony where I'm going to build a huge airbase for stationing working crate mod planes in the future, but right now, this is what it looks like. So I'm going to need to do a lot of digging and a lot of planning. Let's get started. I've gotten a lot of requests to make an armored train over the course of this series, and I do want to make it, but I had a question first. I want to say I've seen suggestions for specific armored trains, like I think there's one in one of the Battlefield games that people have suggested, and there are a lot of different types of them when I have researched them. So I do want to do that soon, but first let me know if there's a specific one that you wanted me to make, like if it was the Battlefield one or some other one, so that I have more of an idea what you guys were thinking of. But as far as military stuff goes, I think I finally managed to come up with a spot where we're going to put the military base and airbase and other stuff, the depot. I wanted to pick a spot that's relatively close by to everything else. See, everything is pretty close together. The ground over here, though, gets kind of weird. It's got some of this like strange, janky vanilla generation, which is kind of annoying. But if you come over here, we're actually here right now, you'll see that it's a somewhat flat plains biome. And then there's a forest in the background and hills here. And I finally was able to get a vision of where the military base should go. It should go literally right here. I don't have an issue with flattening out stuff probably right up into here, and then flattening out all of this plains biome up until the tree line. And it's not that far from the railway tunnels and the highway tunnels in the mountain that can be brought out. And it's next to the farm, next to this road. This road can make it over there. We're not just going to be putting military stuff. I mean, that's mostly what it's going to be, but there's probably even going to be parking for other vehicles and service areas for other vehicles. Like, the amount of times I have to service some of these things, like trying to get under it and then access all this stuff down here, it's really hard to do without a special facility. So that's one of the things we want to do. Plus, we just need a ton of room for our runway. It's going to even open up to over here because we're going to take out this ridge and it's going to start basically here. And then we're going to have access to whatever over here, I guess, for stuff. High level plans I've got here, guys. Not sure why this didn't occur to me before, but you know, I could just make this bigger. This drill here. I guess I didn't think I could because I was like, oh, it's almost out of stress units. But even that's not true, because if we come over here and try to, well, maybe I could do some under it. See, this is why I need like a maintenance spot for this in all my vehicles. There are two of these things here, only one of which is on, so I can just add a pipe and double the output of this thing. I happen to have a pipe. Let's put it... Oh, controls. Oh, great. The transmission on this thing really sucks. I mean, I guess I could redesign the whole thing. Well, that's cool. I got rid of a redstone torch. All I'm doing is inverting these things now that we have crate connected. And then we don't need redstone torches anymore. This should actually let me move this out of the way, though. If that didn't mess up anything, I should have made room. No, it didn't. Awesome. Okay, I got room. Maybe I need to update the schematic on Patreon. Oh, good. It did actually work. See? Look at that. We're now using about half of it, which means I can make a lot more of these. So, successful modification of the drilling machine. And I guess I'll put this here. I have cogwheels and I have drills. Everything you need. Yeah, we could put 29 more drills on here. I'm not sure that that's practical. I don't really want to do that. The problem is anytime you want to do this stuff fast, everything just kind of devolves back into a giant wall of drills. Grug has the right answer. Make more drills. I hope this is enough room. That's the first thing I think. It probably looks like a lot of room. But all the pictures I've seen of old military bases and air bases, they have a lot of empty space, actually. They take up a pretty big footprint. But I have to be realistic. This is still like a block game for a video series that requires weekly videos. So I think it's going to be pretty good. I think we've got plenty of room for runways and buildings and barracks and bunkers and whatever else kind of cool stuff we want. And we even have huge caves and mine shafts down here. Like, look at this. There's even this. There's stuff everywhere. And a ravine. I didn't expect it to actually be open into this giant pit, but hey, I guess we have a spider-infested cave for whatever diabolical plans we have, because I have lots of those, right? Maybe you guys do. And also around here, I plan to have like a small little service road that goes through here and then in through this little valley and then goes into a tunnel. Because, like, look at this, it'd just be perfect. You could just like a single lane road. Then there's literally a cave here. And if we go a little bit farther, it's actually really close. Look, it almost lines up perfectly with the train station tunnel within like 10 blocks. That's crazy. I hadn't even looked at that before. But what are we doing today? Well, today we need to actually figure out where runways will go because those are the largest single features. So it's very important to establish that first, and it's very important to establish where we want the two roads to come in. And the railroad. Don't want to forget about the railroad. You might be wondering what the railroad is for, and other than armored trains, I guess, interacting with the military base, it would be for, I don't know, loading vehicles onto train cars, because I'm like 95% sure we can do that. I did some testing with that a very long time ago, and I made a flat car design a very long time ago. Transporting equipment here, supplies, munitions, whatever. So we definitely need a railroad. And you can see the railroad is right there, in fact. And the highway is right there. I see we are about to be engulfed by a huge storm again. So if we look here at pictures of World War II air bases, or even World War I, I suppose, you'll see that the runways, there seems to be something called a Class A airfield. I wonder if that's anything to do with the fact that it seems to typically form an A with the runways. That probably has nothing to do with it at all. For the proper effect, I kind of wanted two runways, and they typically seem to be perpendicular to each other and or intersecting to varying degrees. So let's take a look at the map here. It would not make any sense to have a runway going from here to here because you would crash into the mountain. So we're a little bit limited by the fact that this is a mountain and these are small hills. I should clarify, this is a combined military base and air base storage depot thing. That's why it's such a large area, but I'm wondering if it needs to be larger. So the most obvious runway area is diagonal from this direction because there's a river here and it's open and there's a lot of room here before you get into this hilly area. We have a runway that runs straight across here and it intersects with a runway that runs diagonally like a longer one right here. You know, my planes are going to be 1-to-1 scale, or actually upscaled possibly because we've had to upscale other things, other vehicles, which means they need pretty long runways. I can almost guarantee that I can't even build a 1-to-1 scale runway, even let's say I remove this here. I doubt it would be 1-to-1 scale. I would have had to go really far away. Oh shoot, yeah, it says here specifically for these airfields that the main landing strip, I don't know if that's all the concrete or just a cleared area. It says it is like 1,800 meters long. That's 1,800 blocks. The distance from, I don't know, this is diagonal, so it's a little, let's say like the difference from here is like 300 meters. Yeah, this, oh geez. Bro, literally from this dock to this is not even that length. Well, let me get some wool and I want to start marking some things out. And there is a high likelihood that I remove this. Luckily, I have a lot of wool. Nice, I made the most offensive color combination ever. You know, another great thing about positioning the military area where I did is that it actually has river access to the colony for ships like the one I'm on right now. We can't send battleships there or anything, but smaller ones like the Corvette can actually go park and dock alongside there, although I do plan to have a naval base actually closer to the dockyards. We're just one mod update away from having the proper tank gun on my Abrams and future tanks. All I need are some proper crafting recipes for this. We don't have the proper casting recipes. Some of it's done, and apparently the rest is being worked on. With my 3 colors right now, purple is going to be roads or pathways, paved or otherwise, and then yellow is going to be runway area. We're going to have the teal be buildings, hangars, etc. I might go grab some more wool types if I really want to differentiate even more. Well, shoot, guys, I don't actually know that we're making a military base, because look at this map. There's no room for a military base. There's only room for an airbase right here. It did occur to me of a different spot that I could put a military base, though, really close by. And it might be cooler. You'll have to let me know if it's unrealistic, though. It might be, but we might have to go with it for the coolness factor. I suspect that putting hangars in the middle of the runway is probably something that doesn't happen in real life. I have this little suspicion that that's probably bad tactical placement of your buildings. What if I put an army base specifically, which I guess is what I meant by military base, but maybe we'll split it into army base and air base, in this little bowl here. Now I'm even more confident that that might be bad placement, but hear me out. What if it was like built partially into the hill, into the bluff, and then we had maybe some stuff around the ring, like towers and stuff around the top of it, watchtowers, radar, whatever. You'll have to let me know if that's also super unrealistic, but again, the coolness factor might have to outweigh that. We'll see. But I am quite convinced that there is no room for a proper sized army base / military base here. This is just an airbase, and I'm fine with building an airbase first. I mean, we want to do airplanes. It's been a long time. We've been on this world for a year. I want to say this video might be the video that is the 50-second video or 50-second weekly upload. But you'll also notice that, well, these run out here. So I did conclude, yeah, I'm going to have to take this out, unfortunately, to finish out the runways, because they're way too small right now, and they don't connect. So that's the next thing to do. Let's get back to digging. Yeah, I think getting rid of that was the right call. I wasn't quite sure at first, but look at how these runways go now. At some point, I may want to remove some trees here for more realism, but maybe not as well. Now that we have the major areas laid out, I can start trying to fill in some stuff. Like, let's bring in the road from the highway and the railroad, because I still kind of want to have a train track go through here, and then maybe unload directly onto the runway or something. I'm not really sure. You see, there's not a great place to do it. The only place that I can reasonably think of is to bring it in alongside here have it run through here, and then like turn at a certain point and leave. So I don't know, maybe it's not worth it, but I really want to have a railroad connection to the airbase. I suppose I could bring the railway straight through here and have it dead end, but I feel like there's not enough room to reasonably make it dead end, so we're going to try to bring it alongside this runway. And if I do put an army base here, this is actually going to work out really well, because we can have an intersection where it goes through this bluff and into the valley, and I think it would be really cool to do that. And there's even this ravine here, so it could kind of cut through that. I'm going to bring this up by about 3 blocks so that we could reasonably fit a boat under the river. A small one, mind you. We're not driving the Corvette down this river. That's just not going to happen. So I'm just going to bring it straight across there, and we'll have a little guard entry area. Maybe it'll be elevated. I'm going to have to think about that. But it's going to very quickly transition to like a dirt, kind of sandy, hard-packed road. Oh look, it's my old storage drawer with 54,000 concrete in it, courtesy of my old concrete maker, which is no longer here. Oh great, I see we've run out of charcoal and all of our wood in general. That's a problem. How much do I still have here? I still have a lot. I still haven't rebuilt that stupid wood farm, but I better go put this somewhere. This storage drawer used to have wood in it until it ran out, so if I put this back, we should start getting all of our stuff again. I only noticed because we were just in that building and nothing had power, which is never a good sign. So we should see, yeah, look, there goes the charcoal. We should see that getting sent. It actually probably already, yep, it already turned everything back on. That was fast. Good to know that it recovers quickly. Well, I was just coming over here to gather up some other materials for decorating the road. I was looking for stone. Since I can't find it anywhere else, we'll pull it from right here. What I want to do now is try to build the bridge that goes over to here, and it's going to be a little bit narrower than this road as well, because it would look a little bit strange, I think. So there's our train route in addition to the road here with our bridge from the highway. It's too bad I can't make the train track actually be at the same slope or angle, I guess, as this. I mean, it kind of can. It certainly makes building supports and stuff kind of strange, but I think that's a decent job for now.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
I'm supposed to be good at solving problems, but sometimes things are so obvious that they sneak right past under my nose. Yep, I definitely got some redesigning to do on my crate mod plane from last week, but once that's done, we're gonna head back to survival and build a giant runway to test out the plane. Big shout out to everybody who gave me tips and tricks for the aircraft after the last video. You guys were instrumental in making this work as well as it does now. This is a new plane, one that I just formed with a schematic 3 minutes ago or something like that, and we have VS Edition back. Because like I mentioned, it was a skill issue on my end. Somehow it didn't occur to me to break and reform the plane. Somebody though commented on my video. Thank you so much for the comment. That was incredibly helpful. Because they just said, oh yeah, break and replace the plane, or break and replace the physics entity. That'll reset the weights. Sure enough, it did. So watch this. Yeah, there we go. It now is extremely light. It just goes straight up into the sky and flies away at 1,000,000 miles an hour with those rocket boosters. It's actually going to be a little difficult for me to turn them off now. But before I get too excited explaining all the cool features of the mod, I'm going to stop it right there, because I got faked out again. Yes, the mod did fix the weight problem. Everything became 100 kilograms and it was good. It behaved the way you'd expect. However, I was still unable to make the flaps, elevators, control surfaces actually work the right way. The mod, for some reason, still changed the way those handle and made them completely ineffective for this plane design. I don't know what the problem is. I was not able to figure it out. So in the end, I actually had to get rid of VS Edition again and instead do a data pack. But lucky me, I was able, thanks to the help of a patron who messaged me with an example, I was able to actually make a working data pack that can change specific block weights to whatever I want, thus achieving the same effect without messing up the flaps. It is some time later, a lot of testing later, and an unrelated computer glitch error later that took a bunch of my time. But here we are again. We're on a copy of the survival world, in fact, you can see. And we've even got Distant Horizons, which is cool, and it seems to be working mostly fine. And I found out something really cool with Distant Horizons. If we take a look at this, I changed all of the copycat things here to 10 kilograms instead of 1,000. That means that basically everything that's decorative here weighs almost nothing. And the best part is all of the flaps actually work the way they're supposed to. In fact, it's a little bit silly, you could say, because the flaps at times are slightly too effective. The elevators, I guess I should clarify, those are not flaps. The elevators are a little bit too effective, ironically. Now, there's another problem. Last time I discovered there is kind of a height ceiling for the propeller, and people were commenting on Discord, I saw they were talking about that the propeller loses its effectiveness beyond a certain height, which is why you go up and just kind of fall down. Like, I have more momentum right now, so I'm going a lot higher. We reached 300 blocks, but you'll notice that I basically stall out and then I fall down, and I cannot regain a proper speed until a much lower height. And at a low speed, you lose most of your maneuverability, and then using the flaps and then the elevators but the flat blocks, it kills your remaining speed, and then you kind of stall out and crash into the ground or a tree, and it's bad. So that is a propeller problem, and we don't have that problem with boosters. With a booster, which there actually is one equipped, it's hidden in the back here, you don't have that issue. You can just go much higher up, and it doesn't matter if your propeller stalls out because you have literally a rocket booster. What you can do with that is actually point the plane somewhat straight up, climb so that the world unloads underneath you, which happens somewhere around 350 blocks, and you'll see there's no actual chunks that are loaded now. All of what you're seeing is Distant Horizons. So what you're then able to do is fly around really fast with the rocket booster at a high elevation. We're still not even at cloud height, although you can basically just barely reach it. You can fly really fast without having to worry about the chunk loading speed. Because another thing I discovered with a slow chunk loading speed, it kills the momentum of the plane. Simply because when you're not on a super flat world, the game just has a very hard time keeping up with you loading chunks quickly. So let's turn on the booster and go even faster. And watch what's going to happen. See, there you go, you hit an invisible wall, also known as an unloaded chunk. That's not an issue if you're flying really high in the air thanks to a rocket booster. Yes, I know rocket boosters are cringe and you don't actually need it to fly, but if you want this to be somewhat useful on a normal survival world and not a super flat world, you basically need some way to get above the world loading limit. And then with Distant Horizons, you can still navigate and find your way around and then come back down. It's almost like a form of fast travel. It's really cool, actually. I'm glad I discovered this. And at any point, we could point straight back down and re-enter the world, basically. That's why I say it's literally like fast travel. See, there you go. Safe and sound. Unfortunately, there is still another bug that I discovered, although I also discovered a reliable way to avoid it happening. If you create a schematic and you load the schematic like I've got this here, if you load it into the game, like right now, and then form it into a plane, watch what happens. I'll just demonstrate. Print this, get out a ship helm, go right here, and assemble the ship, and then kill that. Watch what happens. It starts freaking out, and it will eventually just teleport a gorillion miles away, and then you never see it again. Or maybe you do because it gets stuck in a tree somewhere. You can pick it up, but yeah, it's not functional. For some reason, if you keep the flaps or wings on it when you're loading it into the ship, it breaks it. This also happens if you log out of the world. Like if I log out of the world right now, and then I come back, this plane here is going to be broken as well. But the way around this is to just, if you're going to log out, remove the flaps and the wings on your plane. Really annoying. Hopefully there is a solution, but that will reliably stop the physics entity from breaking. The other good news is if you do happen to break the physics entity, if it gets stuck and you're able to come over here and you're able to break all of the wings or flaps and flaps on it, and then you log out and come back, it actually fixes it. So it's not perma-broken, you just have to make sure that there are no wings or flaps when you log out, and then when you come back, it should be fine. So I'm just going to add some crafting recipes for currently uncraftable things, mainly these 5 things up here. And once we've done that, we'll go over to the survival world and actually build a plane in survival. Okay, here we are, back in survival. So I've got a schematic here of the Stuka, and we're going to go ahead and build it finally and see just how bad the runways that I laid out are or not. And here, let's get ourselves a material checklist. What kind of stuff we got? 9 pages. Yeah, this is going to be a little complicated, even though it's not very many things. Some of it's expensive. Engines are expensive. They always are. Oh, right, and then all the decorative stuff is made out of steel. So I don't know how much steel that's actually going to take. I'm going to go get all the boring stuff, and then I'll come back, and we'll go get the steel armor blocks and new things that we haven't made before. Whoa, look at this. Distant Horizons, what it loaded in. Look at that glitched mountain range. It's too bad it got broken. It's quite the backdrop that I'm not used to seeing from here. I mean, I'm not used to seeing any of this. See, look, it's a little lake. It's like a pond. Don't tell me that's an ocean. Oh my god, I have 131,000 slag. And it shut down my molten metal producing thing. That was unanticipated. I guess I'm going to need a void upgrade so that it destroys excess. I'll be right back. Don't need that much slag. Good grief. Go away. But I came over here not to mess with this, but instead to mess with steel because I have to make some autocannons. Now the question is, how much steel do we possess for autocannon making? 0. Let me guess. All of it got turned into ingots. That's exactly what happened. Well, I better make some more. I still have a lot of blasting mixture, apparently. And I have a lot of coke dust. So we are good to go. Well, that was everything but this steel armor, so let's try to figure out how to make it. Luckily, I think it's just these 6 blocks here. So the first one is light armor. Light armor blocks are just made from 1 heavy plate. That's pretty nice. But then the double is several. It's actually like armor tiers. So if you're trying to build a tank and you want it to be really strong, I guess you'd use a better thing. Like, what about this? This is like slightly worse or something. There's one even higher that I didn't bother using because it was like, that's too expensive and it doesn't matter that much. I'm not getting shot at. Oh, well there. Look, steel armor blocks. Cool, I need 28 of these things. Well, I accidentally made extra, but it's fine. I'll probably need that. Actually, I might need more because I have to dye these different colors. Well, shoot. Wow, making those is actually quite annoying, but I guess I should just be happy that there are even recipes implemented for it in survival. Regardless, we have all the stuff now. Let's go try to actually assemble the Stuka. Did I really make ship 31, not ship 32? Splendid. Well, here we are. So, we definitely want to get rid of these flaps right away. That is priority number 1. Why? Is it a holiday? I've never seen that before. Here we go. Oh yeah, we are not sliding that I can tell. And look at all those free blocks. Duplication error in my favor. With the amount of bugs I deal with, I'll take the occasional one in my favor. Wait, did it actually spawn in creative ammo containers? It totally did. The schematic did that. Okay, I have to change that as well. I didn't think it would do that. We're not actually supposed... Oops. We're not actually supposed to have these, as nice as it would be. Splendid. And I don't think I should lose these flap colors when I break them. No, I don't, so I don't have to do that again, which is awesome because it's really annoying. Let's turn the engine on and see if the fuel is working. It is working. That means it's pulling from, because I already had something set up for kerosene at the oil refinery for the tank, which is right there. So that means we're already good with the fuel. I guess we're ready to give it a test flight. I probably messed up the flaps. Fair warning. Flaps are probably not working. But that's why I have my wool still. Oh my god, what happened to the TPS? It never ceases to amaze me how there's so many different scenarios where things can happen. I never had this issue before, as I've said 1,000 times. Okay, I'm going to relog. Oh, it's chunk loaders. I think chunk loaders and planes don't like each other. Loaded chunks, 0. Oh, yeah. Also, tick rate improved. Well, I hadn't bet on a chunk loader incompatibility problem. The main issue with that is the oil refinery and the kerosene input is not going to be active, meaning the plane will run out of fuel. So I just chunk loaded the important things for the oil refinery. So I don't know. I logged out and I loaded like 20 chunks and I logged out and I came back and it didn't break anything. So we should be able to fly it now. Maybe it's like a one-time thing when you create the plane. I don't really know. I'll let you know what I find out though. It's now or never, guys. Let's find out what's gonna happen. Controls are inverted, Uh-oh. Well, we're going. Okay, we're going. Fine, up we go. Oh my gosh, I inverted both of them. Whatever, we're going up into the sky. Oh shoot. Oops, we're going down. Momentum is not a problem, by the way, as long as you have a jetpack. Well, that was short-lived, but I fixed both controls, so we go again. There we go. We got it. We're in the air. We're going. No way. We actually did it. It's a plane in survival. It's working. Oh my gosh. You have no idea how hard that was actually to get this to work. See if I can, oh geez. Wonder if I can guess where my thing is. Oh shoot, I got more. And I am way too low. Oh shoot, guys. My rocket booster stopped. Phew. there we go. I can see it now. Gotta be hitting the... Oh yeah, there it is. We're coming in. There's the redstone factory. Oh, let's go. That's so cool. Oh, let's get out of here. No way. So that's kind of a proper ocean. That's what the new terrain generation from Tectonic started doing. Oh wait, this is where my rigs are. Oh, look, those 4 things there. Those are the drilling rigs. Let's go say hi. There's still a cloud layer above me. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh. Oh no, dude. Well, I can get it back, but it's gonna be a little awkward. Hey game, we could use a little bit of loading because I don't want to just fall into the void. Why is this so terrifying looking? Oh. Okay, good. Well, let me figure out what the plane's slug is. Crime Spite Cartload. So we're gonna do VS Teleport, Crime Spite Cartload to here. That's probably the plane. Oh, nope. That's the tank gun barrel. You gotta be kidding me. Come on. I want my plane back. Oh, look, it's back. Oh, I see it got infected with the flap glitch, though. That's kind of bad, but I can fix it. What, you thought I wasn't going to try to reach those mountains? Come on, we didn't make it there yet. I don't think you can go past a certain point. Or maybe you can, it just gets very sketchy. Very strange things start happening to the tick rate. How is the map sharding it in? I'm not loading the chunks in. It's magic. Oh, and I've lost control of the flaps. This is where the plane kicked me out last time. We're, again, flying a little close to the sun. Oh, no. See? There, Oh, shoot. Oh. Well, it loaded in. Well, there you go. So unfortunately I spoke too soon, and those chunk loaders did break. It crashed again, which basically turns off the chunk loaders. So I removed the mod and added chicken chunks. Good old chicken chunks. I haven't used that in a long time. Hopefully it's gonna work a little bit better. I'm actually going to go test this right now. So we put this here. Let's show this. Oh, would you look at that? See, it has grown. And you can see where it's not chunk loaded. Perfect. No crashing. Well, good. Looks like we found a solution. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to redo your chunk loaders in the next mod pack update, unfortunately. That's what I'm about to go do. Check out my runway block palette here. We've got all the possible colors we could want. Something like that. With these blocks, we should be able to get nice tire skid marks that you see down the middle of the runways. And then we can use some copycat stuff in order to get some of the smaller markings. You'll have to forgive the plane. It's having some difficulties. It's having a bad day right this moment. This is a copy of the world where I was messing around with the planes. That's why the boat's over there. The runway's done. the first one. I'm not going to build this one today. I don't have time, nor do we need it. It was kind of tricky getting these skid marks on the runway, trying to find the right color. I went through quite a few different options. I was looking at just a major airport near me, and I saw like markings on the runway, and I saw they had numbers. I don't know what the numbers correspond to. I saw 12, I think I saw 35, maybe it's lengths, I don't really know. I'm sure somebody in the comments will let me know, but I just stuck a number here, and if it's like super wrong or makes no sense, I can change it to a different number that makes more sense. I love short material lists, even when it's large amounts of items, that's not a big deal. Okay, I'm gonna try to come in for a landing here. I am still not lined up, but maybe I can work on that. Oh shoot. Oh, I did it. We're basically still on the runway, and look at that. You basically come to a stop immediately, but somehow we managed to land. Let's see, yeah, we're still within that line, so that counts, right? Totally, guys. That was fun, though. Let's do it again. Oh, it needs some practice. I now have 4 working crate mod plane designs, but my Airbase leaves a lot to be desired. And I should probably try to fix that before building even more planes. Today, we're going to be upgrading the airbase with roads, plane parking spots, a taxiway, and 2 large aircraft hangars where I can work on and store even more planes. Let's get started. So yeah, I got the full version of Bliss shaders working, which means we now have amazing looking distant horizons rendering. It was already pretty decent, and now it's just 10 out of 10. Okay. Okay, this is a little bit too much fog. Let's change that. Time of day fog. Night fog density. Are you sure? It's like really foggy right now. I didn't want to change it to 0, but good grief. Shaders do tend to go overboard with fog. I've noticed across all shaders. Oh wait, no, that's 0.1. What was it at? Oh, no wonder. That's not too bad. Shaders always act like either there's a giant wildfire or there was an insane amount of rain and then it's all evaporating all the time. But that's enough complaining and enough cinematography. It still looks amazing. Heck, it's almost good enough frame rate that I could run it all the time. I'm not going to, but it's close. Uh-oh. The bread ran out again. This is what happens when I go through 5 different chunk loading mods and all of them end up not working. No power at the bread factory. I think that's actually because I built the worst design possible for this thing. That might have something to do with it. Bro, performance here is so bad. Sometimes it just comes and goes, and sometimes it's you get 30 and other times you get 3. Power should be back. I could probably do this to reset it. Yeah, bread factory. We're so back, right? Yeah, there's 5,000 wheat there. I just need to chunk load this now. Bread's back. Bread alert over. So I deleted my tree farm quite a while ago, and I still haven't rebuilt it, and I really need to because I've used up most of my wood reserves. Now there's basically none for building if I were need to do that, and we're actually just gonna have none in general, and then most of my factories are gonna shut down, or the main ones. I mean, I guess I could convert it to electricity, but still, I really need that tree farm, so I'm gonna rebuild it right now. We're actually gonna do that first. And we're gonna do it somewhere in this forest over here because it makes sense to actually put it in the middle of a forest. I'm gonna extend the railway maybe a little bit further in that direction, and we'll stick it over there. Where is my track lane machine? It's around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Let's investigate a spot that makes sense to put it. Oh, literally right here, where we had a forest fire apparently from that ruined portal, no doubt. This is perfect. I don't have to chop down a new area. It's just a burned out area. Now we can convert it into looking like it was logged if I remove some of these floating things. Is there anything good here? I don't know that I've been here. A bunch of leggings for some reason. I'm gonna try to build one thing that can do all of them at one time. It's probably not gonna work very well, but we've got 8 different types of trees here, and then one of which is the dark oak, which is gonna be more annoying, so we need a radius of like 9 blocks, I guess. I was gonna try to do that over here. It's reasonably flat and reasonably out of the way. Oh cool, I brought everything but bearings over. The most important part. Water wheels are literally so easy to set up once I learned that you can just do it like that. And you just make a mini turbine with a water wheel. And then put a bearing down. Then we do that. And boom. I have to sort these by how few I want and how many I want. Like this one here is going to have the fewest number, so it's probably going to want to be like jacaranda, or then maybe palm saplings. And we'll just go down the list of things. Like don't really need that much acacia, although we probably want more acacia than fir. And we probably don't want much birch. Oh, I've got extra. Well, I might need that for the dark oak, so let's start that. There we go. Ooh, palm tree, first one. Very nice. So now I just need to make a bunch of different spots that are only like 2 blocks. Like, oh, we have it right here, and then we do this, and it's like, oh, you can't grow here now. But we could probably grow dark oak one here. Hopefully that would work. I don't know. Okay, well, if it can't hit there, we just get rid of that. We can't do here. We don't want that. We don't want this. With 2 filters, I can get everything out here. You can see it's already clogged up. We can just put this here, and then we can put, come on, there we go. So it'll drop all this garbage out of here. This one will drop everything that's not that out of there. Perfect, so we'll get to save apples and all of the wood. And, don't want to forget, I need to chunk load this. Luckily, it looks like it's only 4 chunks. And now we should not ever run out of wood. Here's the spot where I've been using my stored wood. Oh, it's got a little bit more than I remembered. Well, we're about to have even more. Oh, I still have a lot of beetroots in my inventory. But I can finally get rid of this thing. Right, we need one for oak logs for the manufactory. Let's just take out all of this and we'll reorganize this into a better spot. The actual sawmill building here already has a spot where we're supposed to store stuff. I was storing things under this staircase, but maybe I will move it over here. All we have to do is name this logs, stick that into there, and it's gonna start, oh, yep, it should sort it all on its own as well. I can take what's in my inventory out. Oh yeah, we don't have any jacaranda wood yet. Better grab a log so I can sort that. Perfect. Oh, some just went in there. Excellent. So I got some helpful comments a couple videos ago about the runway numbers, and I just selected some that I'd seen on a real life runway, but you guys were saying that the number actually indicates the angle of the runway relative to north. Like 12 would be 120 degrees, I guess, with north probably being 0 degrees. And I saw some people say that this runway, since it is directly like east to west or west to east, it should have like, maybe since north is this way, maybe it should have like 90 here, and then maybe it'd be 27 over here for 270. You'll have to let me know if that's the right convention, but I definitely got a comment saying 90. I think then it would be like 270 on that side, if we assume it's like a clock where 12 is 0, and then 3 which is over here would be 90. So I'm gonna try to convert this over to, say, 90. Now it says 27. I don't know what would you do if it actually was literally 27 degrees though, as opposed to 270? Because I only ever saw 2 digits. I don't know. You'll have to let me know. But that's that corrected. What I want to do now is I want to continue laying out the areas around here, mainly the ground, because the ground is all messed up. It's flat, which is the only good thing, but it needs to be turned into grass or whatever it's going to be like. We need to have a dirt road that goes around here, and then we need to fill in some more paved areas here and in this strip, and then we want to build these 2 hangars today. Maybe that one. We'll have to see how similar they end up being to each other. You guys need to go away. Wait, can I use the tank? I make good progress. Look at that. We've got these dirt roads that actually kind of look like dirt roads. If only there was a grass path block that was a little bit more tan and a little bit less yellow, that would be perfect. But I'm not going to go around using copycat layers. I'm not quite that dedicated. We've also got the floors of the hangars, because I was looking at pictures of floors of hangars, and all of them seem to be kind of checkerboarded, at least more modern ones. And I suppose this is going to look modern-ish, at least World War II. I noticed it was often just grass and stuff, or whatever the natural ground was around the outside of the hangars. Depending on where it would be, I guess it would be a desert, but this is not a desert, so it's just grass. I might add some extra decorative stuff there, but what I really want to do now is I want to add the big paved stretches here for planes to sit outside the hangars and for planes to move toward the runway. Same over here. I need to add that. It's going to be similar to the runway itself, similar blocks, but I also noticed that there was a checkerboard pattern on the parking areas as well. And then they've got all these little markings and things where planes are supposed to probably follow and park and stuff like that, which I'm going to try to add. And then we'll actually build the hangar. We're going to build 2 of them. It's going to be 2 ones here that are the same, but we're going to design it in creative mode. I also really need to figure out how to make the planes be able to steer on the ground. I know how to do it with the Stuka. It's actually pretty easy to just add some redstone controls to the wheels so that the wheels turn. But for the ones that don't have actual wheels, I actually don't think there's a way to make it steer, unfortunately. Somehow the turtle has survived, along with the turtles over there. Yeah, there's 3 of them total. They used to have a nice pond, and now there is a giant airport parking lot for planes. It looks a lot nicer though. We've got the parking spaces over here for these planes, and then like the path that they would travel, and it's supposed to keep them out of harm's way. It probably doesn't though, because, well, it's not that realistic. And there's even larger spaces here because I was looking at the measurements of some jets that I would like to make, and they are bigger, mainly longer than these planes, so they needed a larger space. This is like 30 blocks here. Anyways, we're in creative mode now. We're going to copy the world. We need to try to build a hangar. Well, 2 hangars. I am looking at different pictures, and they usually seem to have a curved roof. They also seem to have sliding doors that open in multiple parts, which we should be able to do a crate mod. That should be kind of fun. Some of these, the curve starts on the ground. Some of it starts higher up as like a roof, and we're going to do the higher up version. It's a pity we don't have a green painted sheet metal. This does not count. Can you imagine building out of this? Ugh. Yeah, but it is mostly sheet metal with some bricks in certain spots. Maybe we make the bricks at the corners. They seem to be at the front and the back. Maybe the bricks are some little struts on the side. Maybe the bricks go up a few blocks, not necessarily cinder blocks, but you never know. And then the rest is mostly sheet metal and some windows, and then the curved roof. Having a surprisingly hard time with this because this is really easy, but trying to move this one 18 blocks, it's just those stupid piston extension poles that take up so much room. Can I like bring this part way and then have it attach somehow? That was surprisingly challenging, especially those doors. And for some reason, these arched things on the front that are purely decorative were really annoying for some reason. I'm quite happy with how the inside turned out, though. I have my gamma all the way up right now, so that's why it's so bright. But I would like to run electricity in here at some point, also to deliver the power to control the doors. Right now, it's just a creative thing. But the doors turned out pretty well. Also, like, we can do this, and it'll do one phase of the doors. I haven't figured out like a single button to push yet to do all of the door closing. But see, then we do that and it goes back. However, we can just flick this one lever and it will open the doors just in sequence all the way. And so we get this huge opening where we can hopefully bring pretty big planes into here, relatively speaking. Other than bombers, everything should fit. Then there's like a little garage door in the back where maybe you need to bring some like cars in or a other vehicle or something that's not a plane. Speaking of planes, let's put a plane in here. Thank you. We got another plane. We can use this as a prop and see what it looks like. As you can see, there is plenty of room for this thing. We could fit multiple planes in one hangar building, especially these small ones, if that's the case. Got lots of plane parking spaces out front, and we have more room for more hangars and more parking spots. There's an identical one here. There's a little bit on the inside that needs fixing. Let's not concern ourselves with this too much right now. That can be fixed at some point. Earlier in the series, I built this tank, and I thought it was pretty good at the time, but that was 7 months ago. Now, I know it could be a lot better. Today, I'm going to update and transform my old M1 Abrams tank design into something actually good, using my 7 additional months of experience and a ton of new mods. I also continue construction on my military airbase and its facilities. Let's get started. I just got good and added opening and closing systems for this that work properly. So we got this right here. Each one has an opening system and a closing system on the inside and the outside. So just like that, we've opened it up, and I can come around here. I can push this, and we're gonna close the doors. And it all just goes in sequence, only one button each time. There we go. People were saying that I should have used the gantry shaft, and that's probably true. I think I had one bad experience or failed experience with the gantry shaft a long time ago, and then kind of have ignored it since then, so I imagine it would have made my life easier if I'd actually known how to use it. But for now, these ones are working, so I'm going to take a schematic of this. Well, actually the whole thing. And we're going to go try to get all of the materials for it in survival. It's probably going to be very expensive. Alright, what do we got here? 9 pages again. It's going to be a lot of andesite. Oh my. 2,000 iron sheet metal. Nothing hard to get, just lots of a high quantity of some of these things. Let's go investigate what we have. Well, I've got 2,000 iron sheet metal already, but that's not actually enough, so... Well, I guess I will clean it all out and let it start accumulating a few hundred more. I've secured all the materials I need. It's about 8 chests full, almost exactly. So I'm going to babysit it and assemble it into 2 hangars. I'm gonna try to modify the Stuka slightly just by adding some more controls to try to steer it and then see if there's something I can do with that. Making these wheels steer on the Stuka should be a pretty simple matter. Let's start by figuring out where I put the transmitter. Oh, right. It's in here. Let's link this again. What channel is it that we have for this? Oh, there we go. Interesting. Here, let's grab this. And go here. So if I didn't invert this, here, let's link this again. And let's see what happens. It is inverted. Drat. And we should now just, yep, we can turn that way. So pretty easy actually. So if I turn on the propeller a little bit, did I make these immobile? I did. There we go. But we have the flap glitch. So I gotta go relog. Hang on. Now let me see if I can turn this around. So here, yeah, look, it's actually really easy to turn, see? If it weren't for that stupid bouncing, but that's just a thing with the wheels. I'm not sure how to not have it do that. Maybe it's technically a glitch, but bouncing aside, let's try to like properly do this. You really don't need to move the propeller very much to start turning. See, we can turn like this. So let me try to follow this landing strip thing. That's pretty cool. I can't reverse, unfortunately. No way to do that. I don't have it set up to reverse the propeller. But, alright, I'm not going to be able to open this either. That means I'm just going to be super stuck here. Because actually following this is impossible because it's too small. I really needed a bigger area. I need more big power poles so that I can transport power all the way to these hangars so that they can actually use their doors and whatnot and power the electric lights. I'm gonna place the first power pole here, and then probably another one right there, a third one before that river, and then one or two more to get it across there. Which means I'll still have some left over, unless I super misjudged it and it's not gonna be long enough, which would be kind of hilarious. I need to make converters and electric motors in order to use the electricity that I'm bringing over. The converters are easy though. The motors are not quite as easy. Of course, I have one steel mechanism remaining, and I'm so tired of making these things. How would I make a semi-automated setup to make them kind of like I did with the precision mechanisms? These are just the steel versions of that. Should be lots of room over here. It just needs 4 deployers. Surely I can sneak something right off of this. Should be quite easy. Where do I keep losing my screwdrivers? I've lost so many of them. Aluminum, screwdriver, screws, and here are the heavy plates. Let's go. So out of a stack, I got 54. And some trash. That's pretty cool. So now I can make 2 electric motors. And I have a bunch of copper cables. That's everything I need. We should be able to go hook up all the wiring now. I'm gonna have to route it into the converter first, make sure it's pushing into it. But it has to then go through a cable hub so that I can grab the other connector. Oh, power actually is being transmitted. Oh, there we go. It is gonna make me redo it. You hate to see it. Here, get rid of that. Come back. Oh yeah, it's working so far. Although it's programmed to work at 64 speed, so it actually missed its cue because it took longer than 4 seconds to open. That's kind of bad. That was kind of absurd. It was probably self-inflicted because I think it was all messed up by that being the wrong rotation initially. And then some things got out of whack, but it works now. We can close it up again. So I'm gonna have to go through and hook up all of the light bulbs. Yeah, I don't think this is going to do much of anything to stop mobs from spawning in here. In fact, spiders are still falling from the ceiling and dying, so that's kind of problematic. But it looks nice. Oh, I see. I guess the gantry carriages could have been used much more effectively than mechanical pistons. Well, shoot, guys. How about we use them for something else, though? I want to add some more stuff to these areas around here. I wanted to add some street lights / power poles that go down here. And I wanted to add a gate and a fence over here. I needed to put a gate like right here, and then maybe some fencing and stuff here without a gate, but we could have it be one of those sliding kind of chain gates that you see, or bar gates at a lot of places. Might be perfect to use a gantry shaft for that. Then I need to fix this area as well so that I can have this road properly connect. And I can drive vehicles around like the tank, which we're then gonna go upgrade into something much better. I don't have these automated because I've never done anything with these before, but we're gonna make one gantry carriage and we're gonna make a bunch of gantry shafts. That's the good thing about having all the precursors automated, even if individual parts aren't. So we're gonna go back. I have no idea what the best way to do this would be, so why don't we put it right here, and we'll put the gantry carriage right there, and then we're just gonna slide it along that to make it leave. So don't you just spin it from over at the end, and then you change the direction, and that changes where the gantry carriage is going? Yeah, that makes it sound like that we can just use a water wheel and we can use a gear shift. Gear shift, water wheel, toggle latch. There we go. So are we moving it? We are, very slowly. Right, we might wanna... increase the speed slightly. That's better. Like, we push that and there it goes. We push that, back it goes. Awesome. That's quite simple. So let's just build the decorative gate here. So that's the decorative part done. So if I just get some glue, and then we glue all of that, isn't that everything? Isn't that a gate? Yeah, it's a gate. Would you look at that? Entry gate's done, but we need to put in some landing lights here, out away, so that you can actually see them. I'm thinking that railway signals, those Nixie tubes, might be the way to go with that. It's really easy to use phantom tracks and then attach these train signal things to it. Then you can just attach these and then you get like a big white light. Now that looks nice at nighttime. I'm pretty happy with that. I would cover the entire runway like on either side with them, except when you get too far away, they unrender, as you can see. But these torches don't unrender. It looks pretty nice, I think, when it's nighttime. And the one benefit is we do get the light even in distant horizon, so you can still kind of see the whole thing. When I first made the tank, it was a long time ago, like last October. So this is the tank that I made. It's pretty bad. At the time, it seemed pretty good. But now I realize it's quite bad. I've already improved it just by adding a resource pack. Well, 2 resource packs. It is the Steel Tracks resource pack, which I haven't been able to find out, like, officially, publicly, but you can find it on, like, the Tank Tussle Discord, Submarines Discord. And it just makes the tracks look a lot better. And I also got a resource pack that adds sounds for it. So when you drive the tank, it actually sounds like a tank instead of a very, very faint minecart noise, which I think is what it was before. Just ignore the turret. The turret's having some problems. I'm not sure how I detached the turret, but it's actually fine because we kind of need it detached. Either way, let's open up the shop. We're on the copy of the world where I built this stuff. Let's take it inside, add a little work area, turn up the gamma so that we can see something. Perfect, we have full access to the underside of the tank. It's also locked in place. So now let's start modifying this thing. First thing we want to do is reevaluate the size. Is the size still good? Do we want to make it bigger? Do we want to make it smaller? I'll have to look at it, but this engine design might be the only good part about it. Yeah, that's pretty much how it ended up going. The engine design was the only good thing about it. And I moved the engine to the front of the tank now, so that I can put the transmission in the back, so that the front looks better. But the whole thing also got quite a bit shorter, because I went back and looked at the actual length of the Abrams, multiplied it by 1.3, which is what I've been doing with all the vehicles. And it turned out to be about 14 blocks, and that counts the barrel, which extends a couple blocks past the front of it. So it's quite a bit smaller now. Wow, that's a slight problem. It sure is moving in opposite directions, mind you. So we're going to put an inverted gear shift there, and we're going to put an inverted gear shift there. They're both going to be inverted. Here is my little throttle control system so that we can change the speed with the mouse. We can do it gradually. Look, that's all the controls done. That's left turn, right turn, forward, backward, and of course we can change the speed as well. We can even, if we obviously have no throttle, then it won't do anything, regardless of if you're pushing forward. What I need to do now is understand and figure out how to make the turret spin while I have decorative blocks on top of these, so that you don't have to see it. It only needs to be that much, but we gotta make the turret turn over it somehow. Oh, I forgot. Frick, there needs to be a gear shift here because it can only spin in one direction. That was annoying. I used up all the remaining space. We have to turn on the throttle a little bit. Then you can spin it slowly in both directions. And even if you turn the throttle all the way up, it still doesn't spin that fast. But what happens if I grab a slab? Does the world end when this happens? Not right this moment. Here's the exciting part. I actually get to swap out the gun of this with a proper sized one, the medium cannon. I'm trying to determine if I want to drop it down, because I think I could move it back one block, extend it by one, and then rest it on this slab. It's so close. And that's kind of the right height we were looking for as well. Look at the incredible space saving we're doing here, by the way. It's always a good day when Valkyrian Skies updates, an unexpected day as well. We just got a new update and some bugs are fixed. Literally last night while I'm making this video, like it seems like the plane flap glitching bug is no more. I haven't done anything to these. They had their flaps and stuff attached when I logged on. Normally when you start trying to move them around, they would have glitched out, but they have not. They seem to be just fine. We also seem to have the autocannon positioning bug that's fixed, so like you can actually see what you're aiming at now. You're not a million miles away, and the whole camera is positioned much better, so that's nice. And we're about done with the tank actually. It's almost ready to go. Unfortunately, we have lost one feature, which is a hopper feeding into this autocannon. It now is just a creative box. The reason is because we can't really fit a hopper anywhere. I can't fit a hopper right here because it would conflict. It would run into the sides of everything when you were turning it. That's unfortunate. So we have the ammo box. I'm very tempted to add a way to craft a creative ammo box or something. What we really need, we just need like an ender ammo box that just teleports ammo into it continuously. That would be great. Because the normal ammo box holds 16 shots, which is terrible. Here's what we had before. And here's what we've got now. It's certainly an upgrade, although I feel a little bit like I did the thing that Lego does, where each time they make a new version of a set, it's like a little bit smaller. This applies to Star Wars mainly, where it's smaller than before. It's more detailed, sure, and the building techniques are better, but it's smaller. Probably more expensive, but luckily that's where the analogy stops here, because it is more functional, it looks better, and is not any more expensive than before. Actually, that's probably not true, because all the steel blocks that it's built out of are more expensive than sandstone. So maybe the analogy is more accurate than I thought. This will be available on Patreon. I'm going to be adding this schematic to the existing tank schematic. If you already got it, you'll just be able to get the new schematic. If not, then both of them will be there for you. Today, I'm going to start by assembling my newly upgraded tank in survival mode, and then design and build a crate mod flatbed train to try and move around my various tanks and cars. Let's get started. It's another beautiful day in crate mod, back on the world where I've built a lot of the vehicles, especially the early ones, including the gigantic railway artillery, but more importantly for today's video, a bunch of train designs, in fact all of them. But we have this one here, which is the important one for today. It's the flat car design. This was like the first car design I ever made, I think. I think I made it before the box car, in fact, because I anticipated a long time ago wanting to put vehicles or other stuff or cargo on a train, but I haven't actually used it yet. That's going to change today though. For example, I have this huge tank here. It's the original Abrams design that I made, and it is definitely a little oversized for this car. You can see. Here's the new tank design. You can see that it fits quite well on this car here with room to spare. It's not currently a train car, but if I assemble it into a train car, here, let me assemble train thing. Uh-oh. That's depressing. I thought it could, hang on, I know I've tested this before. I would swear I've tested it before, guys. Guys, come on. Perhaps I'd create interactive on, which I actually do right now. Here, let's disassemble it and put an interact me here, so that it is now an interactive train. Let's see, does this actually add collision to it or not? Yep. That was easy. Okay, so interactive trains work. What about one other thing? I just added a bunch of drills onto this. Now these drills exist, and typically some of these blocks cause train contraptions to collide into other parts of the world and then stop. And I'm wondering if it might do that to physics and no. No, definitely not. Which is good, because it might have had problems even if it had. Oops. I did not mean to do that. Hang on. The last video where I made the excavator, we got interactive working again mostly. And I think it does work, it's just I then immediately tried to do something with it that then even pushed it to its limits while it's working. That's how I'm interpreting that right this moment. But if we assemble it, it's just a basic interactive train. It's an interactive train. We could build off the train now. It's kind of cool. And then it also lets you stick vehicles on it, which is the best part. It suddenly has collision again. Cool, so we've got the tank on here. Let's get into the controls and see if I just move the tank. Yes, we are moving the tank. It's even reacting the tank like it's on a... That's so cool. It's able to simulate the physics pretty well. So you actually kind of need to put something to hold the tank in place. You got to get like ropes or chains or something. Well, not that. We're not quite that advanced yet, but we could have something like a wall, maybe. Actually, it might just be able to go right over the wall. All right, it's locked in, literally. So we can drive it. Doesn't have it, well, maybe it's having some slight problems. It also might help if I fix the suspension on it. Maximum suspension controller, drop it down. There, suspension's fixed, it's locked in, it's no longer bouncy. Let me get this. Oh yeah, and it's pretty stable. That's like 30 seconds of trying to improve it and lock it in. That's quite stable. Maybe it has problems if you start turning. We can try to lock it in from either side, although it already kind of is right here, not just front and back. It fits pretty perfectly in one train car, and I know my actual DeLorean, my little car, could definitely fit because it's quite a bit smaller than the tank. What we need to go do now is go back to the other world, and we need to build this tank actually in the world. Replace my old tank, put it in a museum or something. We'll build a museum at some point. I love how it gives you a warning when you join the world, just to say you've got this mod installed and it might cause problems. Please don't report it to the other mod maker. Hopefully there's no problems, right guys? Boy, it's always raining. And that's my old tank. I'm not sure why it's over here, but we're gonna need to haul it away to some kind of museum somewhere. I have schematics for the tank, but I can't really use them to build it. I really have to use the VMod tool gun to build it. But I can get material checklists from this. So we've got the body, we've got the turret, and we've got the other turret. And let's feed this into here. Out of gunpowder, nobody cares. Here's a material checklist. Let's get out that. We'll put this in here. Got another one. Get this out of here, and then a third one. So now I've got 3 material checklists, 1 for each part. But it includes a bunch of things that I actually made recipes for, custom just for this. Like it has medium cannon stuff. Now we don't have recipes implemented yet for that officially, so I took it upon myself to add these myself. I've got steel here, so we need 4 medium cannon barrels. So I can just craft these 4 barrels. Then we need 3 recoil barrels. So we need to make 3 incomplete recoil barrels, and then we need, of course, 1 breech. I have to craft that. And we need the incomplete breech. We'll craft that. Get some cogwheels. Here's this. Wow, we put that there, and then we click that, and voila, there it is. No texture. I seem to be unable to break it. That's a slight problem. Hang on, guys. There we go. Problem solved. And then we have these incomplete things because we needed, what wasn't it, right? We needed a heavy spring. We have to, this is another thing I added. We have to get a recoil spring. We can get that. It's recoil spring items. I still have these. That's good. I think you hit these with metal presses. Yep. And then I think we put these here and then we give it heavy plates. Yes. Now I have 3 heavy recoil springs, so we've got incomplete barrels. There we go. I cannot break these either. That's slightly problematic. But nevertheless, that right there is our barrels. Quite a bit easier than normal. I guess I'm spoiling myself, getting to make it myself, not having to cast these things. We also have these explosive armor blocks. Shoot, I don't think I added recipes for those. What do we think would actually make that? I have no idea. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Wikipedia and I'm going to look up reactive explosive armor, because I have no idea what this actually would be in real life. Reactive armor, type of vehicle armor. So what is this? Oh yeah, here we are. Explosive reactive armor. Protects armored vehicles against shaped charges. Well, now I understand what it is. It's actually kind of fascinating. It's basically described as you get 2 metal plates and then create a sandwich with them with explosives in the middle. And then when that sandwich gets hit by a projectile, instead of the projectile piercing through, it gets disrupted by the extra explosion or something like that before it reaches the normal armor. I don't know, maybe I am butchering it, but that's kind of the impression I got. So it actually does have explosives in it. So it sounds like, I mean, we would want a plate probably. I don't know that it would actually be steel, but why don't we just do the heavy plates, and then on the inside we would put maybe congealed nitro. That sounds like it would be used to make a sandwich. You could like spread it. It's like, I'm thinking about this way too much. So I'm not actually, well, no, I can just make that recipe now, I guess. Bro, at this rate, I'm just gonna make all the recipes for this mod. They're using Craft Tweaker before the official thing comes out. Well, there you go. We got the tan blocks, we've got the green blocks, and then the normal blocks. We just need some congealed nitro. I don't have any congealed nitro. Oh yes, we can still make it this way. Here's all my gunpowder at the gunpowder factory, 21,000. Let me just get a bunch of it. I have slime stored up because I can craft slime from dough. And I need my blaze powder from home. 13,000 blaze rods. I have so much stuff, guys. I can craft magma cream, and that was everything. We chuck all that in here, and it's gonna turn into congealed nitro. Normally you use congealed nitro to make things. It's meant to make specifically the filling for big cannons casings for like the big shells. I've made it a little bit before, but they've changed some recipes around since then. But I also added a recipe so you can fill the medium cannon cartridge, and that's how we make ammo for the tank. So if we want tank ammo, we're gonna want this stuff as well. So you normally use, I think, 4 of them to fully fill a big cartridge. 2 yellow dye, reactive armor blocks. And now we have the tan stuff. Now if I place it down, I'm not going to be able to dig it back up, so I'm not going to place it. Another thing done. Everything in these chests is what I need for the tank. Took a long time to get it all, but we've got it here. So what we're going to do now is grab the flint and steel, grab the axe, and we're going to burn all of it. Boom. It's all gone. Now what we need, part 2, step 2 is we're going to get the tool gun, which we can't craft, so here I'm going to give myself the tool gun. Then we go to schematic, load VMod Abrams, and click 1 time. And poof! There's the Abrams right there. And now we delete this, and we call it a day. Yeah, it's not exactly survival friendly anymore. We've kind of reached that point. But nevertheless, we've got work to do. We gotta get this assembled. I'm going to relog actually, because when I spawn this in, usually the turrets detach and I have to relog to snap it back into place. And we'll keep cutting this up. Oh shoot. It was running something over. So really what I'm going to do now is just go through the setup process. And I already made a setup process tutorial for this. It's on my second channel now publicly. So if you want to see what I'm going to do, you can go watch that. I think we got it, guys. Everything but ammo. We are missing shells. But we can take care of that. I don't have a factory for this stuff yet, so we're gonna have to do it manually. Once you have the empty cartridges, you have to fill them with nitro powder stuff. And I just made, yeah, I have some of this here. I've just been making it. So all I have to do is craft it together. It's my recipe here. Let's get this. Once you have the filled, you have to get the high explosive medium cannon round, so we have to craft this. It's a little bit expensive. It takes packed gun cotton. To make gun cotton, we need this stuff. As some of you may know, I haven't automated paper yet, even though it's been, what are we at now? 3,000 days? Yeah, we still haven't automated paper. Here's my sugarcane. This is only good to make 1 stack of gun cotton. But is there not another way to make paper? Yes, there are actually several ways to make paper, using either tree bark or plastic, and we happen to have a lot of plastic, last I checked, at the oil refinery. Or we have the ability to make a lot of plastic, and when I take this out of here, oh yeah, we got more. It's gonna start producing more. I already have a basin here that's prepared with water, so we can just throw our gunpowder, redstone, and paper in there, and then we'll make our gun cotton. So 3 stacks of gun cotton turns into 1 stack of packed gun cotton. Why is it, where is it getting dumped out? Okay, it's getting dumped over here for some reason. And just like that, we can make, go away, 1 stack. What, why did it make 1? There we go. 1 stack of high explosive medium cannon rounds. Then we turn that into this, and we get a stack of HE medium cannon cartridges. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to shoot them with the cannon. Come on, game. Got that one though. Shoot, guys, I'm kind of missing something important. These things need fuses. I need better enemies. Oh, wait, I already have impact fuses. Look at this, guys. Wow, I'm blowing the tracks up. It's a perfect demonstration, though, of the impact fuse working. As intended. Both tanks, waiting to be moved around by train to wherever they need to go. Not that we have particularly impressive enemies, it's kind of a problem. We need better ones. We're not going to jump straight into making a train. First, I want to take a train that I made a while ago, this one, and I want to try to update it a little bit and improve it a little bit, change the colors around. I think I could make it more detailed now. We've got some extra mods that we didn't have in the past. We're going to be using this one as a base, and I'm going to go back and look up some pictures and see what I can find out, see what I can do with it. There's the upgrade. It's not a crazy overhaul, doesn't change the whole shape of it. Just changes some of the blocks, makes it more detailed with my new building techniques and new mods and stuff like that, and just more experience. And I was able to correct a couple of the things that were kind of bad about the old design, like there were some problems with the height of these seats. Like if I could put it, if I could put the seats like a half a slab higher up, that would be even better. Because now you're stuck down here, but when you're actually driving the train, it's a lot better. And when you get in and out, oh shoot, why can I not get out? There we go. When you're driving it and you're trying to get out, you shouldn't just clip through the ceiling and then get stuck or kicked out of the train, because that was a big problem last time. Mainly, we just changed the yellow color over to silver. So now we have a little bit more military-ish, industrial-looking train. It's a little bit less create moddy, but we already have several trains that look like that. There is a tender that goes with it. It's over here, but you'll see it only has a small amount of yellow trim, and I can easily replace that with silver. On the other world, I don't even really need to make a whole nother schematic for it. And conveniently, this one happens to fit inside the glue that we originally had. I don't think I exceeded it anywhere. Currently have 3 vehicles that are train car size that I might want to move around. It's the 2 tanks here and then my car, so we're probably going to build 3 flatbed cars. Plus the locomotive, and maybe the tender. I don't know for sure that I want the tender. We'll have to see. What better place to build this than my rail yard, where most of my trains already are, and where I've built many already. Here we go. Let's rotate this into, oh shoot, into the wrong way. Nice. Splendid. So we'll get a material checklist. It's been a while since I had to get train materials. Then of course these flat cars. This first one I'm going to be lame and just drop onto the train car. And it's in place, that's for sure. That already looks really cool, by the way. I need to trim some of this hill back as well. This is too tight. Let me break some of this. How did that happen? I somehow just broke the train tracks. That looks really cool, guys. Now, let's try to drive these other vehicles onto the train. That works pretty well, and I got some dirt, got some random blocks. I'm gonna build a little ramp. Here we go. Let's see if I need to make this less steep. Apparently I do. Yeah, the new tank design is unfortunately less mobile than the other one. Here we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're driving onto the train, guys. We're taking the tank, and we are falling off the train. Hang on. There. Oh yeah, guys, we just got it. We just drove it onto the tank, or onto the train. Although it's facing the wrong way now, so hang on, let's do this again. Okay, should be locked in. I think we're locked in, guys. We got 2 tanks, 1 big tank, 1 small tank, and 1 DeLorean on the train, ready to be moved to who knows where. Let me sleep because I'm about to get mobbed. I guess this is the moment of truth. Now that we have vehicles loaded on the train and we start driving and turning and going up and down hills, are they just gonna get flung right off the train? Or not? Let's start out slowly. Little bit of bouncing. Oh, I think I messed. The DeLorean is not doing as well as I would like. Uh-oh. That one is also having problems. Uh-oh. It needs a bit of help, guys. It needs a little bit of help. We gotta learn the best practices for attaching vehicles to trains. It might have just run into the wall, actually. Oh yeah, like this kind of thing is not gonna cut it. Heck, I don't even know if these turns are gonna cut it either. Well, I suppose it'll cause me to modify my railway digging machine in order to make spaces that accommodate vehicles, which I wasn't really imagining at the time. It looks like with properly sized train tracks, with enough clearance on either side, it is possible to move vehicles by flat car, as long as you have Crate Interactive installed, and you do enough digging. It might be easier than building highways. I mean, look, if you were on some kind of big PvP server with this kind of stuff, you need to move a lot of tanks from place to place, you could put them on trains instead of building a giant highway. Also, if you are unable to float them magically through the sky. If we want to do it the cool way, this is how you have to do it. Trains are a big part of Minecraft Crate Mod, and certain trains are a big part of what you guys suggest I build. Notably, the Schreiber Gustav Railroad Artillery was very highly suggested, but another train equally highly suggested is the Armored Train. This would be more than just a giant gun. It would include a locomotive, transport cars, anti-air cars, and probably some smaller artillery. Today, I'm going to design and build an armored train loosely based off the one seen in Battlefield 1, and use it to defend my colony. Let's get started. My colony's seen better days, guys. I think last time we tried to defend it, it involved invincible barbarians that I wasn't able to damage with autocannon turrets. And all that happened instead is I think I blew up parts of my colony. I think that's why there's like debris on the ground here. I don't even know where this came from. I don't know where I can even put it back. Well, in the meantime, since I don't know where it goes, I also put it away. Other parts are a little bit less than satisfactory. Wow, what have we... At a certain point, colony spawn protection, griefing protection disappeared, so creepers started doing damage before I turned off mob griefing globally. So I think this is why this is kind of blown up here. It's kind of bad. We don't like that. The property value is going down, guys. This is nasty. It's just like a paved parking lot. There's like a big hole in the ground in front of the restaurant. Everybody's starving again. I can fix that though. The list goes on. It needs some help. Maybe we'll have better luck defending it this time than last time. The first thing we want to do is go turn the power back on. Bread factory is back on. There's 18,000 wheat here. I don't need to go harvest the wheat. This just needs to make bread. People actually explained to me exactly what's happening with the food in that, yes, Mine Colonies has a huge debuff against vanilla food, so it gives, I think, 1/3 of the amount of food that it's supposed to, meaning this bread that just showed up here is only restoring a very small amount of hunger. Also, all the people are always sick, and they continuously overload the one hospital we have. Now it's only a level 3. But they are always doing a terrible job of healing them. So we probably want to build another hospital, especially if we're going to be defending them from things. My colony border's all screwed up as well. I don't know what happened to it. It's preventing me from upgrading and building things. I think I can do a command. Yeah, I think that reset the border. I think. Border's fine though. Yeah, it's good. Everything seems to be in. So are you gonna let me upgrade this or repair it now? Not that it's gonna matter because everyone is sick or starving. Is our farmer still upkeeping this? Harvesting carrots and potatoes, which we need for the hospital. You've gotten a whole lot of nothing recently. You people need a bit of help because our person is unable to deal with this. Cool, I think we've taken care of most people, other than the starving, but there should be a lot of bread getting put in. Why are you unhappy? Oh, why are you not at the hospital? Here, take some stuff. I'll deliver it to you. Here, take some stuff. You already have bread. There's already 600 bread in there. Somebody died to a zombie villager. That's kind of unfortunate. What are the guards doing? Good. She's farming again. It's been a long time. I think that colony border mess up was making a lot of things be broken, including guard patrolling, which is now resumed as it's supposed to. And it was stopping building and construction outside of the zone. I've also had a tree here that I've wanted to build for forever that I haven't built, because this wasn't done, but it's been done for a while, so we can go ahead and build this. Lovely. The first summer tree. That's not an autumn tree. You know, it's not autumn anymore. When I built these trees originally, it was the fall, or very close to it. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just like snap my fingers and change all of the tree leaves to the right season? Perhaps a small sacrifice of diamond blocks could help things a little bit. I suppose I could add a seasons mod, but you see I'm actually changing it corresponding to the real life season. So sacrifices to entities, I guess, will have to suffice. But now summer is here, and things are looking lovely. I built the hardest one first, the one that I don't have any actual pictures of. All I did was just amalgamate the various designs for the other 3 carriages that I want to make and turn it into a locomotive. And here we go, an armored. It's still a steam locomotive, but it is armored this time. It's got this big skirt. You can barely even see the wheels. You can only see them if you get under it. We've got this interior space in here. So we've got the driver area, and then we've got these spots where you could shoot out at random things. We've got these hatches. It's the only carriage that we're making that doesn't have any guns mounted on it. So let's move on and fix that. We're gonna build the infantry carrying carriage now. That is just the armored infantry car. It will actually have a couple of guns on it. Then of course we'll continue on to the anti-air car and then the artillery car. Here's the infantry car. It actually has guns mounted in it. One on each side, just autocannons, but considering that you could make high explosive autocannon rounds, it could do a lot of damage if you want. And now if you're trying to be realistic, you'd restrict it to probably machine guns or something like that. You can point and shoot these outside. It's very cool. We've got space in here. We've got seats. We've got storage, ammo storage. Oh, that's nice. You can put a stack of machine gun rounds as opposed to 16 autocannon rounds. That's good to know. They're a little bit, yes, less useless than I thought. More stuff over here. We got potatoes. And then you can actually go up here through this hatch. And then you're up top. We're now going to make a modified version of this that is equipped with a turret and a spot for anti-air. I finally found a block color that looks good. Took me so long, and then I remembered that there's concrete from TFMG. I actually use that as the hull for my naval Corvette as well, because it's a good color. Well, normal concrete, there's a rebar concrete. Normal concrete was a great color, and it's a smooth block. I would be using some of these blocks here, except they have no connected textures, so each one is its own individual thing, and it becomes way too busy. I was using this stone, polished cut deep slate connecting version, but it was still too busy and a little too dark. And then I found this and I was like, finally. So here is our new car. It's the more heavily armed car. I was actually just taking a look at this, wondering if there's a different block I should use for that. It doesn't look as good as what's in this picture because there is an actual anti-air piece that's right up there that we can't really build and have it still work. It's not really possible. Well, I guess it is, but it would just be another version of this where you have something that you can control with the controller, but I wanted it to be operatable yourself, which means no gun shields. They really just need to implement gun shields on these things. Like, I don't know. Please, somebody in one of the add-ons or one of the mods, make it so you can put gun shields on autocannons. Then we would be cooking. But yeah, this turret here, you can use a controller to control it. You cannot change elevation. It's a little too small for that. But you can shoot it, you can spin it, and all the power for it comes from inside the railway car. There's an engine here running very slowly, producing a little bit of power, which allows you to spin the thing. So this is 3 out of 4 railway cars done. Next railway car is the one with medium cannons or possibly large cannons. It's going to be the one most closely based off of the Battlefield 1 train. So the first thing we need to do is figure out how to build an auto-loading system. From what I understand, you can use mechanical arms to auto-load cannons. Take items from depot, deposit items to cannon mount. Yeah. I have no idea how this is supposed to work. Well, it's actually going. Let's speed it up some. Well, it put it in there. Hey, that was cool. What are you gonna do now? It's holding an empty cartridge. Can I make it put the empty cartridge somewhere? Okay, it just added another one to it. Oh wait, no, it's like picking it up. Oh, it's working. Oh yeah. That's so cool. That was so much easier than I thought. Maybe some of you probably remember the nightmare loading system that I had to build for the big artillery piece that I made a while ago. Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. So I did make it a whole lot smaller. Look at this. This little self-contained thing is fully auto-loading. Quite quickly as well. Much faster than you probably could achieve in real life. You can turn it, and you can shoot it. It doesn't go up and down yet, but we have this. We have the transmitter here, which is just awaiting the systems. Oh yeah, guys, take a look at that. The artillery turret car is done. It's got 2 mobile turrets on top that look pretty nice. I finally found some good blocks. I found a good design. Switched out those blocks, so it's also the light gray loco metal. And each one is fully self-contained. It's got the loading system. It's got the unloading system. It receives its stuff via transmitters, and it even returns its empty shells to this barrel here. You can see there's 10 in there. We'll shoot it again, and now there's gonna be 12 in there. Yep. All the stuff that you need is contained in here. It's a little bit messy. It's very utilitarian. Oh yeah, we don't want to forget, we can raise and lower the guns as well. Like that. It's a pretty fast reload rate even, which is nice. Occasionally it gets out of sync, and maybe only one of them will shoot. If you spam the button, then it definitely won't shoot, I've noticed. You can see it kind of gets out of sync occasionally. If you wait a little while, eventually shoots both again. I'm gonna try to turn this into a train now, an interactive train, and we're gonna see what happens. This is the difficult part. Everything is glued. I've made them all interactive, so let's try to form the train and see what happens to my game. Oh, great. Wonder if I just deleted the video. I've been on quite the adventure. Got the train back. I got 2 of the cars recovered. I got this car, the 2 middle cars recovered. They still existed. This one didn't exist. It was just gone. I had to rebuild it. This one should have existed because it was also interactive, so it should have been a physics entity somewhere like these 2 were. In fact, that's the original one up there. That's slowly disintegrating. There was the other one that disappeared. I don't know what the deal is, but I had to rebuild this. I found out what the problem was. Apparently they don't like having engines from the factory must grow on them. Once I removed the engines, then it started working fine. So they are no longer actually self-sufficient. They require external power, as you can see right there. That just serves me right for not making a backup of this thing. Well, we didn't need that one anymore anyways. And by the way, this is a train right now. You probably didn't realize because you can't really tell. But we can come in here. And you can see we are moving. We are moving along. I kind of just need to like program this to move, and then I can shoot while it's moving. That's really what we need to do. Everything you needed to build 5 train cars is here. We have stuff for a locomotive, 2 AA cars, 1 infantry car, and 1 artillery car. I'm going to assemble it right here. So I have 58 medium cannon cartridges available that we made last time for the tank, and it's the same thing, it's the same caliber, so I can use these in my newly created armored train here. Now we got a bunch of creative boxes, which is kind of illegal, but like the schematic delivers them to me, so that's kind of cool, but also kind of illegal, like we said. So I gotta remove these. We don't want to have these, right, guys? Come on. Now I do have some actual containers here that were included in the build, so let me grab these. Darn it, I'm 1 ammo box short. I'll make another, and then I can put at least machine gun bullets in all of them, because I have those automated. I can make tracers now. I should do that. I should do that. And I can stick these medium cannon shells in here, and they will make their way. They should have already made their way here. Yep, look at that. They are now right here waiting to be grabbed and loaded into the turrets. We just need to supply power to the train now, so I'm going to make another transmitter, set it to rotational speed of 4, and then we'll be ready to make the train. We might have a bit of a traffic jam though. And I have a backup now, so if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter. Here we go. Wow, it's still there. Well, let me give it a name. I see it's still interactive. The whole thing is here. It looks like we won this time. Oh yes, we're having some lag because there are now 3 large trains right here, all in the same spot. I realize I can deliver controllers with schematics now that are pre-programmed, which is really nice. As long as you add them to lecterns, I should be able to. Nice. But it's spinning the wrong way, of course. I am probably controlling that. Yep, I am also controlling that one. That's a slight issue. Here to solve that, let me just change the direction of this. Other direction. Wait, they're not interactive. Hang on. Oh, these need help. These need help. Darn it. So, these are operational. I saw them get loaded. They are loaded. In fact, I don't know that I want to shoot them. I don't really want to blow anything up over there if I can avoid it, but everything is ready to go. We just need to give it a driver and a schedule to patrol the area and defend the colony, which is what we need to do now. Quite the train, quite the armaments, quite the battle. Can put out a lot of firepower. Those 2 medium cannons are no joke. My new armored train can easily stop invasions against my colony. But can it stop the citizens from drowning in the river on their way to get their daily bread ration? No. But a different type of train might be able to help with this. Mine colony's citizens can use minecart rails for transport, so I've had the brilliant idea to make a subway system for my colony and myself to try and prevent the daily drownings. Let's see if this works. A while ago, I researched something that allows mine colony citizens to ride minecarts on rails. We're gonna find out today just how much we can do with that. If we can make them go underground in a subway and take that under the river and where they need to go instead of just swimming, which they like to do. It's very slow and annoying, or they drop off some cliff and then they die, and then it's very sad, or they drown and all these problems. So we really don't want that. If we can convince them to run on rails, we'll be a lot better. Now, we've had issues with mine colonies in the past, so what we're going to do right away is make sure this works, because if not, we're going to be building a cement plant instead. I'd like to find this out really fast. I want to say I stuck some rails down in front of a colonist before, and they just hopped on with their own minecart. So there's a big track here. Is there going to be any colonists that ride on it, or do they need a specific reason to ride on them? Oh, look. See, they just get in their own minecart and down the rail they go. So they'll choose the rail over a non-rail at times. But what can I convince them to go underground into a station to ride in a train in a tunnel? So I know they always like to go back and forth right here, so I'm gonna try digging a tunnel for them right here and have it go over there. It's gonna be the worst tunnel you've ever seen, but technically it's gonna be a subway, and then we can watch one of them ride it, hopefully, and then we can end the video. Actually, we're just gonna make it become a submarine, and we're gonna see if they'll ride it even as a submarine. They don't seem very interested in this right this moment. Here, what about this? Do you not want to be underwater? I completely broke this one. Go away. Go onto the rail. You absolute clown. It's literally right here. There. Oh. I feel like they're trying to avoid... Oh, yeah. I think they're trying to avoid going underwater, so... Oh. Yeah, they don't want to go underwater. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, they're not that stupid, I suppose. Oh. Hey! Look at that. Somebody finally took it. Honestly, sometimes trying to navigate the colonists where they need to go feels a little bit like you're trying to make the perfect, like, hamster maze. Like for the pet hamsters, but for the colonists. It's like, no, you're gonna go through that brightly colored plastic tunnel there, except it's a weird train underwater. They sometimes opt to jump off of the railing here and then swim. So I can stop that by replacing it with actual walls. So what are they gonna do now that there's a wall? How are you gonna get around that? Yeah, you're gonna have to go somewhere else, dingus. Like a nice subway. There you go. Wow. Now that we know we can do subways, there's something else I would like to know. Do taxi guns damage barbarians? We need to find this out. I removed the Create Love and War mod, the Flans mod add-on, because it had an annoying amount of incompatibilities with other mods. Plus taxi is just better. So I think we need a gunsmith table in order to do much of anything with taxi. I think these are going to be a lot less complicated to make than I might be used to. It was actually kind of hard to make that Create Mod 1. Yeah, there's not really reason to go kind of advanced right now. we already had the World War II air gun for a while, and these things are not hard to make. We almost need some more complicated recipes. But hey, it's a bit of a trial run. I mean, I've already used it a few times in like montages on other worlds, but I can put this away. I guess I can still make ammo from the bench, but I also can craft it using Create Mod. 308. Craft. Nice. So, here we go. Now, we just need a barbarian raid to see... Oh. to see what's gonna happen. Lovely, I somehow managed to spawn 2 raids at one time. This'll be great. Oh, thank goodness it works. Finally! I didn't make enough ammo for this, though. I know. And it only has 10 shots. Oh, I'm out of ammo. I was complaining about everyone being sick last time, and I'm actually going to try to do something about that by putting a new hospital down, because there's a hospital all the way over there, but that's on that side of the colony. We almost have 3 different zones of the colony. We have across the river, we have down here below the bluff, and then we have up here on the bluff. So we at least want to put one up here. In typical fashion, we're going to put this really, really far away, because I found a cool spot that's really far away. I'm going to flatten the hill a little bit, probably not right this second, but in general, I'm going to lower this down some so there's a little bit more room up here. I'm trying to build stuff, and then the builders keep complaining that their food isn't good enough for some reason. They don't want to eat it. They want more variety. They seem to want food that can be eaten up to a house level 5, which is weird because I don't think there are any houses that are a house level of 5. If you're wondering why I have this cow trapped here with a deployer suspiciously pointed at it and a milk bucket, well, there is a really easy food that is eaten up to level 5, and it's just bread with milk dumped on it. And so I'm wondering if I would be able to feed them milk dumped on bread, and then they would be able to eat it, because I already have the bread, obviously, and the milk is infinite, and it is possible to make an infinite milking machine. So how about I just go make a few of those? I'm gonna try to give it to the colonists and see if they'll eat it. I bet, yep, this guy right here is refusing to eat the bread. He literally won't eat the bread. So what if I dump milk on the bread? See, it's a level 5. What if I dump milk on the bread? Are you gonna eat it now? That's what I thought. Oh look, the armored train's here. I've created the abomination machine. Behold, the milking machine. It continuously milks infinitely forever to produce bread with milk dumped on it to hopefully satiate the absurd colony. All of this caused by a mod update which made them not able to just be content with infinite amounts of cod. Look at that, we already have 6 sweet rolls. So we just want to make sure that all of them are serving sweet rolls. And over time, it's going to get rid of the bread. And instead, the sweet rolls are going to pile up. And hopefully the builders will start eating. And if they don't, well, they should just go walk off a cliff, I guess. Because that's their problem. So I think I can put a lot of ammo into this, right? Yes, right click on the ammo. Yeah, look at that, I can put it into here. And so now there's 430 bullets in here in one spot, as opposed to taking up a ton of inventory. That's another nice thing about this mod. Here, let's just make another one. So now we have 400 bullets in one slot. That's probably enough colony beautification for now. It's nice we have more trees here. We just increased the value of this property. At least I think we did. I mean, would trees, like, does it block the windows? Do you still have a waterfront view? I guess you have a worse waterfront view. I don't know, maybe that lowers the property value, but luckily I don't have to put it on so low, so that's not a big deal, and whoever lives there could actually be evicted at any time. But I've been thinking about subway locations. I'm gonna build a player-sized subway to go along with the colony subway, because obviously the colony subway is just them on minecarts. But the actual route of that, of including my subway, is gonna have to be determined by their subway. Is great because there's a lot of traffic to the warehouse, or to and from the warehouse to various spots. Honestly, this is where most traffic comes from because of the couriers running back and forth. We could probably have 2 stops over here, like a stop right in this area, honestly, like right there, and then another stop maybe by the restaurant where a lot of people go to, which is up here. It really just depends on how good their AI is at detecting viable railway lines to where they need to go and how much they prioritize it. Given that tunnel size is determined by my player size subway, we should go design that right now so that I know what I'm building. This is going to be the 3rd video in a row where I've built a new train. This time it's going to be a subway, and it should be pretty easy because it's not going to be super big. It needs to be smaller than other trains. If you see subways in real life, they're definitely smaller than other trains, generally speaking. So we're going to be doing it on a 3 wide track, the normal crate mod gauge, and they really only have one type of car. Well, I mean, there is a different type, obviously, with the driver's seat, but it's very, very similar, especially on the outside. Really, the only difference is the interior for our purposes here. So I don't expect it to be terribly hard to do or take a terribly long time. You know, they're actually kind of long. I was looking at them, common ones, they have 3 doors, probably what would be 5 blocks of space in between it, and these do need to come out. I don't know, as much as a slab on either side. Here is a subway car, and here is a subway tunnel that is partially covering said car. Pretty happy with how it turned out. It's rather spacious in here, despite only being 3 blocks wide. We have numerous seats that we can sit in. We've got nice windows, very easy to see out of. And we've got the doors at either end, and then I can just modify one slightly at the front or the back if with some controls and a little driver's cab area. Also, oops, I'd removed these lights. Let me put them back. These belong here. This is my tunnel design. As usual with things that potentially go for really, really long distances, I'm not making it extremely advanced. I'm just making it look generally good, but the same few block types, no randomization. That's always the big part for me. I also was able to make it not super huge, and I should be able to just recreate this on the other world. I already have a schematic of the train car, so let's head back and start investigating tunnel placement, station placement, and trying to corral the colonists into the tunnel. Speaking of which, I guess I kind of forgot to mention, this is where I'm planning on putting the colonist railway. That's the size of the tunnel that we have to make. Let me, I guess, put some bricks here. So I'm gonna dig this tunnel, and I'm gonna add the railway fast as possible so that I can judge how the colonists are using it and see if it's gonna be up to the standard that we want. Good news, they upgraded the town hall to level 5. You know, I went for a long time not even realizing it wasn't level 5. I thought it already was, but now it is, and it's quite a bit bigger. Better news is, though, they are using the subway more than I expected, and I've learned some stuff about it. Let's see if anyone's using it right this moment. Oh, well, yes, there are people using the subway. Take a look at that. Where are they going to go? They're going to go this way. So and the subway goes all the way over there. I even already saw somebody take that, but obviously people like to use it to go across the river. I have to replace more of this stuff with walls to stop them jumping off and trying to swim, which is also why I have put fence here, so that they're a little bit more forced to go down the subway. And what they can do is they can actually just get off at any point that they feel like. See, like they want to get off there, they can get off without having to go all the way to the end. But sometimes they do want to go all the way to the end, in which case they will. This section of tunnel is a little bit flooded, but the railway itself for the colonists it exists, it's linked, it's actually a loop now. But there's really only, I guess, 3 spots that is convenient for people to get on and off. Like here, we have a person going right there. So I'm gonna clean this up, and then we're gonna add the stations, quote unquote. We're not really building a proper station, because I kind of want to build a proper station, at least one of them. And then there'll be small ones for the colonists. They don't need a giant thing, it's so close together. But that'll probably be for a different time. But bro, why are we getting attacked by pirates and barbarians at the same time? We haven't gotten attacked by pirates in forever, by the way. I didn't think it was still possible for them to spawn, but it is. Where's the armored train when you need it? No way, the armored train's actually right there. This should be fun. Oops. No! It's leaving! Stop, stop, stop. There's so many mobs, dude. Yeah, this is really effective, honestly. Okay, they are getting killed now, and I can't do anything else with the train, but it sure worked pretty well. And there's allegedly barbarians somewhere. Very effective, actually. There are no more pirates despite what's at the top of the screen, and their ship is gone. I did a lot of damage to it. I might have blown up some of my wall as well, but it was for a good cause. I don't know what happened to the cat who was driving this. Oh, they're still there. Okay, I guess you can do your thing again. Oh yeah, look at this. This is gonna be pretty cool. See? Granted, this isn't like meant to look like a station, but it's already pretty nice. You can see we've got all this filled in. Well, not all of it, but all of this section filled in. There's a mob farm down here though, so I kind of need to add some mega torches. Otherwise I'm gonna run out of ammo. But that goes in that direction, and the railways are functional. You know, I kind of want to make it an interactive train, actually, because then these lights will carry through and it will light up the car, and it should provide dynamic lighting-ish. Otherwise, it's going to look really weird all dark. So here, let's replace this. Okay. Let's do this again. Assemble. There we go. Now it's all lit up and you can see it. It won't provide dynamic lighting out in the world, but it's lit up in here and not all dark, which would be strange. Oh, all the doors are open because we're at the station, actually. Here, we can take a seat. We can't see really anything, but if we go forward, then all the doors should open. Yeah, that's cool. It's like a real subway. Well, that's basically the extent of the tunnel that's built properly. You can see we're already in the wall, so that's unfortunate. But it's a working subway for us and the colonists. Until recently, my citizens frequently drowned in the local river instead of using the bridge I provided them. I solved this by building an entire subway system for a town of 75 people using crate mod. Now they don't drown as much. Problem is, the subway station looks like this. So let me get out my newly infinite concrete and some escalators and build them a proper station. Let's take a look at the subway, because we need to build a subway station. Ah, it's very dark in here. So I've dug some of these tunnels to various degrees. It's actually kind of a big loop. You can see there's the tunnel over there. The tunnel goes in this direction across underneath the river. The station needs to be somewhere where it's a little bit deeper underground so that we can have a higher ceiling, which means it's probably going to go right here because we have all of this empty space. That was the finishing touches on the existing tunnels that we have, but there's still one problem, like the wheels disappearing. Although that's an optional problem, we can ignore that and it's fine. So let's take this subway car for a spin. These turns are a little bit sharp, which causes things to phase through the train. So as you can see, the curves need a little bit of help. Whoa, I just found a baby drowned with a trident. I've never seen that before. I assume that's pretty rare. It's trying to kill my colonists, not very successfully though. I have one bullet left as well. And I missed. I've completed some important tasks at the colony, like colony proofing the riverside even more by making sure that there are fences that at least prevent them from trying to jump off of the pier. It still seems to try to get them up here somehow. It's a little bit unfortunate, but you can't jump, meaning you're much more likely to take the subway, as I think we may see some people doing right now. Yes, they are taking the subway a lot more frequently than before. Maybe as we improve the stations, it will go even further. Also upgrading things, I'm still trying to upgrade these residences and businesses here so that I can get rid of this junky area. They kind of need to be all the way done, but that's a very slow process, as you may already be familiar with. Either way, let's go work on the subway station. Let's dig straight up from here and see how much room we have to work with if we were to build an arch station like the main ones that you see in the US. Okay, so I guess we have this much, assuming that's concrete. Well, cool. Now that we've determined that, let's go find some better pictures of the subway stations. This is kind of a perfect picture right here. And you have that interesting shape and pattern. I don't know what you would call it. It's almost like, not a beehive thing, because it's not like, it's squares, it's rectangles, but it's got these pockets, which is a little bit difficult to build, but obviously I'll try to do what I can and make that design within the space that we have. Then we can see we've got the escalator there. You know, this is a perfect opportunity to go get the Create Escalated mod and add it to the mod pack so that we can actually have escalators. This kind of looks like the same type of station, or perhaps the same station that was the Smithsonian station. I've been there. Yeah, you can see it's got two of the tracks, but we only have one, and so although I don't know that there's any harm in building another one on this side and just not having anything be there. Just, you never know. I might include another one. I don't think it would be that hard. In which case we would shift the center of the arch over. Oh, nothing's ever easy, is it? What do you know? Switching from the most recent version to the first version made it work. Surely this won't cause any of its own problems. Since I've dug out the area, we have this house here, which has been upgraded to level 4, I want to say. It's finally filling in the profile here, the skyline. And then this Fletcher's place, which also is filling out, which is nice. I'm excited for this place. I think it looks good. I think it's a good size. I'm happy with the ceiling height. I'm going to have to do a bit of rearranging with this walkway up here and where we have the entrance. I'm not sure how this is going to work out, so we'll have to see. But the last challenge is going to be that pattern for the ceiling. How do we make that pattern? I actually have made a subway station looking area before that was based off of this a long time ago. I might go look and see what I used as the pattern then to see if it's might be useful. Maybe I don't have to reinvent the wheel. Here you can see this design that I used. Oh shoot. Here, that's the design that I used, and it actually looks pretty decent. I achieved it with just stairs, so I'm going to try to do something like that again at this area. I might change the curve a little bit to accommodate even blocks, because otherwise it's going to be offset, whereas if it were 4 blocks here, then it would not be offset. It would actually line up, and it would look pretty good, I think. I think that's pretty good. This is better than I expected. I'm really happy with how it turned out. Mainly the lighting, I think, is what makes it really good, because these things are usually pretty dim in real life, and I managed to get it somewhat dim here as well. We have a little bit of lighting in this trench here, and then some lighting here, and then we've got this middle lighting where I stuck the glowstone kind of far down. And then you've got like this grate and stuff that goes down the middle, like you can see in real life. And of course you can run right up to the subway cars. We're only missing the walkways and the elevators, which is what I want to work on now. I'm gonna have to completely redo this area. Unfortunately, it can't go any higher up because it's already right under the track. So it's a bit of an issue, but we'll be making it nicer. Oh, that's pretty easy. Just some chains and iron sheets. Oh, a lot of chains. Oh shoot, I barely made any of this stuff. I need a lot more. I really don't know how many of these we're gonna need, so we're gonna try this, I guess. So I saw in the ponder that it was offset somewhat strangely, like, I don't know, something like this. It's not a 45-degree kind of thing here. Wow, I guessed it first try. Okay, that's cool. So, yes, it behaves like a staircase. This is gonna be great. Very cool. Very cool. I guess I kind of need to hook it up to some power so I can ride it, but I guess I know how to make it. That also barely used... Oh wait, did that only use one? Hold on. Oh, it only used one. I don't know why. I was thinking it was like actually going to use the amount of blocks, but no, it's like it just uses one belt. It just uses one of these. Great, so I made enough for 53 different escalators. I doubt we're ever going to have that many on this world. But we do need 4 escalators here, actually, because as you know, escalators are one way. So we need one up and one down on each side. I'm extra happy with this texture here that we got. We got the trodden bricks, or trodden deep slate, which actually looks similar to the hexagonal tile pattern that is in the real life areas, so that's cool. We need to build a bridge over it. I think I might just have this staircase go straight down, actually to the level of this bridge, and then you just walk across the bridge, and I guess you either go down into the subway or you just go back up into the train station. How much you want to bet the colonists aren't going to be able to use escalators? So this is pretty good. We're literally just missing the escalators. So let's fix that right now. I plan to put them right here. Actually supplying power, I don't know. There might be... We could probably do water wheels, actually. I'm just gonna add a lot of shafts. Oh, and so... Well, actually, no, it needs to be a block lower. I'm stupid. One of these, surely. Aha. Thank you. Hey, look at that. It's an escalator. That is cool. So I actually probably want to conceal the shaft right here, so I should probably move it back by a block. Ooh. We going up? And we're going down. I am going down now. Very slowly. Yeah, I always forget about that with water wheels. I guess I will fix that. But it's not actually that much slower than it needs to be. I probably just need to double it. This looks like the proper elevator speed. Ah, there we go. Yeah, this is the proper elevator speed. Let's go. So now we just have to see if the colonists can figure this out or not. Well, since we have a station, we need a proper size subway train, not one that only has one car. We need 3 cars. I'm gonna double this and build some more subway cars. I like this train stop now so much. You can just walk down here. It's almost like a real place. I can almost smell it just being in here. And then we've got this minecart rail. Yeah, they will not take escalators, unfortunately, so I just built the rail here. It's kind of bad. It's not ideal, but it does work. The people go back and forth here. So here we've got the materials for 2 more cars. So let's go ahead and build this now. And then we'll drive the subway around and take a look at the other smaller train stations and build them up for the colonists. now that we have 3 cars, I want to add another train control in this car. Okay, now we've got a proper driving setup when we can get a cat. And I already know the perfect name for this type of cat. We don't actually need to do comments for this. It was actually suggested a long time ago, but now we have the perfect opportunity to use the name. Either way, let's assemble this train now. Oh yeah, that looks cool. We now have a proper subway in the subway station, 3 cars. Let's take it for a test drive. Oh shoot. I just ran it off the tracks. Yeah, I forgot we could do that because it's interactive train. Oh, good grief. I derailed the subway. That might actually be kind of a problem. It's harder to fix derailed trains when they're interactive because you can't really use the wrench on them. Oh. Okay, we're good. So I guess if I click it, okay, I'm super stuck now. I guess if I can click it on a solid block, then it doesn't have problems, but like trying to click it elsewhere, it actually just performs the wrench action. So for this particular cat, we require a calico cat, and there happens to be one right around here. No, come back. Yay, let's go. A long time ago, somebody suggested that I name a train-related cat Tama after the cat in Japan that was like a station master cat and became super famous there, who happened to be a calico cat, which is why we needed a calico cat. I don't think I've named a cat Tama yet. I could be wrong. I don't think I have, because I thought I was reserving it for more of a passenger-related train thing, but either way, we're going to be naming this particular cat Tama. Now, where did it go? Tama, here we go. Do not go near that train. And there we go. Once we get the rest of our stations in, I will give you, Tama, a schedule to circle around and around the colony so that at any point we can hop on the train. And at any point, some colonists can get run over, you know, it's just part of doing business. While we're on the topic of names for cats, I asked you guys for a name for the cat from the last video in the train that we started driving around to deliver concrete and cement supplies. And you guys picked out a name. You actually picked quite a few names. There's a clear winner. And the clear winner is Gregorius Alphonsus Ignatius Bartholomew Ferdinand II. Actually, you guys picked the name Rigby, which I don't know if there's some particular lore behind it, but a lot of people liked it. I think Bartholomew Signatius, whatever, Ferdinand something or other is a little bit better. It would, maybe if we need like another cow. I mean, because we already have Mavery Toddingsworth the third, and so we could have whatever that was the second. We'll have to see. We'll keep that in the back pocket. But we have Rigby. Let's go find the train and go give that cat its name. I really don't have a way of locating trains at any given moment. I kind of have to look for them, but I do know that there's ways you can get like a score or the display board to show distance to train stations, which makes me wonder if I could do that at the subway station. That would actually be a really good use of that. Oh, here. Hello. Let me on. You are now Rigby. Very good. The first station after the big one is right here, right next to the restaurant. It goes right down here. We don't have a lot of room because there's not a very good spot to have the opening up there. But obviously we've got the minecart rail right here. And so we're just gonna have a little bit of room where I could stand. It's really more for the colonists though, and it's already got all they need. I don't know that I've seen anybody use this station yet. So that's a little bit awkward. I guess they don't particularly have a reason to, unlike the river crossing spot. That's not bad. It still uses the same kind of blocks and the same design, but it's more on a colonist scale for them to use or not, more likely. I've added all the new stations that we need, and I've got a schedule here and I've configured it. So we should be ready to go. I also modified the subway slightly. I added this little thing so that you can kind of walk between the cars. I'm going to test it out while we're moving. Ideally, the cars would be a lot closer together, but I really can't because these actually are occupying these full blocks, so we can't do that. Either way, here, take the schedule. I think we are then sitting here for 15 seconds, so I will just grab a seat as well. And hopefully we're going to be on our way here soon. Suitable path could not be found. Oh, I see, actually. Look at that. We're still on this train path, actually. That's bad. We need to pull forward more. Oh, yeah. Peak subway. But you're totally off that track now, right? Yeah! We're finally moving. Well, let's actually try to... Oh, yeah, we cannot move now. Think we're here, right? Yeah, but not all of the cars can access it, only some of them. Like this one can access it. All the stuff open. There is a skeleton here somewhere that's gonna be spamming arrows. These are not responding to opening and closing. Oh, we have a skeleton in here. Well, that wasn't good, but we had a passenger on the car, in the subway. And now there's a creeper. There's a creeper in the car. Bro, it's like a roller coaster. I wish the area were bigger and we didn't have these janky things, but we're at the next station unless I'm very much mistaken. No, I am not. Oh, I'm in like the middle car, no wonder. This is longer than it feels like. Here's where we can get off. Oh, well, we're on the move again, but that's the station. There we go. This is cool though, I like it. Oh, and we're at the next station. Of course, since these are the little lame, like, colonist stations, you can't really access it from very many cars. It's literally, like, just here. Okay, but let me get back on before we go again. Hello, how are you doing? Are you having fun with this roller coaster subway? There we go, at a 45-degree angle in the subway. Running the colonists over because they're retarded and can't get on the track. All right, we can't get off from there. We need to get off here. Oh, well, that was a fun subway experience. A little unconventional, perhaps. But the cool thing is I should just be able to watch my subway in action now. Yeah, there it goes. It's on the move. What's it going to look like? Oh, that is cool. That's cool. Today, we're going to be building a military base for my crate mod military. Because we have the military, but we don't really have a base. We have an airbase, which is kind of cool, but that's only good for aircraft. What about everything else? Besides, things are getting more dangerous out there. There are these weird structures that you can find that have been cropping up, and they seem to be creating this army of robots. And we need to take whatever measures are necessary to keep my colonists and the colonies safe. We're going to be putting the military base in this basin here. Tactically, I don't know if it's a great idea because then it gives lots of high ground for invaders, but we're going to mitigate that with radar and autocannons and turrets and things like that. So they won't show up undetected, and it is a little bit safer in some ways. Plus, it's nearby the airbase and all the industry. All it has right this second is a railway going through it, so it's rather underdeveloped. There's not even a great spot to land this, but I'll manage. There we go. With this railway, we can easily bring in supplies, and we can transport vehicles in on rail if we want to, in and out. We can get materials in here, and the size of this place, I think, is plenty big enough for us to have depots and vehicle storage areas, vehicle workshops, armories, barracks, stuff like that. All the things you'd find in a military base, and maybe even some more unusual things. I'm going to need to get my mining tank in here, which means we really need a road connection, and that can actually help with that. So let's figure out where we want that first. I think our best bet's going to be have the road entrance going through here, through this cliff, because it's kind of narrow and it's closest to the existing highway. We can bring it over here and have it go straight in across the rails. This whole area was supposed to be farmland, but I could also put the highway going that way so that the road actually does have access to this. But that is probably for another time. Let me go get the mining tank. Here we go. We're gonna need this. Right now, this is making me wish I had a proper road right here. I could probably fit under there, but maybe I should just knock down a little bit of this so I can have a proper road. Part of good military infrastructure is civilian infrastructure for moving stuff around, like highways. There we go. I've expanded it so it's plenty big for us to get through here now. This is the narrowest point right here, so we're gonna try to start making a tunnel right here. This thing is really not made for doing tunnels, so you have to give it enough clearance to actually be able to get rid of most of it, which means I actually have to remove some of this myself. The only thing that's actually good for tunnels is the tunnel bore because it's on tracks. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna actually make this go up some because we're gonna have this part be the same elevation as the train tracks, and then we'll probably have this part go down a little bit since it's already mostly down. But this is already at the train track level. Oh, interesting. That's perfectly at the train track level, so we're gonna have to go up like 4 blocks or something. Got a tunnel, and it's not going to be arched. We are going to have a working door somewhere around here, and it's going to be something that just like retracts into the ground basically. And now it's time to fix up this area, but I've got this available now to help with anything that I need, although it's not very good at getting rid of trees, unfortunately. This is looking great. I think it's going to be the perfect amount of room. Not so much room that I start making wild plans that take too long to do. No, this should be a reasonable amount of room. Now, let's just try to decide where we're going to put everything. I think right here, since this is on a level with the train tracks, this spot we're going to make the open air vehicle storage for basically things like tanks and trucks or Humvees. We don't have a Humvee yet. We are going to be solving that later, though, because it's not a very big build. I think we can get it done. It's closest to the train tracks and it's closest to the entrance, so it makes sense for the vehicles. That means we should also put the covered vehicle parking garages here as well. I want there to be probably 2, maybe 1 small one and 1 larger one. Maybe where it's like vehicle maintenance areas, because I really need to do some maintenance on the tank. It's kind of has some bad design choices. And then of course there will be large enough roads that you can take the vehicles down. There will be a smaller road here, and then we'll probably put the barracks here. We will add some watchtowers, and then there'll probably be some miscellaneous things that we may or may not get to today, but we'll be adding as we improve things, like maybe the radar installations and AA stuff. That will probably be its own topic because I have some ideas for that. And I guess an area for special things. Perfect landing zone. Now if only I can land in the middle of it. Yes! Alright. Well, there is our first feature. Plenty big enough for a Black Hawk helicopter. I've laid out 3 spots for the barracks buildings, which are also kind of like half circle. It's like a big tent kind of, but a little bit more permanent tent. Also, like I've laid out over here, it's also going to be those curved little hangar things, but not for planes, but for ground vehicles. We're going to put a main building there built partially into the hill for lack of better spot, and also it'll be more defensible. I'm going to have to make the tunnels a little bit better as well, at least part of it, and they kind of need a door. I mean, it's not very secure. It's like, oh, we're going to put this big like vault door thing here and going to block this off. Not really helpful if we got train tunnels, so what I want to do now is build the door that's going to go here. I think that I'm going to use gantry carriages to do this because it's pretty easy. So I can put gantry shafts vertically. Of all the times to run out of fuel. Okay, I think I have more. Yes. If only there's a way to make it infinite. So we can have it be vertical, and then we could have like that go right there, and then it goes down, but that's like the highest point. Then we have the rotational power provided down here. I'd like to build the door out of blast resistant or impervious stuff. So I know that we can probably use rebar concrete, which is this stuff, which I am almost positive is blast resistant, but I've got some TNT here, so I'm going to actually just test it out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that stuff is resistant, but what about industrial iron? No, it's definitely not. However, I expect that steel armor is resistant. No, it's not. Not that tier. But there are several tiers. Double steel armor might be resistant. Each one of these tiers takes a little more steel to make. And there is one above this. So if this isn't resistant, there is still another one we could try. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so if we use rebar concrete and double steel armor blocks, we should be good. I'm just gonna have to go make some more. Wonder if this can stop tank shells. Look forward to finding out. And yeah, we are making it double thick. As far as I know, I should be able to power this just with one water wheel, most likely. Is that gonna bring it down? That probably should already be working, honestly. Let's see if I calculated right where it's supposed to stop. Nope, drat. But it's actually not a big deal. All I have to do is replace one gantry shaft with an extra shaft once this is back up. Also, we have a speed controller here, so I can make this go faster. I can make it go as fast as I want, actually. So if I remove this and I replace it with that, now it's going to stay at the right spot. Cool. These two links should both be able to make this work. Why didn't that work? Oh, interesting. Would you look at that? Completely resistant to tank shells. I don't think we did any damage to anything at all. No, literally no damage. We didn't even break the light. Now that's what I call a strong door. Let's open it up and get the tank in here. And then we'll go get our other lame tank. Well, we can fit the tank in the small one, so that's good. Wanted to make sure of that. And we've got all that outdoor vehicle storage as well. Now we've got the barracks. We finally had a reason to use zinc sheet metal, which I think looks pretty good. We've also got these sections of wire, and they've got barbed wire on top of them. And I added these temporary doors to the train tunnels, which don't move yet, but they let trains in and out while not letting mobs in and out. And they're supposed to let the driver get through without dying, but I don't know for sure if that's going to happen yet. The only other structures we're going to be making today are these covered hangars and also some guard towers. I'm going to put one guard tower right there, right over the path, and I'm going to put another one up there, I think. So, got a little bit more building to do. Let's get it done. I'm outside the ammunition factory. I'm here to pick up a bunch of autocannon ammo, specifically these machine gun bullets, because I have 15,000 of them. That's pretty good. It's the only big cannons ammo that I have automated right now. Kinda need to do more, but we just need that for now, since it's the non-destructive type. And we're going to make a bunch of these things. And I have a bunch of autocannon parts in my inventory, because we're going to be equipping multiple things with these machine guns. The nice thing about the machine gun bullets is you can put a stack of them in the autocannon container, unlike if you're actually using autocannon shells, you can only put 16, so it's really bad to use containers for those. These two, we're actually going to give these to the guns first in the helicopter. Now you can shoot out the door. So I've got this watchtower here and that watchtower over there. These things would often have machine guns in them, so we are going to be adding 2 of them. Won't have complete coverage, but it will have pretty good coverage. I might actually be able to use the cannon welder for one of the first times in a very long time, because these are not on physics entities and this thing always broke cannons on physics entities. It looks like the welding did work. Nice. Now one of our 2 watchtowers has its turrets. Let's go get the other one, its weapons. A military base is going to need fuel for vehicles, and we obviously have vehicles, so why don't we make some fuel tanks so that we can store some on site. Currently all fuel is being stored at the oil refinery in some tanks there. It's not actually that much, not as much as those fuel tanks look like. I was thinking it would be a good idea to store the relevant fuels that our vehicles are likely to use, namely diesel, gasoline, and kerosene. Actually, everything here uses kerosene except for that uses diesel. Obviously, these things are brought in by transmitters, and that is actually how we're going to bring it in here. But you know, it's like a good feature. You never know when you might have that cut off for some reason. I'm just going to add it. Go away. Honestly, this is going to be like a refueling station. It actually makes a lot of sense in addition to storage. And there we go. We got refueling stations with decorative stuff and also real functional things. You know, you could actually refill the bucket. It's not actually possible to connect the world to physics entities to transfer fluids. So it's not really, you can't really make like a literal gas station. You can make a bucket filling station, then you dump it into whatever that block is, like a drain on a vehicle. But now let's move on to these hangars. Let's make these actually have a functional bay area where you can work on the vehicle. This is going to be a much smaller vehicle bay because it's a much smaller place, and I want it to actually just be removable in that we can just flip open or close these trap doors depending on if we actually want to access it or not. So it can basically be like a normal floor if you want. All you have to do is close these trap doors. But also, if you do need to work on the vehicle, you can go under here and access it, which we probably will do, but I want to go build the other one first. The idea is that we can fit the big machine, the mining cat, in here and work underneath it, but also to have 2 separate bays where you could work on tanks, because you could fit 2 tanks in here side by side. You could probably fit more if you really wanted to. There's a bigger work bay under here for big machines like this one. It's actually 2 blocks deep. And I managed to find a way that we could just add the same design that I had over there over to here. So you could put 2 tanks side by side and not have them fall into the trench there. Neither will this thing fall into the trench also, because you can close it up. Don't think I need to work on this. I mean, it's a pretty bad design, but it also works fine. So there's not really any reason to change it. The tank, though, on the other hand, has some issues, but I'm also not convinced that I can really change them either. There's actually a whole lot of nothing to do about it, because most of my problems with it are that there's 2 separate physics entities up here, and they can be a little annoying to set up, especially because I can't bring all of the backup blocks cables with them. But I can't fix that because of the way I designed it. I designed it too aesthetically good. That's why I mentioned that tank wall looking pretty ridiculous and oversized actually in a lot of ways functions better. So it's going to have to remain the way it is, but let's go make a Humvee now. A military truck. I'm on a copy of the world so that we can use our new facilities to build this. I had to move the tank out of the way, but I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact that this thing is 1-to-1 scale. It would only be about 4.5 blocks long, and it would be 2 blocks wide. Yeah, this is 1-to-1 scale. This would be 1-to-1 scale, guys. This is why we have to scale things up, because 1-to-1 scale actually doesn't work with 1 block being 1 meter, but it's rather comical here. Yeah, what we're gonna do, I'm not even gonna bother calculating a scale. This is just, it's small enough. We're gonna build out what it looks like it should be. and we're going to go based off of that. Now, I have built a car before. I built the DeLorean, and this will actually be a little bit simpler because the DeLorean needed a bigger engine because I was creating electricity on the car literally just to power some neon tubes so it would look cool. It's totally worth it, but we don't need to do that here. So it really should only need a compact engine. Although we will check and see what the max speed of this engine is. Ooh, that's not very fast. We might need to speed this up if possible. That might be a bit of a challenge. The only weapon it's going to have is an autocannon mounted on the top. Okay, that is too tall. Yeah, it basically needs to be like that. It's going to be pretty condensed. It's going to be pretty condensed, guys. We're also putting the engine in the back because it seems like from the pictures I'm looking at, there's more room, whereas there's very little room in the front. And to speed it up, we're probably going to end up trying to use, assuming I can speed it up, we're gonna be using, what's it called? The chain drive? Yeah, because this will just double the speed right away. If there's room, mind you. And if you're wondering about how the steering works, you can steer using redstone inputs on the wheels, like that. So we can use the cables from drive-by-wire to do that. So we don't, it's not like tanks where you have to actually use like gears and stuff to do that. So I just realized we could try using a radial engine instead of the compact engine because it doesn't need like an output for exhaust or anything. And it can still take gas. So what if we try, and it's 180 RPM. So I don't really want to have to use the chain drive stuff because it just takes a little too much room. I think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm going to be able to squeeze in the engine here, then the gears for the pump to put the fuel in the engine. Then we've got the resistor, which is doubles as a clutch and a speed controller. Then we've got these gear shifts here. It's not ideal. It's a little bad, but it is going to enable us to have all of the controls that we would normally want in a vehicle, I think. I'm just working on hooking up this to control the engine right now. So let's, oh wait, that actually turns the engine on? Okay, well, never mind. I just need to hook that to there then, I guess. And this is pretty good. We got this. So I've added links here that controls the gear shift, and we've got even the speed controller thing here, so we can slowly start going. We can go in reverse as long as we're holding that down, and we can go a lot faster if we want. This thing might actually be really fast, I'm thinking. And by the way, we still are going to have 4 seats, even if they're a little mismatched. I think that's it, honestly. It's just missing the armor. We are going to give it armor like we did the tank, so that it's resistant to some types of weapons. Unfortunately, not Warium stuff, but still. There's the Humvee with Wandering Trader for comparison, for some reason. I'd say we got a pretty good size compared to the tank. Now, they are desert camo, and we're not in the desert, but it may still be useful where we're going. Here, now we just need a bunch more of these, and it'll really be like a military base. Oh. Well, I guess we didn't need that one. Oh, heck yeah, lifted Humvees. The Crate Mod military is expanding, and next time we're going to expand it into survival. We are going to be building the Humvee, or maybe a couple in survival. Maybe we need another tank as well. We need to increase production of weapons and munitions. For Crate Big Cannons, we're severely limited. We only have machine gun bullets. That's not going to cut it, obviously. Today, we're going to be building the best air defense system with Minecraft Crate Mod, because as you can see, I am being chased by airborne enemies as we speak. It's quite literally drones trying to blow me up. I probably shouldn't go by the helicopter. This is not good. If I could just get to the tower, I might be able to shoot them down. Okay, I cannot actually shoot them down. Oh no! Yeah, so just a couple flying things can destroy my entire military base. This is why we need air defense when there is an army of robots on the way. I am not even safe in here. But how am I supposed to get these drones? It's also getting really dark. I don't really want to be hunting drones in the dark. The main focus today is going to be finishing the military base and, importantly, equipping it with air defense. As you saw, you can get annihilated by a very small number of airborne enemies when they're dropping bombs on you and all that kind of stuff. We are also going to be building multiple Humvees and probably another tank, which requires a significant amount of steel. And I know that Warrium has its own steel system, which I will look into because I'm hoping it can be automated, whereas it's very difficult to automate the TPMG steel. That's because we're on a old version of that mod, and I can't update that mod because I can't upgrade to Crate 0.6. And the reason we can't do that is specifically because of Clockwork/Valkyrian Skies. There's a ton of updates that I can't do until that is available, and that is one of them. I will say though, I did upgrade the Forge version, which allowed me to upgrade a couple mods and add 1 or 2 mods that I hadn't been able to. And one of the mods I was able to update was Crate Stuff and Additions, which is the mod that adds our jetpack and the mining drill. And I noticed we got a netherite jetpack now, but we also got a creative filling tank. And it's funny, last time I was literally saying, oh, if only there was a way to just have it be like infinite refilling of fuel for the mining drill, because it's really, really annoying having to go back and forth to the nether to just pick up lava all the time. And would you look at that, there's a creative fueling tank, and I have taken it upon myself to add a recipe for it. I also added a recipe for the creative gravitron because there's lots of times where you just kind of have to move physics entities even if they're big. So we got those recipes. I do want to make the netherite jetpack though. Another thing you might have noticed was I got absolutely shredded myself, despite my armor, by those flying helicopter things and their bullets. So I have no netherite, unfortunately. So we're gonna go to the nether and try to grab some. It's kind of tempting if I could make some like the high explosive shells make a big explosion, but gun cotton, I don't know how much gun cotton I have. Oh wait, I did have gun cotton already. I knew I'd made some of this a while ago. So I used that existing gun cotton to make a stack of high explosive shells. We're going to be using these as improvised mining charges because I think against netherrack they will do a ton of damage. You kind of need to either use an explosion to activate them or redstone, and I don't want to stand right next to them and push a button. So I thought that it might be nice to get an RPG, which would help against flying targets as well, if I'm in the area. RPGs are not that hard to make, actually. And there we go. I got an RPG, but I don't have any ammo for it. The ammo is the more expensive part. You can craft it using the crate sequence, but we don't have that set up yet, so we are just going to have to build it this way, which is probably more expensive. You can use this ammo assembly table. Here's the RPG. Make as much of this as we can. Let's see how much damage this does. Well, that's pretty good. This thing normally doesn't do much damage, but I really care about the high explosive shell. So first let us go down to the normal level that we would do this. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe not there. Oh, look at that. So when we get a little bit of ways, I have no idea what this is gonna do. Let's go in this direction. I'm just gonna put a shell here and I'm gonna shoot this. Oh my. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That is a big explosion. Look at that. We exposed 2 things of netherite. Hey, maybe we'll be making those creative items. Maybe we'll make those today after all. Okay, so I already have 4. That's enough for the jetpack. Now there we go, there's our last deep slate. Not deep slate, ancient debris. I just am gonna get 20 so that I can make the jetpack, and then I would have enough for one of those creative things. Okay, so I have 4 wither skulls. So we can easily spawn the wither. And I guess I can get another star, and we're gonna make the creative filling tank so that I don't have to go to the nether anymore and right click on lava. So we got 5 netherite ingots. So to make this netherite jetpack, I just need a fluid tank as well. Oh good, and I get to keep my enchantment as well. Nice. Alright. Netherite jetpack. Why do I have like a big thing? That looks weird. Got like a big muff now. I don't know that I can go. Can I go any higher with it? No, it's not really performance difference, but it's full armor. This thing does a lot of damage, guys. Yeah, Taxi is a little overpowered. So I already have Wonderlight Matrixes. Okay. Alright, that's just Wonderlight Crystals. I already got that's the Gravity Ore. So I should be able to make this now. I should be able to just... Cool. There we go. So bad news, the Warium steel is actually worse than the TFMG steel. Just because you can only make it from iron dust, which only comes from raw iron. And raw iron, you can't automate it. So we might not be getting to those vehicles today after all. We need air defense, and as I mentioned, we have multiple options. The first being a rocket launcher, used by me. This is not ideal because it requires me to actually be good enough at aiming to hit things, and for them to be conveniently standing still like that drone is right there. But if it is standing still, it's not too hard to hit. But that's no good if there's more than one of them, and it's not standing still, and they're already attacking you and you're not shooting them from like 200 blocks away. And this is where radars come in, because radars can be used to detect entities, and they can be used to automatically target big cannons weapons at those entities. And I actually happen to already have made a radar installation design. This is my little radar installation, the small version of it, and we've got multiple of these positioned around the colony. We are definitely going to have a radar installation right here, and we are going to have another one positioned over there. That way we cover easily the entire center area plus a pretty big area on either side. But this radar is actually not very good. It's kind of short. It actually needs to be higher up for the airborne stuff. I know that sounds dumb. I mean, that's not how radar works in real life. But the actual mechanics of this thing, it kind of needs to be closer to the level at which it's supposed to be detecting stuff. But lucky me, I actually made a tall version of this when I first designed it, and I just haven't used it. But now we get an excuse to use it. I don't even really remember what it looks like, other than that it's the same kind of radar design. Yep, just on top of scaffolding. So that's the first radar, and it's a search radar. So that blue dot is me. You can literally see it moving. Before us are two different types of weapons that we could connect to the radar. On the one hand, we have a normal cannon that can shoot shells that use a guided fuse, which is linked to a monitor, where you can actually select the target that you want on the monitor, and then believe it or not, that shell will act like a missile all by itself and go after that entity. The other option is a rotary cannon, which is pretty similar to the Phalanx close-in weapon system, where it just shoots a lot of bullets, hopefully in the direction of the target. For example, let's say there's a big robot right here, like this guy. This red dot here is that big enemy, so... Oh! And see, it literally just came back. It eventually realizes, oh, I'm supposed to track this specific entity, and then it just turns around, does a U-turn, and comes back. And it kind of works against flying things as well. Oh, see, here it comes. See, it's trying to follow it. Eventually, it loses track of it, though, and just goes off in a random direction. So, you can see that the improvised missile system is unable to hit these kinds of things very well. If you've got the rotary cannon, it can respond much faster to something like this. I did not mean to spawn that. But the rotary cannon is also equally ineffective at targeting the flying thing, because it actually is unable to point itself at the flying thing fast enough. But if you do that, it absolutely annihilates it, and then proceeds to waste like 100 more bullets. But still, it works great. This thing is also perfectly capable of shooting down flying targets if they're not moving quickly, like these things are hovering and moving slowly. For example, there's one down. Well, somewhat capable. It has its problems. I even tried building a static radar pointed in one direction permanently to see if it'd be able to update the rotary cannon better or faster, but it had no effect on it for some reason. Also, why is it just incapable of hitting those? Come on. Sbeev with an RPG might remain undefeated. And a Phantom. Maybe the real air defense is just me. Interesting. Perhaps the double autocannon is more effective than the rotary cannon for some reason. In terms of automatic firepower, I'd say the twin autocannon is better than the rotary cannon, partially just because of how much less ammo it uses. It also seems to be able to actually hit things better, which I find interesting. But all hope is not lost for the rotary cannon, because I can think of one other use where it might be great, actually. The use would be player-operated rotary cannons. Instead of the radar doing the job, I can do the job here myself, and then it's just however good at aiming I am. This is quite difficult though, and it's hard to tell where it's pointing at, although there is a trick that you can do to fix that. Oof. That was still pretty bad, guys. At least it's possible to shoot them down. Honestly, part of it might be the ammo that I'm using. Here is a fun trick to make it a lot easier to hit your target. It's possible to use a beacon as a big laser pointer on a physics entity like this. That definitely helps, and obviously you can shoot along it. Oh, that might have been one hit. Using that laser pointer, it's possible to hit this stuff without being lined up yourself with the gun. And using the high explosive autocannon shells, it's actually, well, it seems to take only one hit to kill it. Oh, it's so much easier now. Who needs radar when you have infinite high explosive autocannon bullets and a player controlled phalanx? Oh. So guys, I think the plan is to build a Phalanx Sea-Wiz and just have it be player operated. I even just figured out you can auto-load it just fine by having it like this. You know, normally this would be all the fire control, the electronics, the radar would be in the dome thing up there. But since we don't need any of that, since it's being operated by me, I'm gonna put the loading up there. Normally the ammo drum would be down there, but we're gonna have the beacon down there instead, or somewhere nearby so that it's in line. So I guess now I'm just gonna try to make this look good. This is the pinnacle of Create Mod player-operated anti-air systems. And I also added this huge area of hoppers and this like little thing on the back that stops about 80 to 90% of the shells as they're getting flung out of the back of the gun. And so we get to collect them. But now we're gonna go over one other air defense system, which is not Create Mod, in fact. We are going to be heading over to the Warium mod because Warium has lots and lots of munitions. One of them is a great air defense munition, the Ordnance IR Seeker. This thing, when you build it into a rocket and shoot it, will look for sources of heat, which is mostly set up to work with the Warium mod. Think things like jet engines, for example. We just need an ordnance core and an ordnance thruster because it's a rocket. And all you have to do is just build it like this. You can also build it lying down. And there it goes. It's actually, it might be tracking something. It actually found something. all by itself. I didn't even mean for it to do that. As far as I know, this thing is still player operated in that you kind of have to like give it the redstone signal yourself to launch when it sees something. You guys will have to let me know if Warrium has a feature for auto launching this stuff when it detects something, because I know there is a radar from Valkyrian Warrium, but I don't know how it works. But this thing is quite forgiving. Like, let's summon one of these. And it just blew it up. Now, it's not always a one-hit kill, so that is the best way and the easiest way of blowing up those flying drones. It's not good against things that don't have any kind of heat, since it's specifically a heat-seeking thing. I just have to build another mount like this, with the actual weapon emplacement being a lot simpler, since you can't really... There's some glitches where you can't really automate the placing of these things very well on physics entities, so they're just going to have to be manually placed. Oh, look who it is. Can you go get him, please? Nice. This doesn't need a laser pointer because these are tracking. All you need to do is point it in the general direction and shoot your missiles. And you'll probably blow something up. Let's try to do that right now. Never mind, we got it. That was pretty easy. So the plan is to put one radar-guided autocannon right here, because this can cover basically the entire military base, the airspace, and some of the space around here. I'm going to collect these materials and try to cast double twin versions of these. They seem to have casting molds, so we're going to see if the recipes are good to go. Looks like it is working, so we are going to be able to use this. There's our twin autocannon. Oh nice, it's already linked to my machine gun bullets. See, it's bringing in machine gun ammo. Should be loading it with machine gun ammo. I just have to weld this together. So I added a control panel here so that you can actually activate it from here. Like, I can click and then whatever's over there is eventually gonna get caught. There we go. I want to add tracers to these machine gun bullets because you can't see them when they're being shot very well. They look way better with tracers. It's actually really easy to do that because tracers are inexpensive. Tracers just take one glowstone and one blaze powder, and I have infinite amounts of blaze powder from my blaze farm under my house, and I automated glowstone a while ago. I'm going to set up another production line right here where I can make autocannon shells, not just machine gun bullets, which are just also autocannon ammo. But since we want to make the phalanx, we need to have the high explosive autocannon stuff, so that's not the machine gun bullets. So what's the production look like for this? So we make filled autocannon cartridges, and then we apply the round to it, whatever round we're using. So 6 presses and a cartridge sheet. I've left room here for an extra deployer for the actual round, and then also one for the tracer, and one for a fuse. Because these ones, if they're explosive, they need fuses, like the impact fuse. Now, I don't have the ability, I can't like hook any of those things up to this right now. So all it's doing is it's filling autocannon cartridges. If you take a look down here at my setup for the blaze farm that's under my floor, which we can't see because there's no blazes right now, but I just modified it so that it can pull in blaze powder in here into my ME network, because the ME network already contains glowstone. So I figured I'd just integrate blaze powder, and then I'd handle the crafting of tracers within the network. So I've got tracers being manufactured by my ME system, and I've also got impact fuses being manufactured by it. I've got a transmitter over here. I guess I just need some composters real fast. The tracers are going to go here eventually, and they're currently going here to the machine gun side because the machine guns are already ready to be equipped. But I have 14,800 of these things that don't have tracers. We're going to loop the existing ones back in, and we're going to fill them up with the tracers. Since other than missiles, this is our best air defense method, we need it to be higher than at least everything else around it. Otherwise, it does no good. So I'm going to put it up here. We are going to build something around it that's connected to the building that we're going to be building next. Oh, that's right. I forgot a beacon, and I only have one wither skull. Okay. Off to the nether we go. That's a real expensive 12 stacks of autocannon bullets, but it's gonna come in handy. We're gonna need it. This empty spot is where I'm gonna put the control command central building for the military base. So that I can connect that up, I can add the second radar, which will actually cover down here, unlike that radar. I know it's kind of silly. And we can have the proper radar control area. And something else, we're gonna have a little bit of an elevator right here, a vehicle-sized elevator that can go underground for reasons. It's nice knowing that we have a variety of functional air defenses now and automated defenses against any robots or anything that might invade us, and a nice elevator shaft as well. It's well, it's a little unclear where it goes right now, but I think we're gonna have to wait and find out more about this a little bit later. Next time, we're probably gonna be addressing the military vehicle thing, because we tried to look into getting steel today, ended up not being any better than I was hoping with the Warrium thing. But we'll have to figure something out, because we need more military vehicles. You know what my colony really needs?
Better food, schnitzel, more food, steak dinner.
A nuclear missile silo.
That does not sound like food.
For defense purposes, of course. Defense from people like you who need better food.
I haven't had a decent meal in a while. The restaurant menu should have better options.
You guys don't need better food. You've had infinite bread and then infinite sweet rolls forever. I mean, just ignore the fact that there's no food there right now, guys. I mean, it's fine. I'll fix that. This is why I'm in charge of the budget, guys. And I say that the budget needs to go toward a nuclear missile silo. The colonists can be happy eating their infinite sweet rolls from the sweet roll milking farm. And if they don't like it, they can starve, quite literally. I really need to downgrade the mod version that we're using, guys. Although realistically, I won't be downgrading the version of Mine Colonies here. It will likely be downgraded after I'm done on this world, which is fast approaching, because I've technically had this survival series going for getting close to 2 years. It's been like a year and 2/3 or something like that. And we've accomplished quite a lot. Honestly, almost everything that I wanted to do on this world. One of the last things being a nuclear missile silo, which has a variety of potential uses for us. I really need to put a megatorch here to get these guys to stop spawning. Luckily, crafting has never been easier. I should have built this kind of system a long time ago. Should have been like priority number 1. Here's a mega torch, and I'm going to stick it somewhere around here. This will prevent a lot of mob spawns, which is better than just lighting this place up. I'm also in this spot for a particular reason. It's because right around here is where I want to put the missile silo. This is a tunnel that goes through a hill right here. It's a way that you can loop back and around to the colony from the train tracks there. And I want to have access to the missile silo be from here, and also I want to have the missile silo be really close to the colony. And so if we were to build it right here, it's plenty close. And the nice thing is I already actually have a nuclear missile design, which I can use. Although it's going to take a little bit of effort to get it working here in survival. In fact, I need to go take a look at that design right now and get the dimensions for it so that I know how big of a silo to build. So I got a schematic for crate mod of the missile so I can properly build it in survival. And I just realized this is close enough to my existing shore battery. Now ignore the gun, it's still here, it just something got messed up with the rotation. It's been a little while. It's close enough here that I can tie it in. I'm sure I can tie in the complex to here. I could build a tunnel to access it from this fortification as well, which I think will be cool. But you can see the size of the missile. You know, it's like, actually, how tall is this? It's like 23 blocks tall or something. And we'll put the big missile silo here, and then I was looking at some pictures, some diagrams, and it looks like there's like another tunnel from probably a control area that goes over to the missile silo part, and there's all these rings of walkways and staircases and stuff. Then there's some room under it. The door kind of has to be pretty big for this thing. It's gonna need to be at least like probably 5 by 5. We can actually simulate this launching. We have plenty of clearance on all sides with that big of a opening. But then the actual part down there will be a little bigger. I think I'll use the same block palette that I used for these fortifications since we're going to try to make it all the same complex. Got the concrete cap on this and a little opening where we'll put a door. So I think it's just time to start digging. I wonder if replay mod's going to work. It's probably going to be busted, but maybe not. This is the silo, and it's big enough that I can build the decorative stuff, so it's going to get a little smaller. There's going to be some room under the rocket. I want to dig the control room and the tunnel to connect it to the base over there. Oh yeah, I forgot I completely rebuilt this gun a while ago to be a auto-loading thing using a mechanical arm instead of auto-loading with ramrods and stuff. That's how I built it the first time. It was so complicated. That's what I thought. I had all this room taken up with all these circuits. This is the circuitry that I had to build to make the other autoloader work. None of it's needed anymore, but I was going to build a staircase here to build like a second story here anyways. And I realized I could finish that and like build it up here and build that as the walkway. Why don't we do that? Take a look at this. I've got a little passageway running from the bunker, and it goes up here diagonally straight into this little room, which I'm going to make the control room. We'll have whatever controls and stuff that we're going to have. And then we're also going to have the actual missile room here. This is a pathway to it, and I've planned on putting doors here. There's actually already glue in place, just no rotational power yet for it. But I'm basically going to be working on the silo now, building this up with a bunch of different levels around here. And I've still got this here, so you can see about how big the missile is going to be in relation to everything. There it would go out. So I think it's going to be cool. I'm pretty sure the missile is going to be able to launch straight enough to make that. And you can see I actually built this little staircase here. There's an opening at the surface, and then you can go straight down to the command room if you want. That's most of a decorative missile silo. I don't really know how many levels I ended up putting in here, but if you fall all the way down, there's just gravel down here. And I've got these things for the missile to sit on. You can see the schematic would be positioned somewhat like this, like slightly lower down. And so then the top of the missile is around, it's actually at the top walkway, which is kind of cool. And we've got this ladder here, which you can take up and down all of the different levels, starting from right here. And now we just need it to, you know, have an actual working missile and some of the working systems, like we need the door up there. I need to build a removable cover, and we're not going to have it slide out of the way. I'm going to have it like lift out of the way, I think. To control this, I plan on using a sequence gear shift that we can control with a redstone, hopefully in the direction we want. That seems like way more than 120 degrees. Am I insane? Like, from here to here should be 90, and then 120 should be like over here somewhere. Maybe it's because I doubled the speed and it doesn't know how to calculate it. So what if I just change it to like 60? That's funny. So if you mess with the speed after this, it doesn't actually take that into account. I guess that kind of makes sense. You know, we really don't need to speed it up. That's actually pretty fast. So I guess we'll just leave it at 120 and no need to speed it. Oh yeah, so much better. Now it's actually dark in here. This is great. This is with the normal lighting not turned up a ton. This is gonna look so good when it's got the missile inside there. So let's come around to the command room. Green button here. Push that. We should have opened this. Yeah, we did. I could even see just because it got light out there. And we'll put this back. And there it goes. Dark again. Excellent. I feel like this needs some redstone torches in here for the ambiance. Even better. Now it's not completely pitch black in here. So we got that. Now let's get controls for this. And then we're going to want to build the missile actually. Great. So we've got the double doors here that meet right there, cutting you off from that chamber, which we would definitely do when launching, which is something we need to work on. So let's get this out of here. Up you go. Very cool. And let's figure out what we need to build this nuclear missile. Obviously, a nuke is required, so that's going to be interesting. Most of this is boring. We won't have a creative fuel tank. Yeah, all of this except for the fission bomb. Right there, page 10 of 10. How do we build a fission bomb, guys? I don't even have like a nuclear reactor or anything. So obviously you build an empty fission bomb, which I can probably do. So, you know, we have lead, or we can get lead. We can get beryllium, we can get all this stuff. We can definitely build the casing of it. But the part that makes it work is the fission core. And the fission core requires a plutonium core, which doesn't have a recipe that I can view through JEI. It probably works through the Warium nuclear reactor somehow, which I also can't view. So if I just want to make the fission bomb case, what do I have to do? Well, I have to get 4 blocks of lead. Do I have any lead from Warium? I have TFMG lead. I assume that's not going to cut it. Okay, so straight away I have to go somewhere away and mine. I was under the impression I had some scrap from Warium already that I could have used, but surprisingly I don't. So we're going to go somewhere new, or at least very far away, where there should be Warium stuff. And the best case scenario is I could find a Warium structure with some robots and some stuff that I could loot, because I don't need that many parts. I just need a little bit. 9,000 blocks away. A waystone I marked down forever ago on this floating island in the autumn season. I discovered this while searching for a rare biome to find white sand, I think, before there was a crafting recipe or something like that. In fact, we are significantly beyond even the Distant Horizons generated stuff. So we should be close to new chunks. I was just getting concerned because my game crashed when I came over here. But now I'm back and it decided to give me a lot of Distant Horizons stuff. And look at this. That's pretty interesting. These are also biomes that could have a Warium structure, which would be ideal. And that actually looks like Warium lead ore on the surface for some reason, right in front of me. But man, what a cool spot. Warium lead ore, yes, please. And what's this? A nickel. I guess I will take this. Oh, here we go. Look at all this stuff. Also, I guess I don't need that. Beryllium, though. I know we need beryllium. Apparently, silk touch is just not a thing with these. I know I need at least 4 blocks of lead, probably more. Oh wait, each one of these shielding components takes another 4 blocks. Okay, so I need 12 blocks of lead. I need a lot of lead. So I am going to have to mine for a little bit. Although this is a... If we keep getting big veins like this, it won't take too long. That's a nice village you've got there. But it doesn't help me on my quest for Warium parts. This is kind of nice, though. Oh, wow, we've got like a pool and everything. Got like a better spot in my colony. And right on the ocean, little prime real estate. With the mountains in the back, bro, this is like top tier. What a suspicious pile of granite you've got here. Are these piles of granite supposed to be like termite mounds or something? I can't think of what else they might be. Other than just rock piles for some reason. I'm not sure what adds it. Well, I don't know what's on the other side of these mountains, so maybe there'll be more stuff. Whoa! There's got to be a Warium structure somewhere in this desert. Come on now. Decent terrain generation and a high render distance actually makes exploring in this game fun again. Unfortunately, I can't use a plane to do this, even though it might seem obvious just because it moves too fast. The game couldn't keep up with loading this. It's already having a hard time with me on foot, quote unquote. Oh, there's like a tunnel under the mountain, I bet. That's almost always what that is. Although I can't help but notice that the clouds don't draw correctly over distant horizons. What is this? Oh, hey, it's a Warium structure. That definitely didn't show up in distant horizons. I bet that I can get all of the stuff I need from here. Hello, Mr. Anti-Aircraft Gun. I'm way too close for you to shoot at me. Isn't it sad? Oh, there's like uranium in here. Oh, why does that do so much damage? This isn't actually that easy to do. So I'm going to try to rate it for like... Oh, shoot. I'm still in the field of fire. Oh, no, dude. I actually went too far away. See, look, when you kill these guys, you get all this stuff. Which is basically what I'm here for. Let's just put this away. You get all these nice pieces, like advanced components. Those are going to be great. We get the steel, of course. Also, I should probably kill this thing. Wow. Ooh, look at all that. Look at all that stuff. It just, good grief. Oh, it's stuff in these barrels. Wait, no, that's an explosive barrel. Okay, that was a little more powerful than I expected. My spawn point was in my Black Hawk helicopter, which is in the void. And it's... Oh, this is great. Those explosive barrels are no joke. Have just the thing for you. Dude, there's so much stuff. I just got iron for the first time. No way, guys. Nice of them to put little bombs inside their own building. But I can also bring my own. You just collect your stuff, or maybe not. That's what I think of your stupid base. I've got a lot more of those. Yeah, I think I made good work of that. But I think that they're going to be angry now. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. If you blow up their beacons, it makes them unhappy. Is that... I knew that was an explosive barrel. Let's sit on this termite mound and take a look at what we got. So now if I type in Warium, look at how much stuff there is. There's even plutonium nuggets, which is interesting. That's part of what you need for the fission core, because you need the plutonium core, although I guess I don't know what you do with the nuggets or not. But most excitingly, we have a lot of advanced components. We have a lot of steel plates, bent components. We have pretty much everything we should need, assuming that I gathered enough lead. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back and smelt that stuff up and see if I can build this, the fission bomb, the blank part of it. Should be barely enough lead blocks. Let's open this up. So we need these things, and these require that. Let's put the beryllium back so I can make these shielding components. So we got 2 of them, and just like that, there's the fission bomb. Oh boy, it seems to be rather heavy. My FOV just went really far in. So here we go. This is the thing you guys have already seen probably in some of the other videos, but that is it obtained in survival. Not that it can do really anything, because it's missing all the important parts. But we will stick it on the missile and claim that it's a real nuclear weapon. And hopefully it'll work for deterrence purposes. Maybe there's like some nuclear scientists in the colony that can figure out the rest or something. Getting that nuke was the hard part, everything else not so much. It's ready to get built here. In fact, we're going to do this right now and turn this into a nuclear missile in probably under 30 seconds. Yeah, there you go. Pretty fast. Now, it needed this to build it, but this creative fluid tank needs to go away. Get rid of that. I think it had gas in it, and we're going to need a transmitter instead. Let's put this right here. And hopefully there's something on the gasoline channel. I think there is. Yep. Okay, so I just switched it over. Now, this missile is seeming a little bit laggy. Actually, I know why this is behaving this way. I need to fix a few things. It's related to the Black Hawk ending up in bedrock and then falling out of the world. Okay, I fixed it. That's caused by a bunch of other physics entities having, oh good grief, having trouble somewhere, which they most definitely were. Now we're not in slow motion anymore though, so gonna try to lower this into here. I'm just gonna drop it straight down. Cool. It's being held upright by that helm, though. That's what's keeping it so upright. Did I just land it perfectly on its... Oh, I kind of did. It's sitting perfectly on its little struts. That is nice. So I can remove this. And I think now I can close this up. Oh, yeah. Now the ICBM is sealed in its missile silo, where I can work on it. Although we are going to be test launching it here, obviously, soon. That's an important part, so it won't be sealed for long. I'm going to have to go watch my own setup tutorial for this thing to remember how this works. I'll be back in a sec. I've refamiliarized myself enough to decide that it's a great time to try and launch this into the sky. Although it should only go to 120 in elevation, which is like 30 blocks above here, so it really should barely clear the outside of this. Oh, we ran out of fuel. That's embarrassing. Hang on. Third time's a charm. I think there was just a link that was missing. That's more like it. Oh, I didn't close the little thing, and that hit it. And now it's not going to get to the... Actually, that is going to get it out of there. So it's going to hit 120 really fast. See? Oh, and then it fired again, and then it stopped. Okay, so that's just it did what it was programmed to do. That actually worked really well, believe it or not. The only issue it's having now is it's slightly unbalanced for some reason, so it's not launching true straight up when it's getting turned on. Everything else is working though, so I'm just gonna rebalance it. I had a couple blocks get deleted or break upon assembling. That's why I almost never try to make physics entities from stuff in the world, like going from crate mod to physics entities, because it's so often the stuff breaks. Usually I just use vmod, even if it's survival, but here I did not do that. I have some good news. I was successful at rebalancing the rocket and getting it to launch normally. We come over here and we take a look in the missile, and we come down here to, yeah, pretty much the center of mass. Center of mass is right here. And now the missile is like slightly angled, but if you can still kind of tell that that yellow box is basically perfectly aligned, although slightly rotated by like 2 degrees with that cube there, which happens to be the same size. I'm not sure what happened to make it get slightly off center. Any number of things could have done it. All I had to do was add this magma block here, which added just like the perfect amount of weight in order for it to launch upright. So let's open the door now. And it's probably already ready to go. It's a little bit bad. The design is bad in that this thing is left on until the last second. And so it kind of has to be like frozen in place or held in place somehow until you launch it. Best way to do this is with the fizz gun, which I only recently started using because somebody recommended it to me in the comments. I was like, oh, this is actually way better. Thanks for the recommendation. And I need to add a crafting recipe for it, which will be there in the next mod pack update because it's way better than the Gravitron, both versions of it. Anyways, what we can do is we can go to this part. You know, that's where you can actually sit in it if you want, but I'm not going to sit in it right this second. Let's click this button. And you can look down there, you'll see where actually the rocket thrusters are on. So all I have to do is just tap that one time and we should launch out of here. Oh yeah, we made it. That was so cool. See, it didn't hit anything. It's gonna go up to, I think, 150. Can I please get out of here? And it just reoriented itself and it's going, well, who knows where it's going. Looks like it's targeting that village. Actually, it hit a chunk border, which is kind of good. Otherwise, it was going to go really far away. It hit a chunk border and fell down. So we can launch it out of the bunker now. And depending on the orientation of which booster you fire, you can send it in different directions. But I could probably just drop this back down here. Kind of. This is definitely how you put ICBMs in their silos. Well, that got most of the way down. And just like that, it's ready to go. Ready to be launched again at the next target, or at possibly the first target. I wonder what the first target will be. Guess we'll have to find out in the next video, which will probably be the last video of this survival series. You know what my colony really needs? A nuclear missile silo.
I haven't had a decent meal in a while. The restaurant menu should have better options.
Just ignore the fact that there's no food there right now, guys. This is why I'm in charge of the budget.
The restaurant menu will have better options. He always had the biggest house in the whole colony. The most food. Behold, the fruits of your budget.
Unfortunately for the angry colonists, I don't just control the budget and where it goes. I control the entirety of reality. That's a fancy way of saying I have the power of backups. In fact, I probably have, I don't know, anywhere from probably up to 70 different backups at different points in time of this world. But last time I had mentioned wanting to wrap up the series pretty soon, and that's the current plan. In fact, this is the last episode, as far as I know. So I wanted to talk about some of my experiences here and also some future plans and combine that with a world/colony tour, because I got a lot of comments over, I don't know, the last year and a half asking for colony tours, and I've ever made one, and so this seems like a good time. One thing I want to point out right away is I actually built a horse here now. A long time ago when I built that monument, I asked what I should put there, and you guys suggested a horse statue, and then I promptly forgot and just didn't do it. But it's finally here, and it's actually made to look like a very special horse. My horse, which I banished to a village over here quite a while ago because I think it was extremely laggy for some reason. I used a debugging tool. But given that this is basically the end it seems like a good time to go unbanish my horse. Here's my horse, though. Welcome back. If you take off the stuff, you can see that is the same as on the statue. So let's get it back. I didn't even have a name for my horse. That's so sad. You'll have to suggest names in the comments if you guys want. Don't know that they'll get the opportunity to name the horse, but now I feel bad. There you go. You got your own statue as payment for being banished and to try to make up for it. And maybe you'll even get a name. You never know. We'll go over some of the colony stuff now. And as we're doing the tour, I'll also explain my thoughts on the overall colony experience. This building is the town hall. And inside the town hall is the actual town hall block where you basically can see the information about your colony and manage stuff. For example, there's this town map, which I'm pretty sure I've done this before. This map here, you can see this is the town hall, and you can also keep track of all the citizens, and even, I guess, if they need things. And you can also see all of the different buildings and what level they are, and I guess even if there's people there. So that's a nice way to view the colony. The other thing is we also have a list of all of the citizens here and the overall citizen stats. So people don't like the social factor. The food factor has been a problem for a while, but for some reason the overall happiness is still pretty high since it only goes up to 10. We have 80 citizens. That's what I ended up building up to. You can get, I think, up to 250 according to the unlocks in the university, but yeah, we did not get that far. And the colony is really divided into 3 sections. It's in the original section here, which is where we started. Then it's got the section across the river. Then it's got the section above the bluff. As some of you may know, the original point of the colony was supposed to be a fun integration with Crate Mod, which is why the actual mod pack is named what it is, and the first maybe like half dozen videos in the series were very specifically centered around the colony and the Crate Mod integration. But as time went on, it didn't work very well. It doesn't integrate well at all. There's no easy way to feed items from outside sources into the colony system in a way that the colonists can actually use them. That was the first big thing I discovered, because this is my storage facility for the colony. It's built right next to the train tracks because I had imagined trains delivering stuff to it, which was very unsuccessful. Eventually, I gave up on integrating the item transport from the trains to the colony and just stopped. And I had ideas of integrating defenses to help with the colony's raiders, but then it turned out that the colony raider system basically locks other damage types from other mods out of the system. So my automatic cannons, which I built these radars for, actually you can still see the gun there, those were supposed to be to help with the raiders, and it didn't work. The most integration I ever got, really, was just teleporting food from my own factories into the colony, into the restaurants. Using the item transmitter, it just drops sweet rolls into here, which there actually are some right now. And this is the mine. I was kind of possibly imagining siphoning resources from the mine, but it all gets dumped into the warehouse, and the warehouse is very unfriendly to take things down in and out of automatically. So, really, they just got to keep all of their stuff and hoard it. Also, I don't know if I've ever really shown this much, but they dug a really big mine. Like, literally all of this is dug out. All of those troubles with integration pretty much left the only exciting part of the colony, and interesting part, being the fact that it gave me a way and a reason to have a town that was semi-functional, but not much more functional than a normal Minecraft village. And it was fun getting to build a town. You know, it's cool having this town you can run around like the little medieval town. You can kind of have it aesthetically integrate a little bit, even if not functionally, but it only went so far. I think that most of the enjoyment from that is likely only experienced by the person doing it, me in this case. So it certainly was not as YouTube friendly as I hoped. Now, I know people liked the colony. I don't know if it was a majority of people. I'm kind of curious. You guys will have to let me know. Like, how many of you actually liked the colony part of it specifically? Because the view counts didn't seem to reflect that, and my own play experience didn't seem to reflect that, which is why I kind of stopped doing much with it as time went on. I used to spend a lot more time trying to build up the buildings to just make it look better, but I even kind of stopped doing that for 2 reasons. It was already really slow and tedious getting them to build stuff, but after a certain point, I started having trouble where they would constantly get sick. And one hospital, sure, like, you could blame it on me for only building one hospital, but I swear the person who's supposed to be working at the hospital usually stopped being there, or stopped doing their job for various reasons. The most recent being that most of the colonists don't like the food after a recent-ish update. It's kind of its own problem. The first problem was everyone was sick all the time, and I would have to keep fixing them myself. That only got way worse after the update that added all of the food to mine colonies, which originally didn't have its built-in food, but it added all of this stuff. And it made the existing food system much worse because it added a mechanic where people would refuse to eat things that weren't of a certain tier and quality from mine colonies. And they would just straight up stop eating, I guess, probably low-tier mine colony stuff or non-mine colonies food, which is what I could easily automate. Because you can't really automate this stuff. It's all made within the mine colonies ecosystem. I could be wrong, but it seemed like you physically couldn't farm it yourself. And you could blame some of this on me for not building like 10 farms or something, but also the point was it for a YouTube series. So building 10 farms would have taken a lot of time. And just not be that interesting again, which is why that kind of got abandoned. And after a certain point, between them being sick and them being out of food all the time, I just kind of gave up. I will also say, in retrospect, splitting the colony with a river was a really bad idea because of, well, people like that who forever would get stuck in the water and it would take them forever to go back and forth. And really, splitting the colony was just bad because people would have to run around. They waste a bunch of time going to and from work and everything, and the warehouse is only in one spot. So some of those things, like it's a design choice. And you can blame some of my difficulties on just not playing the mod well enough. If I were to do the mine colonies thing all over again, there would not be a split colony. It would also be downgraded so that you don't have this food mechanic because it was manageable before that. There would be more hospitals. ICE probably wouldn't even bother having them grow their own food. I would still just, teleport food in from crate mud. But I'm not sure that it's worth it. Especially when I first started this, when I didn't know much of anything, I thought that I'd be able to build more than one colony. I imagined having like a lumberjack colony, off in the woods. It'd be kind of small, but they'd be there chopping down trees, and I was like, oh, I can send my crate mod trains to like pick up the logs and the wood and stuff and bring it back and forth, and I'll send them food or whatever. I'd like this cool logistical idea. And then I discover, oh, you can only have one colony. At least that's what I discovered at the time that I went to look into doing that. I don't know if that's changed now, so something worth looking at. For those interested, I will just briefly mention kind of what the actual colony buildings are around here. A lot of these that you're seeing right now in this undeveloped part are houses. That was a farm, and they seem to be doing a decent job growing this. These are the only mine colonies food I was able to grow. These are onions. Yeah, see, I physically can't plant it. Here you go. You might want to put that back. I did have fun at times, like, building new building huts. This is a building hut. There's lots and lots of different workshop buildings that you needed to make the different recipes to make the colonist craft stuff for you. Like, this is a smeltery. It's a pretty new addition. These are houses, but I think that this is the mechanic's place, which crafts like redstone stuff. This is obviously a guard tower, which is cool. I think that's a bakery right there, and I think that's a normal house. Don't know that I did stuff with a bakery. Most of these buildings here are all crafting buildings. Like, this is a bee caretaker area, and I think these are like stonemasons. These guys are like toolsmiths or something, blacksmiths, and then that's a carpentry place. Pretty much all of these are houses. That's the tavern. The rest of these are houses. That's the builder's hut over there. We got more houses over here. There's a Fletcher's building, which is right here, and I do like this part. This might be like my favorite part of the colony, and it would look even better if these things got upgraded more. Hospital, and this is the university, and the university was cool. I like the build. It took forever to get this thing to a level 5, as some of you may remember, but I kind of like the university system. There were all these big tech trees of stuff, and like as you got the colony bigger and you got the university leveled up, you could get more stuff. So that was kind of cool. I like that system. And it's definitely a notable mention. This is one of the first things I built. I also think it's a level 5. This is the fisherman's hut. And for the longest time, this building supplied the entire colony with food, single-handedly. But I don't really have much else to say about the colony. I am curious, though, what you thought in the comments, so definitely let me know what you thought about the whole colony experience, quote-unquote. It definitely kind of turned into a meme over time about how well defended the colony is compared to the extremely trivial threats that actually faced it. There were quite a few funny comments on the last video where I built the nuclear ICBM. Lots and lots of comments like, quote, "I never expected a Minecraft colony series to evolve into the military-industrial complex." Very true. Gotta love the trillion-dollar military this medieval town has to defend itself. This colony seems to have entered an arms race with itself. Yes. Defending my colony with a nuclear ICBM. The raiders are not that bad, bro. Are you sure? Barbarians are attacking from the east. Sbeev removes east. Still no victory because an invader is stuck in a cave somewhere nearby on the western front somehow. Exactly. It's about as bad as vanilla raids, or worse. A nuclear missile silo sound like food to me. Also, slightly unrelated, but viewers are now speculating as to whether or not I have a secret War Thunder life. And all I have to say is, I've never played War Thunder. Should I play War Thunder? You can kind of extrapolate some of the reasons why I want to end the series now from the colony stuff on the colony side. And the fact that my car is doing molasses right now is another fairly obvious reason. Probably the two biggest reasons for wanting to end this now are, to briefly sum it up, I've done most or almost everything that makes sense to do on this world. I don't have a lot of projects that I am particularly excited about or think would be very interesting to do here. That's not true for maybe a new thing. There's a lot of potential things that could be done elsewhere. But the other big thing is just that performance is quite the slog here and has been for a while. I'm sure some of you are familiar with the extensive performance problems that I've dealt with and fixed and kept going over the months of being on this world. And I'm surprised at how long it kind of lasted. But as we go over here toward my Crate Mod Factory area, we're going to see it get real nasty. The frame rate is already averaging like 15. Usually the best TPS I can expect on this world is 40, which is bad, and it's often a lot higher. But as cool as this area is, it's quite literally usually a nightmare to be over here, which is part of why I stopped doing stuff over here and I started doing stuff elsewhere, just because it's almost unplayable and it's already unwatchable for YouTube. The last actually good thing that I was able to do here was this power plant. But the power plant also had some problems as well. Namely, that it needed to be restarted every single time I joined the world. What I just did there is what I've had to do every time. I tried a couple different designs. I thought it might have been this inverted boiler, but it wasn't even that. It seemed to be, from what I could tell, something specific to the TFMG stators and electricity generation stuff. And honestly, I do like TFMG a lot, but also I'm stuck on an old version of it, which is another problem that has kind of plagued the survival aspect of it, and something that I don't think has gotten better yet. For a really long time, Valkyrian Skies itself did not support Crate 0.6. I think that's been updated, and I think it now does support the newer Crate version. However, Clockwork, which is the mod that several other mods depend on, like Trackwork, and also just the mod that adds things like flaps and wings, kind of important, that mod is still not supporting Crate 0.6 yet, to my knowledge. I checked on the VS Discord server pretty recently. It looks like it's being worked on, but obviously since these mods are not like developed by companies or something that can be held to timelines or anything, none of that exists. These are just people doing it for fun because they like doing it. Who knows exactly when it will be ready, but it does appear that it's being worked on. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to update Clockwork soon, because then we should be able to update a lot of mods, like TFMG is a big one. And frankly, I don't really want to start another survival thing without being able to update some of that stuff. Obviously, that's not hard and fast, but I would prefer to have some of that available first. Which is not a bad thing in some ways, because there's some other things that I'm trying to work on before I would start another survival thing as well, which I'll kind of mention here a little bit. With my airfield over here, I ran into a big problem with the terrain generation on this world, which is kind of another reason that I want to start a new thing before doing more stuff in survival. When I first made this world, I only had Terralith and Biomes of Plenty, which neither of those really add a lot of terrain generation features. They mostly just change the biomes and add a lot of biomes. And I really fast realized that I wanted some actual terrain generation variation, so after about a month on the world, I added Tectonic, which is a good mod. It adds these really big mountain ranges, and it kind of smooths out the slopes, and it kind of smooths out all of the terrain somewhat. But after being on this world for a year and a half, I've come to two conclusions about the biomes and the terrain generation. The first one being is that I have too many biomes. I should have just either picked Biomes of Plenty or Terralith. And the other conclusion I came to is that I really hate the default terrain generation in this game. Mods like Tectonic definitely improve it a lot, but unfortunately I didn't get to take advantage of that myself very much because all of the spawn area, all of the place where the colony is, all was pre-Tectonic chunks. So I really didn't get to use it that much. But there's a lot of things I would change even beyond what Tectonic does. And I'm trying to work on some stuff. I'm trying to learn some things about terrain generation. And so far it's been a little bit less complicated than I would have imagined modifying it yourself. So I'm not really going to say much because I don't really know how far I'm going to get. But in a perfect world, things would be quite a bit different before I start something new in survival. That pretty much wraps up everything I wanted to say, though, about this world and about the colony. I guess I'll say it's not impossible that there might be some really good reason to be on this world again for another video. It's pretty unlikely, but you never know. And the plan is to start a survival thing at some point in the near future once some things that I kind of mentioned are resolved or available. But until then, I'm going to plan on building more vehicles and those kinds of videos, which I think are going to be pretty cool. There are quite a few ideas for things that can be done. As of this video going out, I'm going to be making this world available for download over on my Patreon, so you can check it out yourself, and it's going to be free for paid members, so that you'll be able to explore the entire thing if you want, and also there's just a fair number of builds on here that actually were already available on Patreon, so I would actually recommend this instead of buying them separately if you wanted them and didn't already have them. I see you've made it to the end of the last thousand day video, which is rather commendable. And now that you have reached the very end of the video, there's one last thing I guess I need to do here before the series is technically over, because in the video where I announced it was ending, I brought my horse back out of exile and realized the horse didn't have a name. And so I asked you guys for a name, and you guys delivered. As always, the horse is now going to be named Friedrich Fusonius XVII, following in the tradition of Mavry Toddingsworth III, which is the cow that's been here forever. We have now the perfect name for my horse. Where is my horse? Its name is so long that it's having trouble rendering it all. Guess that means it's extra special. But anyways, thanks for watching. I've been Sbeev. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time.